Chapter 1, The Junior High School Era of High School Students. Boom. 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 On the court of the club network, 3 figures are running fast, one figure even holding 2 rackets, facing each other at the same time. Guru. Okay, so awesome. One person actually fights against the 2, and is it easy to do? Who is that boy? That's amazing. The people around were shocked when they saw this scene, and some couldn't believe their eyes. Yoho, Yuma, speed it up. The boy holding 2 rackets drank low, and stepped on the ground with his left foot. The racket danced like a sword and hit the tennis ball hard. The tennis shot was so fast that it even pulled out an afterimage. Zongshen, don't think of winning so easily this time. Matsuyoho yelled, quickly surfed the net, and jumped up the moment the tennis ball hits the ground. Racket drove the tennis ball to the sky and dunked it. Boom! There was a fierce hit, and the tennis shot exploded, falling to the ground like a stream of light. The dull impact sounded, and you could know the terrible part of the ball by listening to the sound. The boy named Zongshen also sensed the strength of the ball, and subconsciously gripped the racket, but rushed forward without hesitation. Boom! Racket waved, and the tennis ball that had just bounced hit the racket. The powerful force surged, causing Zongshen's arm to tremble. Yoho, you have made a lot of progress. But, not enough. Zongshen chuckled, then his eyes became fierce, the muscles of his arms were also squirming, powerful force gushing out, and racket swung fiercely. Call out! The tennis ball that was still spinning whizzed out, and the powerful force rolled up a stream of air and landed heavily in front of Matsuyoho. The 2 didn't react at all, and the tennis ball popped out of bounds. Yoho, Yuma, it seems that I won this match again. Zongshen chuckled and retracted racket. His name is Tezuka Zongshen, a second-year student in Youth Gakuen Junior High School. And Matsuyoho and Matsuyuma in front of them are twins, and they are also Zongshen's seniors, Youth Gakuen third-year students. Zongshen is not a person in this world. In an accident, he crossed the world of Prince of Tennis and became Tezuka Kunimitsu's elder brother, Tezuka Zongshen. Of course, the plot has not yet begun. Even Tezuka is still in elementary school, and now Biadwan and Oni Jujiro are only in the 3rd grade of junior high school. There are still 3 or 4 years before the plot begins. After Zongshen knew that he had crossed into the world of Prince of Tennis, he decisively joined Seigaku. At the same time, they abducted the U17 doubles masters Matsuyuma and Matsuyoho in the original book, and let them join Seigaku. Unfortunately, Seigaku is not powerful today. In the first year of Zongshen's junior year, Seigaku lost to Makinafuji Academy led by Biadwan because of insufficient strength. Now Makinafuji Academy has won 2 national championships under the leadership of Baden H. This year's national competition will be the last competition for junior students. Biadwan is ambitiously marching toward the nation's 3 consecutive hegemonies. If you want to complete the nation's 3 consecutive hegemonies, it depends on whether you have this strength. Zongshen's eyes flashed, and a wave of pride surged in his heart. There is a celestial eye in his mind, it is his own. As long as the opponent has used the ball skills, the celestial eye can analyze or even copy. However, different football skills have different physical requirements, so Zongshen has been working hard for more than 10 years to ensure that Tianyan can perform perfectly or even stronger after copying his skills. I heard that Minister Tetsuya is about to step down as minister. Zongshen, are you interested in becoming the minister of Seigaku Tennis Division? Matsuyoho packed up his things and walked over, asking something as if thinking of something. The current minister of Seigaku is Tetsuya Kurosawa, but with the advent of the new school year, he is also facing foul out and will also step down as the minister of tennis. In the entire Seigaku Tennis Club, there are only 2 people who are most suitable to be the new ministers. One is Zongshen, and the other is Yamato Yuta. Both are second-year junior high school students. But whether it is Matsuyoho or Matsuyuma, Zongshen is even more optimistic. Because Yamato loves tennis and is willing to help others, but his strength is somewhat unsatisfactory. When confronted Maki Nafuji last year, it was only Zongshen who was in the first grade of junior high school, but he defeated Makino Fuji's minister Baden H and called it the strongest newcomer. With Zongshen's strength, he is enough to serve as the head of Seigaku's tennis department. Minister. Zongshen thought for a while, but finally did not answer. He naturally wants to be a minister. After all, he can lead the whole team better by becoming a minister. Although he defeated Baden H last year, Seigaku lost to Maki Nafuji. This year's qualifiers will be held soon, but Zongshen really wants to avenge last year's revenge. If you can become a minister, you can manage the team in your own way and improve the strength of the players. If it is Zongshen you become the minister, we will definitely support it. Matsuyama also walked over at this time and said with a smile on his face. Both of their brothers were Zongshen who brought Seigaku, and they would support Zongshen no matter what. Look again at that time. Zongshen shook his head. The next minister of the country of Japan will be appointed by the previous minister. Although Tetsu Kurosawa is very optimistic about him, he also told him that he should be the pillar of Seigaku. But in the end, no one knows who he will choose as the next minister. Throwing this idea behind, Zongshen packed up his things and prepared to leave. Do Japanese tennis players have this strength? Just as Zongshen was about to leave the club with the Matsu brothers, a cold voice rang in the ears of the three of them. The three of them turned their heads and looked, only to see a young man with dark blue hair standing on a court with a calm complexion. Opposite him was a player who collapsed to the ground. It seems that I shouldn't have hope for the players here. Seeing that no one spoke, the boy shook his head, seeming a little disappointed. His name is Tokugawa Kazuya, a second-year student, and he has been training in a famous tennis club since he was 5 years old to become a professional player. When he returned to Japan this time, he originally wanted to see the strength of Japanese tennis players. However, after several matches, he was disappointed. No one is his enemy of one, which made him feel the gap between Japan and European countries. And the level of the two is so different. P.S. A new book is opened. This is a story about Biadwan who are still studying in junior high schools. It is also a story about high school students who are based on U17 and step onto the world stage. Biadwan is not the overlord of U17, Poke is not the world's #1 high school student, Medno has not been injured yet, Duke Watanabe is still in France, and the high school student confrontation is about to begin. During the new book period, collection is the motivation for the author to update, so please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Tokugawa Kazuya, New Book Seeking Collection. No one else. Tokugawa Kazuya looked around and looked at everyone present. However, the eyes of the people present were a little evasive. Just now everyone saw the strength of Tokugawa Kazuya's performance. Although he was only a junior high school student, he was not even a junior high school student. They could only be abused when they went up. Really disappointing. Tokugawa Kazuya shook his head. He felt that he should not return home this time, let alone come to the club with hope for some Japanese players. Compared with other countries in the world, tennis in Japan is far behind. Really arrogant, this kid. Matsuyaho looked at Tokugawa Kazuya a little uncomfortably, and wanted to compete with him. His words were not hidden, so Tokugawa Kazuya, who was standing on the field, heard it at once, turned his head and saw the three of Zongshen. Arrogant. Then use your strength to defeat me. Tokugawa Kazuya spoke calmly, as if to talk to Yaho again, and as if to talk to everyone again. This kid. Matsuyaho heard a hint of anger in his heart, and wanted to untie the bag and compete. Forget it, it's going to get dark soon, let's go home. Matsuyama on the side shook his head, feeling that there was no need to compare with each other, because even if he won, it would be meaningless. Go home. Hearing this, Tokugawa Kazuya ignored it, thinking it was just an excuse, and then glanced at everyone. If anyone wants to continue, they can challenge me, Tokugawa Kazuya, at any time. Cold words came to everyone's ears, but those present dared not speak. Zongshen, who was originally watching a good show, was taken aback when he heard this, and looked at this young man of his own age curiously on the court. He couldn't be more familiar with the name Tokugawa Kazuya. An army member of the original U-17, who has more control over black holes in different dimensions, has a high level of strength. However, in his memory, the current Tokugawa Kazuya should be matched overseas, not in Japan at all. And the character seems to be different from the original. Zongshen shook his head. In his memory, Tokugawa Kazuya is arrogant, but he will not be so sharp. Tokugawa in the original book has a taciturn personality and rarely speaks. But the Tokugawa Kazuya in front of him is not only public, but also talks a lot, which is fundamentally different from Tokugawa Kazuya in the original book. But Zongshen reacted quickly. Remember that Tokugawa Kazuya today is different from the future. Tokugawa also seemed arrogant during this period, and didn't pay attention to Japanese tennis players at all. It wasn't until after heading to U-17 to stay together, that he was severely defeated by Biedwan, and his slightly assertive character converged. At this point, Zongshen's mouth curled up with a smile, and he became more interested in this overseas elite. Hey! Zongshen spoke, looking at Tokugawa Kazuya with a smile, but a smile. How about a match with me? How? When these words fell, everyone turned their eyes to Zongshen, shocked. You can see the strength shown by Tokugawa Kazuya just now. Although arrogant, it can be beaten by high school students. But now a young man who looks young dare to challenge each other. Could it be that this young man is also very strong? Impossible. Apart from being good-looking, there is nothing amazing about that boy. Oh, after all, I am young and energetic. I hope you don't get discouraged after you fail. The people around him talked a lot, and they looked at Zongshen with pity. They didn't think that Zongshen could defeat Tokugawa Kazuya. Does Zongshen compare? Matsuyama was taken aback for a moment, and then checked the time. It was already evening, and if there was a delay, he would not be able to make the last train. 10 minutes. Zongshen chuckled, untied the bag behind his back, and took out the racket. Give me 10 minutes, and solve him. The gentle, confident but extremely arrogant words resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned, looking at Zongshen with a face of disbelief. Never thought that Zongshen would dare to say such a thing. 10 minutes to solve me. Tokugawa Kazuya was taken aback for a moment, but his eyes became sharper when he reacted. Zongshen is completely underestimating him, when he was so underestimated as an elite. I want to see what strength you have. Tokugawa Kazuya spoke lightly, came to the end of the court, and waited for Zongshen. The two stood at both ends, racket spinning quickly, and finally pointed towards Tokugawa Kazuya. In the first round, Tokugawa Kazuya served the round. My serve bureau. You can be optimistic. Don't even be unable to catch a ball. Tokugawa Kazuya slapped the tennis ball, and the orderly bounce sound made everyone in the room hold their breath. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his fingers. Tokugawa Kazuya jumped up, and the racket waved quickly. Boom! The face of the racket hits the tennis ball, and the powerful force gushes out. Zongshen vs Tokugawa Kazuya. It's on the verge. P.S. 2 books of 2 million words, 1 book of 4 million words, never eunuch, good reputation, old book, the strongest minister of Prince of Tennis, now open a new book, please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Zongshen vs Tokugawa Kazuya, new book seeking collection. Boom. The tennis ball is like a bullet in the barrel, piercing the air instantly, with incredible power and speed. This ball used Tokugawa's 7 layers of strength and wanted to test Zongshen's strength. The speed is too slow, and the strength is not strong. This is your strength. Zongshan's eyes were calm, and his squatting body suddenly rushed out, swiftly like a cheetah. Boom! The tennis ball had just landed and bounced, and Zongshan had already swung back. There was a crisp hitting sound, racket shook, and the tennis ball was spinning on the racket surface at high speed, seeming to want to break free from racket's restraint. Hey! But Zongshan picked up the racket a few degrees, cut the tennis ball crosswise, and resolved the spin of the ball. Call out! The tennis ball was knocked into the air, and at an amazing speed, it fell like a bolt of lightning on the left corner. Tokugawa Kazuya still had a little confidence on his face, and he never thought that Zongshan could return the ball so fast. Boom! A dull impact sounded and the tennis ball ejected out. 0-15. Zongshan leads. Tokugawa Kazuya, right. Zongshan put away his swing, raised his head slightly, with a soft smile on the corner of his mouth. Be serious, otherwise you don't want to score. The words came into Tokugawa Kazuya's ears, and his confident expression instantly froze on his face. After he recovered, a trace of dignity appeared on his face. Before the match, he thought that Zongshan was as bad as the other players. But this high-speed ball all shows that Zongshan is different from other players. Fast speed. That boy actually scored from Tokugawa Kazuya. Too great, maybe he can really beat Tokugawa Kazuya. The spectators around saw Zongshan score first, and then they were in an uproar. The strength of Tokugawa Kazuya is obvious to all, but now Zongshan is the first to score. Doesn't it mean that Zongshan has the strength to fight Tokugawa? At this point, everyone present showed a little excitement in their eyes, wanting to see if Zongshan could beat Tokugawa and vent their anger. It was just my carelessness just now, then you won't want to score. Tokugawa Kazuya took a deep breath, the confidence on his face disappeared and he became extremely serious. Boom! 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 The net racket hit the ground, and an orderly bounce sounded, causing everyone to subconsciously hold their breath. Hey! With his arms raised and the tennis ball flying in the air, Tokugawa Kazuya's eyes focused, his feet slammed on the ground, his body leapt up, and his racket arm hit the falling tennis ball hard. Boom! The face of the racket touched the tennis ball, and the powerful force gushed out, hitting the tennis ball hard. The tennis ball was hit by a huge force, and the ball was directly shriveled, and a golden light was drawn across everyone's sight. Before everyone reacted, the tennis ball fell to the ground. The dull impact sound resembled the roar of a big drum, causing the people present to change their colors. What a fast speed, what a strong force! The audience did not see the trajectory of the tennis ball, but just by listening to the impact, you could know how fast the ball was. The fierce impact brought a more violent rebound. The tennis ball rushed straight up, rushing out of the sideline like a flash of lightning. It's over. How do you catch this ball? Is this the true strength of Tokugawa Kazuya? Too strong. It turns out that the other party wasn't serious at all just now, but now it's serious. How should that boy respond? The hopeful people shook their heads at this moment. Such a powerful ball surpassed everyone's expectations and crushed all the hope in their hearts. However, the discussion of these people has not yet settled, and a figure crosses everyone's retina. People were alarmed and looked at them with fixed eyes. I saw Zongshan rushed out the moment the tennis ball bounced, and even pulled out an exaggerated afterimage, blocking the tennis ball in the blink of an eye. The people who had originally discussed fell into a dead silence for an instant. Everyone never thought that Zongshan could catch this ball. The contrast between the two is so great that everyone has been severely impacted. Fast speed. Obviously it was on the left side of the baseline, but it came to halftime in an instant. When people returned to their senses, they were in an uproar, and their gazes at Zongshan were full of shock. How about catching up? Tokugawa Kazuya saw the shock of those around him, and his eyes were even sharper. He is an elite from overseas. He is usually the protagonist on the court. When is he used as a foil? Staring at Zhongshen, he wanted to see how Zhongshen hit the ball back. Under the eyes of all eyes, Zhongshen stared at the tennis ball. The audience on the sidelines can perceive the strength of the ball, especially Zhongshen. He could hear the friction between the tennis ball and the air, even if they were far apart. Hey! Zhongshen's eyes condensed and he waved racket quickly. Boom! The tennis ball slammed into Zhongshen's racket with great force. Zhongshen's arm shook, and the racket leaned back. Humph! Seeing this scene, Tokugawa Kazuya's face disappeared a little bit coldly. This ball was his full effort. In his opinion, no one of his age in Japan can catch it. Although Zhongshen's strength is not bad, it is only good. A powerful ball. A sigh of admiration came from Zhongshen's mouth, and the look on his face was still calm. Tokugawa Kazuya is really strong in this ball, rarely seen in junior high school. But, not enough. Zhongshen squeezed the palm of his hand, and the slightly inclined racket waved swiftly, without a trace of stagnation in the middle, like clouds and flowing water. Chi-chi! The high-speed spinning tennis ball drew a beautiful arc and fell heavily to the ground. Hit back. Tokugawa Kazuya's confident goal was easily hit back by Zhongshen. There is no difficulty. P.S. 2 books of 2 million words, 1 book of 4 million words, never eunuch, good reputation, old book, the strongest minister of Prince of Tennis, now open a new book, please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Suppress Tokugawa Kazuya, new book for collection. Boom. The dull impact sounded, awakening everyone present. People looked at the tennis balls spinning on the ground, their expressions were stagnant, and their faces were full of disbelief. Back. Hit back. That boy hit back Tokugawa Kazuya's power ball. Zhongshen, that boy is called Zhongshen. It's amazing, it's amazing. The people present were full of excitement, looking at Zhongshen with excitement, and cheering constantly. Tokugawa Kazuya's arrogance just made everyone dare not speak. Now Zhongshen counterattacked with action, which can be said to be a bad breath for everyone present. Chi-chi! When people cheered, the high-speed spinning tennis ball bounced up. Tokugawa Kazuya's face was a bit heavy, but he reacted immediately and rushed towards the tennis ball. At the moment the tennis ball bounced, he waved the racket. Hey! But there was a burst of air, which made Tokugawa Kazuya's body freeze in place, and his face was covered with astonishment. He was out. Obviously seeing the tennis ball bounce, he clearly predicted the trajectory of the tennis ball, but it was swept away. With an unbelievable expression, Tokugawa Kazuya looked up sharply. I saw that the tennis ball that had just been bounced had its trajectory deviated and bounced toward another angle. Boom! The tennis ball rushed past Tokugawa Kazuya and ejected out. 0-30. Zhongshen scored the second point. Zhongshen's irregular spin. Haha, relying on accurate control and strong rotation force, the angle of the tennis ejection is offset, forcing the opponent to make a mistake in the prediction. Tokugawa Kazuya was really fooled. The Mutsu brothers glanced at each other, a trace of gloating on their faces. Irregular spin is similar to Kirihara Akeya's knuckle serve in the original work. However, Kirihara Akeya's knuckle serves even he himself could not predict the ejection angle of the tennis ball. However, Zhongshen's irregular spin can determine the offset direction by racket cutting. The Mutsu brothers often play against Zhongshen, so they have suffered a lot from this trick, and they have a clear understanding of the principle of this trick. Hey! Zhongshen spoke suddenly, with a smile on his face, didn't you just look down on everyone in the club? Why can't you even catch a ball now? Tokugawa Kazuya, who had an unbelievable face, was awakened by these words. His complexion changed slightly, and his eyes became more angry. Obviously Zhongshen's words made him feel embarrassed, and even felt that the surrounding audience were looking at him with mocking eyes. Continue. When did Tokugawa Kazuya suffer from such a loss? His palms subconsciously clenched racket. Hey! Unwillingly, he raised the tennis ball again, and racket struck out. Zongshen looked at the other party and shook his head, stepped on the ground with his left foot, and quickly surfed the internet. Boom! There was a crisp hitting sound, and the tennis ball was spinning quickly on the topspin of the racket. Zongshen's arm is slightly pressed to cut at a 45-degree angle, and the racket surface rubs against the tennis ball, which drives the tennis ball to rotate. Tokugawa Kazuya's full-strength ball was invisibly resolved under the cutting. Sure enough, the best way to fight power ball is slice. Zongshen laughed lightly, the racket waved. And the tennis ball drew a parabola and fell lightly on the ground. Tokugawa Kazuya, who was a little unwilling, was surprised and knew that he had lost his temper. He hurried to the internet, trying to hit the ball back. But soon, his footsteps froze in place, and his face was even more astonished, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. As for the audience on the sidelines, their faces were even more sluggish, and some even wiped their eyes, wondering if they were mistaken. On the court, the tennis ball did not bounce up after it fell on the ground, but rolled back against the ground. Stopped after hitting the net. The net. The tennis ball didn't bounce. How can this be? The ball that Zongshen hit just didn't bounce. The people present came back to their senses and looked at Zongshen with horror. They had seen all kinds of skills, but it was the first time they saw a tennis ball that could not bounce. Zero chop, how does it feel? Zongshen raised his racket and pointed it directly at Tokugawa Kazuya, his expression indifferent. The gentle words sounded like thunder in Tokugawa Kazuya's ears. He stared at Zongshen blankly, his heart felt like a big hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. 3 goals. It was just 3 goals, and Tokugawa Kazuya felt heavy pressure from Zongshen. This pressure made him suffocate. P.S. 2 books of 2 million words, 1 book of 4 million words, never eunuch, good reputation, old book, the strongest minister of Prince of Tennis, now open a new book, please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Type Serve, New Book Seeking Collection. Hey! Tokugawa Kazuya took a couple of breaths to calm himself down, knowing that he must do his best, otherwise he will undoubtedly lose. At this moment of thought, Tokugawa Kazuya's eyes condensed, and the aura on his body grew fiercer. What a strong breath! The Mutsu brothers felt the breath of Tokugawa Kazuya, and their faces changed slightly. Although Tokugawa Kazuya is ostentatious, his strength is really not weak, at least better than the Mutsu brothers. Are you serious? Zongshen felt the change in Tokugawa Kazuya, and he faced it seriously. Tokugawa Kazuya took a deep breath, slapped the tennis ball on the ground, and then raised it fiercely. The fierce breath seemed to condense on the racket and pressed hard. Boom! With the dull hitting sound, 2 rays of light appeared on Tokugawa Kazuya's racket. The light was shining, making people squint subconsciously. Double color serve. The use of color disguise makes the tennis seem real and distracts the opponent's line of sight, thus scoring. This trick is the original form of Tokugawa Kazuya Future Symphony serve. The tennis shot, like a rainbow of light, instantly changed into a number of phantoms after falling to the ground, and every phantom was extremely real. At the same time, the 2 rays of light shone, filling Zongshen's eyes, causing him to close his eyes subconsciously. Using the cutting of racket to twist the path of the tennis ball, will it finally create a brilliance under the refraction of light? Zongshen squinted his eyes, but in a moment he saw Tokugawa Kazuya's ball through, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth, but, it's useless to me. Hey! Taking a step back, Zongshen's eyes were fixed on the ejected tennis ball, and the sky in his mind flashed with light. He analyzed the double color serve and quickly copied it. Found it. Sky Eye's analysis immediately allowed Zongshen to observe the trajectory of the tennis ball. The racket waved, the double color light dissipated, and the tennis ball appeared on Zongshan's racket. Boom! With the sound of the hit, the tennis ball turned into an arc across the net and hit the ground heavily. What? Tokugawa Kazuya was shocked, but he didn't expect that his proud skills would be instantly cracked by Zongshan. And at the moment he was stunned, the tennis ball had already rushed past his side and ejected out. 0-1. Zongshan took the lead in winning the next round, and the two sides exchanged venues. Good job, score first. Zongshan, give that kid a lesson and let him know how good we are. As expected of Zongshan, still so powerful. The Mutsu brothers and the audience immediately cheered when Zongshan had won the first game. Hateful. Tokugawa Kazuya's face appeared unwilling. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Zongshan was indeed very strong. The second game. It's my turn to serve. Zongshan glanced at Tokugawa Kazuya and slapped the tennis ball. Tokugawa Kazuya took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and at the same time squatted down, looking straight ahead, full of alert. He is an elite returning from overseas. Even if he was crushed by someone, he did not give up. Hey! Under everyone's attention, Zongshan tossed the tennis ball. Bend your knees, jump, swing, press down. A set of movements are as smooth as the clouds and flowing water in the same direction. And it is pleasing to the eye. A good standard shot. Yeah, it's like a textbook. Who is this boy named Zongshan? That's amazing. The spectators around saw the scene, their eyes brightened, and their eyes on Zongshan were full of admiration. Boom! The light-hitting sound followed Zongshan's standard movement, and the tennis ball drew an arc and fell to the ground after passing the net. Tokugawa Kazuya fixed his eyes on the tennis ball, and he was ready to go, like a cheetah about to hunt. The moment the tennis ball landed, his body rushed out at an amazing speed. You can't fight back. Zongshan saw Tokugawa Kazuya's movements and stood motionless, with a chuckle in his mouth. Tokugawa Kazuya sprinted quickly, then looked up at the ball. As soon as he saw the first sight, his sprinting pace stopped, and a look of shock appeared on his face. How can it be? Tokugawa's body froze in place, and his arms trembled. Because tennis never bounced. Just like the last ball, after it hits the ground, it sticks to the ground, rolls backwards, and stops after hitting the net. In tennis, serve must hit the opponent only after it hits the ground. So this ball is a ball that cannot be hit back. It's the same as the ball just now. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't serve bounce up? That's amazing, the boy named Zongshan is so amazing. The spectators around were also shocked at this time. For them, this kind of ball is undoubtedly a miracle. Zero serve, it seems that Zongshan has no mercy at all. Poor guy. Mutsu-Yoho and Mutsu-Yuma looked at each other and saw pity in each other's eyes. Zero-style chop and zero-style serve are one of Zongshan's two great skills. In the past year, it only appeared in the confrontation with Biaduan Temple, and has never been used again since then. But now they continue to use these two tricks on Tokugawa Kazuya. That only shows that Zongshan is serious. This ball, how does it feel? Zongshan looked at each other with a soft smile on his face. He was just standing on the arena, without any terrible aura, but he made everyone hold their breath and did not dare to breathe. One person, one shot, like invincible. P.S. The old driver of Prince of Tennis, the strongest minister of the old book Prince of Tennis, the credibility is guaranteed, and he is definitely not supervised. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Surprise Not Surprise, Stab Not Irritating, New Book for Collection. Hateful. Tokugawa Kazuya squeezed racket, his face was full of unwillingness. The ball was indeed beyond his expectation and shocked him, but he couldn't accept Zongshan's look down on him. Continue. The match is not over yet. Tokugawa Kazuya growled low and squatted forward, his eyes getting sharper. Yes. Then you look good. Zongshen smiled, and the tennis ball in his hand was flying again. Bend your knees, jump, swing, press down. The same standard action as before appeared in everyone's eyes. The tennis ball drew an arc and fell to the ground lightly. Don't think about it. Tokugawa Kazuya yelled, this time he was prepared, and put the racket on the ground, and rushed away. Stabbed. The arm shook, racket rubbed violently on the ground, and even a little spark was generated. After arriving at the tennis landing, racket swept the ground, trying to hit the ball back. Hey! There was a violent breaking sound. The moment racket touched the tennis ball rolled forward, and Tokugawa Kazuya's swing was lost. The tennis ball hit the net and stopped. 30-0. Zongshen scored the second point. Score again. That kind of ball can't hit back at all. Yes, no matter how hard Tokugawa Kazuya is, when racket touches the tennis ball will roll forward due to the force of inertia, which will invalidate Tokugawa's swing. This is simply a ball that can't be hit back. The people present were excited to discuss that as long as the serve exists, Tokugawa would not want to get a point in Zongshen's serve bureau. Hateful. Cold sweat slipped from Tokugawa Kazuya's forehead, watching the tennis ball next to the net. His face was even more unwilling. He just wanted to forcibly sweep up the tennis ball by swinging his racket vigorously. But the moment racket touched the tennis ball naturally rolled forward, giving him no chance at all. How to do? Even if it was him, there was a trace of tension in his heart at this moment. If the ball can't be cracked, it may really happen as the audience said, in Zongshen's serve game, he can't get a point. Hey! Don't be distracted when you match. As Tokugawa was thinking, a soft word rang, and then he saw the tennis ball had fallen in front of him. Not good. Tokugawa Kazuya was taken aback, and just about to swing his racket back, the tennis ball was already close to the ground, rolling backwards. 40-0. The match comes to a match point. Tokugawa Kazuya's face was a little ugly. Zongshen served only a few minutes, and he even grabbed 3 points from him, and now it's the second game. This made him, an elite returning from overseas, extremely unwilling. Fourth ball, last ball. Zongshen spoke, slapped the tennis ball, and the orderly bounce sound continued to sound like a magic sound into Tokugawa's ears. Bring it on. Tokugawa Kazuya drank low, shot with both hands, squatted down, staring at Zongshen. Hey! The tennis ball was flying in the air. Zongshen bent his knees and jumped, and racket pressed down fiercely. Boom! The hitting sound rang, and the tennis ball flashed and slammed into the ground quickly. Is that the ball again? Seeing this, Tokugawa Kazuya clenched racket tightly with both arms, because the veins of his arm were raised with too much force. And the racket was even more squeaked by him. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground. Tokugawa stepped on the ground with both feet, swinging his arms, trying to sweep the ball up with the power of his body. Hey! With the sound of breaking through the air, Tokugawa Kazuya's eyes shrank into needles. He was out. In his line of sight, the ball did not cling to the ground, but immediately bounced after landing, and quickly rushed past his side. This is not zero-style serve. How can it be? Tokugawa Kazuya staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing the tennis ball passing by his side, he couldn't help but yell out again. Zongshen has 3 zero-type serve in a row, making him subconsciously think that the fourth serve will also be a zero-type serve. But he didn't expect that Zongshen would not play cards according to the routine at all. This ball is just an ordinary high-speed ball. But it was such a high-speed ball, but because of his judgment turnover, he scored directly. 2-0. Zongshen scored 2 points in a row. Puff chuff. That guy actually judged turnover. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. When the surrounding audience saw this, they were taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Tokugawa Kazuya froze in place, his face was blue and white when he heard the ridicule around him. How? Are you surprised? Is it irritating? Is it unexpected? Zongshen looked at Tokugawa with a smile, and what he said was full of molesting. Tokugawa, who was already out of anger, trembled even more after hearing Zongshen's words. He looked at Zongshen angrily, but couldn't help it. It's really so angry. P.S. I heard that some people fled abroad this morning. The reason is that the country is catching handsome people. One of them was arrested and asked why he is so handsome. He actually said that it was because of the collection of this book, which was terrible. It turns out that the people who ordered this book collection are so handsome. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Power of the Field, New Book Seeking Collection. Woo. Tokugawa Kazuya took a hard breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. In the third round, Tokugawa Kazuya served the round. Boom. 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 Orderly bounces continued to sound. Tokugawa Kazuya held the racket tightly, and then violently raised the tennis ball. Boom. There was a fierce hit, and the tennis ball dashed across the net with extreme speed. This is a powerful high-speed ball. After crossing the net, it slammed down on the left side of Zongshen near the sideline position, bounced quickly, and rushed out of the sideline. Hey! Unfortunately, the tennis ball had just bounced, and a figure was blocked in front of the ball. It's Zongshen. He was as fast as ever before swinging. Zongshen tilted the racket. Instead of completely catching the let ball, he cut across the tennis ball diagonally. This also caused the ejected tennis ball to stagnate and spin quickly. Spin. Tokugawa Kazuya didn't swing the racket right away. After waiting for the tennis ball to land, after a while, he swung the racket. Sure enough, the tennis ball didn't bounce up immediately when it landed, but rotated in place. When Tokugawa Kazuya swung the racket, the tennis ball just bounced. But when Tokugawa Kazuya racket received the let's ball, a touch of astonishment appeared on his face. Because he found that the spin of the tennis ball was not weakened by the spin on the ground. Japan has such a capable guy. Tokugawa Kazuya clenched the racket subconsciously and slammed the tennis back. Zongshen watched the tennis ball fly, moving 2 steps to the right, using a half volley before the tennis ball had landed. Chi. Racket cuts the past half volley to make the tennis spin even harder. Tokugawa Kazuya was a little confused when he saw this scene, but he didn't know what Zongshen was up to, so he could only surf the internet quickly. Hey! He jumped up, and racket led the tennis ball to high altitude. Take it, this is my gravity smash. Tokugawa Kazuya yelled, racket buckled heavily. Boom! The fierce hit sound exploded, and the tennis ball was shot down instantly by the huge impact. After hitting the ground, the entire ground seemed to tremble, and the dust on the ground was stirred up by the air waves generated by the tennis ball. Hey! The ball bounced up swiftly, and even pulled out an exaggerated afterimage. Okay. It's terrible. Using the pressure and smash of the body to produce a super powerful ball. This ball is not only amazing in speed, but also extremely powerful. People changed their faces and looked at Zongshen one after another, wanting to see how Zongshen hit the ball back. However, Zongshen's actions disappointed everyone. Because he stood motionless, he didn't even lift racket, as if he was frightened. What happened? Why isn't Zongshen moving? Could it be that even Zongshen couldn't hit the ball back, so he simply gave up? When everyone saw Zongshen, who was motionless, his faces were all puzzled. Tokugawa Kazuya looked at Zongshen when he heard the discussion, and was a little confused after seeing Zongshen's actions. After 2 matches, he has some understanding of Zongshen's strength. Although he was a good shot, Zongshen shouldn't find it difficult to strike back. Are you finally going to use that trick? Zongshen's fame stunt, even Makino Fuji's Baden H has a headache for him. Mutsuyoho and Mutsuyuma didn't worry about this, but their eyes lit up. Sure enough, at the moment when the words of the two brothers fell, Zongshen squatted down on his side, patted with both hands, flattening the racket on his shoulders. Chi-chi! 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 The tennis ball, which was originally fast, was shaking, and then it spins inexplicably. Everyone present saw this sight, and their eyes instantly widened. Immediately, an extremely shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes, leaving their mouths open, and they couldn't say a word of shock. I saw that there seemed to be a whirlpool around Zongshen. The whirlpool pulled around and swept the entire arena. Tokugawa Kazuya's gravity smash was slowly pulled by the force of this rotation, and he spun towards Zongshen. However, after a while, tennis came to Zongshen on his own initiative. The audience saw this scene with a dull face, and did not know what happened. Appeared. Zongshen field. The Mutsu brothers glanced at each other, a hint of excitement in their eyes. Racket cuts the tennis ball, so as to control the angle and strength of the ball's rotation, and use this to control the opponent's return angle and strength. And by swinging from left to right at first and then slowly shrinking into a circle at the end, all the balls returned by the opponent returned to Zongshen's side because of a rotation angle and centripetal force. This is the field of Zongshen. In the original work, this is the Nanjiro domain and Tezuka domain, but with the arrival of Zongshen, this trick was shown to people in advance by Zongshen. This is the realm. Tokugawa Kazuya finally saw the scene in front of him, and finally showed shock in his eyes. Since he was a child, he has expeditioned overseas and has seen many professional-level powerhouses, and some people have used similar skills. But those people are all professional players. Nowadays, a young man has used a field that is difficult to control. Although not as strong as a professional player, it is enough to cause a huge shock to him. Who are you? Tokugawa Kazuya, who was originally arrogant, couldn't help feeling deeply lost at this time. Zongshen's strength surpassed his imagination, so he couldn't bring up any resistance. P.S. I heard that the collection of books is a group of large hanging, I don't know if it is true. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Tokugawa Kazuya's Grievance, New Book Seeking Collection. Boom. The tennis ball fell heavily to the ground and ejected out. Under the domain, Tokugawa Kazuya tried to find a way to release the domain, but he couldn't find it after all. Boom. 3 to -0. Boom. 4 to -0. Boom. 5 to -0. But in just 10 minutes, the match came to the end of the game. Woo! Tokugawa Kazuya gasped, cold sweat continued to slip from his forehead, and the arms holding the racket were trembling. Fiasco. A complete fiasco. With 20 goals in 5 innings, he didn't even get a single goal and was completely crushed by Zongshen. How can this be? Tokugawa Kazuya looked up a little frustrated and gritted his teeth while looking at Zongshen's soft smile. The last game, my serve game. Zongshen whispered, and did not stop the match because of Tokugawa Kazuya's appearance. Boom. 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 The continuous bounce sound awakened Tokugawa Kazuya, and he took a deep breath to calm himself down. I'm an elite returning from overseas, how can I be sealed by others? With a low growl, extreme unwillingness emerged in his heart, and his eyes were full of desire for victory. Hey! When the words fell, Zongshen had already raised the tennis violently. At the moment the ball fell, Zongshen's eyes condensed, and the arm holding the racket clenched even more subconsciously. Boom! When racket received the let ball, the dull crash sound exploded, shocking the surrounding audience. Lightning serve. Through the control of the force, the moment the tennis ball falls, the strength of the arm is used to maximize the speed of the serve. Boom! The tennis ball exploded and pierced the air in an instant. Because of the extreme speed, it even curled up a mighty air current, spinning behind the tennis ball like a tail. Boom! There was a dull landing sound, and Tokugawa Kazuya just heard the figure and found that the tennis ball had disappeared. When he turned his head, the tennis ball had already appeared out of bounds. From Zongshen's serve to the tennis ball hitting the ground, Tokugawa Kazuya never reacted. 15-0. There are 3 goals left before the end of the match. So fast serve. What is the speed of this ball? Too fast. Without seeing the trajectory of the tennis ball at all, the ball has been ejected out of bounds. The audience was silent at first, and then there was an uproar. Everyone looked at Zongshen in shock. The speed of the ball was beyond imagination. This is Zongshen's lightning serve, with a minimum speed of 180 km/h. The Mutsu brothers seemed to have known this situation a long time ago, and said with a smile on the minimum speed of the ball. 180 km/h. Are you kidding? Is this a tennis ball that can be played at this age? And it's the lowest speed. People were even more shocked when they heard what the Mutsu brothers said, and they looked at Zongshen with a sense of awe. Do you think it will be fast? Zongshen looked at Tokugawa with a frustrated face, and hit the net racket on the ground. If you think it is fast, then open your eyes and see a faster ball than before. A faster goal? What's a joke? The whole audience was in an uproar, looking at Zongshen. They swallowed subconsciously. Hey! The tennis ball flew. Zongshen gripped racket tightly, and at the moment the tennis ball landed, he pressed racket again. The dull hit sound spread throughout the court. And the tennis ball flashed like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, the tennis ball had already crashed to the ground, and it was ejected out of lightning speed. 30-0. Before the match is over, there are only 2 balls left. How come? Tokugawa Kazuya stared blankly at the tennis ball outside the field. Sweat kept slipping from his forehead. The original arrogant look had long since disappeared, and what was left was nothing but shock and loss. Seeing this, Zongshen didn't say anything, but continued to swing the ball. Boom! 40-0. Boom! 6-0. At the end of the match, Tokugawa Kazuya was completely defeated by Zongshen. Tokugawa Kazuya looked lost. He has been in a famous tennis club since he was 5 years old, and he has been working hard with the goal of becoming a professional player based in overseas. He has never been defeated in previous battles. Today's match with Zongshen was his first miserable defeat in his life, and it was a complete miserable defeat, with 6 points and 24 goals, and never scored a goal. How could I lose? Anger, unwillingness, grievance, all kinds of emotions surged into his heart, making him tremble all over. How could I lose? At this moment, the pride and self-confidence of more than 10 years were completely shattered by Zongshen. The low murmur silenced the audience. Everyone looked at Tokugawa Kazuya silently. Tokugawa Kazuya, right? When the audience was quiet, Zongshen came to the net at some point and looked down at Tokugawa Kazuya as if looking down. Tokugawa Kazuya trembled and looked up at Zongshen blankly. My name is Tezuka Zongshen. If you want revenge, then come to Youth Gakuen to find me. After speaking, Zongshen turned and left, leaving only a back figure, deeply engraved in Tokugawa's mind. Tezuka Zongshen. Seigaku. Tokugawa Kazuya whispered, his arm squeezed racket subconsciously. He knows that in his future life, he has a goal to surpass even if he dies. P.S. I was slapped by a woman when I went out today. She cried and said to me, how could there be such a handsome person in the world? I was angry at once. Who is the most handsome reader of this book than me? Asterisk. Chapter 9, Younger Brother Tezuka Kunimitsu, New Book for Collection. See you on Monday. On the steps of the flyover, Zongshen waved to the Mutsu brothers. The two nodded, then turned and left. Zongshen also found a correct direction and walked towards the house, but within 10 minutes, he arrived at the door of the house. I am back. Opening the door, Zongshen yelled casually. Do you want to train again today? Tezuka Kaina walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron, and a softness flashed in her eyes when she saw Zongshen. Compared to Tezuka Kunimitsu, the expressionless youngest son, she prefers this gentle eldest son. And in Japan, every family generally attaches more importance to the eldest son. We went to the club with Yoho and Yuma. Zongshen put down the tennis bag and replied to his mother in this life. Then rest for a while, I'm going to eat and put it away soon. Tezuka Kaina nodded, then turned back to the kitchen. Zongshen did not rest, but walked towards the backyard. Because there is an online court in the backyard, he knew his brother Tezuka Kunimitsu must be there at this time. Backyard. Boom. 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 The dull impact sounded in an orderly manner, and a short figure ran back and forth on the court, and hit the tennis ball in the same direction accurately. 304. Tezuka ran quickly, his forehead was already covered with sweat, but his body showed no signs of stopping. He didn't stop until he heard a sound of footsteps. The tennis ball also fell to the ground and flicked aside. Elder brother. Seeing the walking figure, Tezuka's eyes flashed with imperceptible joy, but his face was still tight and calm. You kid really are practicing here again. Zongshen looked at his younger brother, who had brown hair and a pair of glasses. Although he was not old, he was extremely calm. This is his younger brother, Tezuka Kunimitsu. Minister Seigaku in the original book of Prince of Tennis, but is now in the 6th grade of King Chuntai First Elementary School. Brother and Mutsu go to the club again. Both brothers know each other very well, knowing that Zongshen will go to the club to challenge some high school students every Friday to strengthen his strength. Zongshen nodded, then looked at the tennis ball on the ground and the clear mark on the wall. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You kid is really getting stronger and stronger, and the horror will catch me soon. Not at all. Hearing this, Tezuka finally showed a child's dissatisfaction on his face. His strength is indeed good among his peers. But he knew that there was still a huge gap between himself and his brother. He has never won a match with his brother since he was young. Brother is always that great. Tezuka was a little unwilling, but a little admired. The reason why he likes tennis is because he is influenced by Zongshen, and he continues to work hard with Zongshen as an example. You are in 6th grade now, and you are already very good. Zongshen laughed. Under his influence, Tezuka's strength is stronger than that of the original, and he can be called invincible among his peers. Big brother and me. Tezuka looked at Zongshen seriously, and then regardless of Zongshen's disagreement, he walked towards the end of the court. But Zongshen has long been used to it, because his brother will challenge himself every 2 or 3 days. Although it failed miserably every time. It's going to be dinner soon, so let's decide the winner with 4 goals in 1 game. Zongshen picked up the racket from the side and stood on the court at will. Brother, don't underestimate me. Tezuka hit the net racket to the ground. At the moment when he pointed to let the ball, his expression became extremely serious, and his eyes were full of calmness. Hey! With the tennis ball flying, Tezuka jumped on his knees, pressing down with his racket arm. Boom! There was a crisp hitting sound, the tennis ball shot, and the speed even produced a burst of air-breaking sound. It's too slow. At the moment of swinging, you have to explode all the power of your arm. Only in this way can tennis have the greatest strength and speed. Although the ball is fast, it is not enough for Zongshen. The moment the tennis ball hits the ground and bounces, he easily hit the ball back. It also pointed out the shortcomings of this ball. Yes. Tezuka replied loudly, then quickly went online, 1.5 volley, and hit the ball back accurately. Your left leg is not in harmony with your right leg, and your left leg is slightly weaker. From tomorrow, the training of the left leg will be doubled until the strength of both legs is equal. Zongshen glanced casually and saw through Tezuka's shortcomings. Tennis is a sport that emphasizes coordination, because only a strong coordination ability can quickly return a variety of balls. Boom. When the words fell, Zhongshen waved racket from bottom to top. Lob. The tennis ball flew high into the sky and flew towards the Tezuka baseline. Tezuka was taken aback and quickly backed up, then jumped up sharply and dunked the moment the tennis ball fell. Boom. The tennis ball was smashed by a huge force and immediately turned into a streamer and fell in a straight line. However, Zhongshen seemed to have known that Tezuka would do this for a long time. He came to the net in 3 or 2 steps and cut across the racket when the tennis lazed down. Chi-chi. The friction sounded, and the force of the smash was slowly dissipated under the cutting. Zhongshen only applied a little force, and the tennis ball drew an arc and landed lightly in front of the net. Falling short ball. At this moment, Tezuka was on the baseline and had no time to return to defense. He could only watch the tennis ball fall to the ground. 0-15. Zhongshen took the lead in scoring. Your kid is not far off. Zhongshen looked at Tezuka's calm face and teased deliberately. Tezuka's originally stretched face also appeared loose, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Seeing what Tezuka looked like, Zhongshen burst out laughing. His younger brother has been extremely calm since he was a child. Only when they match with him will they show this expression. And when he thought that he was devastating Tezuka Kunimitsu, the so-called facial paralysis and iceberg, Zhongshen would unconsciously feel a little excitement in his heart. He wanted to know how Tezuka would look like when he grew up and recalled his previous encounters. P.S. Collection is the motivation of the author, the more the collection, the more updates. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Zhongshen's Tezuka, New Book Seeking Collection. Continue. Seeing Zhongshen laughing loudly, Tezuka's mouth twitched, and he kept breathing in to calm his mood. He has gotten used to it, because he has been ravaged by Zhongshen like this since childhood. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his fingers again, and at the moment it fell, the racket in Tezuka's hand quickly swept towards the tennis ball. Chi-chi! The sound of high-speed rotation sounded, and the tennis ball drew an arc and fell to the half-time position. Zhongshen looked at the ball unchanged, but took a step back. Sure enough, the tennis ball bounced sharply after spinning for a while, and it still bounced towards Zhongshen's face. You kid, have you forgotten who gave you this trick? Zhongshen chuckled and swung his racket at random to hit the tennis ball back. This ball is external spin serve. By cutting serve, the tennis ball contains a huge rotation force, so that after the tennis ball hits the ground, it will suddenly bounce toward the opponent's face due to the strong rotation. But this ball was originally given to Tezuka by Zhongshen, and all this kind of serve is useless to Zhongshen. How can I know if I don't try it? Tezuka squeezed his face and surfed the internet quickly. Boom! There was a fierce hit, and the tennis ball slammed into the near corner with a flash. Close corner kick. Although Tezuka is only in the 6th grade, he has mastered this difficult trick. The coefficient of difficulty for a close corner kick is very high, because after using this move, the tennis ball will be in the corner position. If the ball is not controlled enough, the ball is definitely out of bounds, causing a turnover. However, once the ball is hit, it will also cause a huge deterrent to the opponent. Because once the tennis ball bounces, it will quickly rush out of bounds. If there is no strong reaction ability, it is difficult to hit the ball back. Did you draw a close corner? Zhongshen's eyes lit up. The two had a match a few days ago, but at that time Tezuka's close corner dribble was not as strong as it is now, but it's useless to me. Hey! Zhongshen stomped both feet fiercely, his calf muscles were squirming, and then he shot out fiercely. An afterimage crossed Tezuka's retina. When he returned to his senses, Zhongshen had already appeared in front of the tennis ball. So fast! Tezuka was taken aback, and he was extremely alert. Little Tezuka, this is the real close corner drive. You still far away. Zongshen gave a long laugh, racket tilted 45 degrees, and then cut across like a sword. Chi chi. The harsh friction sounded, the tennis ball was spinning at high speed, and even stirred the air around it, creating a small vortex. Boom. Under Tezuka's surprised gaze, the tennis ball fell to the ground. The high-speed rotation did not stop the tennis ball on the ground, but made the tennis ball bounce violently at twice the speed. This ejection was so sudden that Tezuka didn't even have a chance to react. He could only watch the tennis ball bounce out. 0-30. Zongshen scored the second point. Even applying a strong rotation on the smashing ball, and through the super control ability, the rotation force is converted into ejection force. Tezuka opened her mouth, her face full of shock. This kind of technique, and completely beyond his imagination, is simply not the field he can reach now. Brother is still as strong as before. No, it's stronger than before. Tezuka recovered, his tight face finally could not be maintained, showing a trace of admiration. He has met many great junior and high school students. But in his memory, no one was as good as his brother. There are 2 more balls, or we will have dinner soon. Seeing Tezuka standing still, Zongshen urged. Hey! Tezuka took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and continued to serve. However, this ball was the same as before, easily returned by Zongshen. 0-40. Match comes to match point. The last ball. Tezuka looked very serious, and looked at the tennis ball in his hand as if he had made up his mind. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his fingers, Tezuka's eyes condensed, and racket quickly struck the falling tennis ball. The crisp sound of hits spread, the tennis ball whirled and flew, and then landed. Snapped. The tennis ball fell to the ground, but it did not bounce as expected. Instead, it rolled back against the ground for a certain distance, hit the net, and stopped. 0 type serve. 15-40. Oh! Zongshen's eyes brightened when he saw this scene, and he did give Tezuka the 0 serve trick. But Tezuka has never used it before. Zongshen also thought he hadn't learned yet, but he didn't expect that he would resort to this trick silently in this match. I learned this trick 3 days ago. A gleam of joy flashed in Tezuka's eyes, because he finally got a point from his brother. Although it was inadvertently obtained, it also made him feel excited. Because in previous matches, he has always been zeroed, and this point is the first point he has got since he is sensible. 3 days ago. Awesome! Zongshen chuckled and had an intuitive understanding of his younger brother's talents. It can be said that he is one of the protagonists in Prince of Tennis. Because this trick was taught by him 7 days ago. Tezuka learned this trick in just 4 days. But with this goal, I want to beat your brother and me, it's not enough. Zongshen's eyes flashed, and his breath changed. Tezuka's face changed when he was still happy, knowing that his brother was starting to take it seriously. P.S. Click on a collection and give away 1 5G seed. Asterisk. Chapter 11, The Realm of Selflessness, New Book for Collection. Call. Tezuka took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, and his expression returned to seriousness. He knew that his brother was going to be serious, and he knew that the strength of his brother's seriousness and non-seriousness was completely 2 concepts. Since he was young, he has been taught too many times, so that he dare not be careless. Hey! The tennis ball was flying, Tezuka jumped with knees bent, his arms pressed hard. Boom! There was a crisp hit sound, and the tennis ball drew a beautiful arc, and quickly fell to the ground after passing the net. 0 type serve. In the face of Zongshen's strength, Tezuka directly used his stunts without any mercy. You kid, do you think you want to use this trick to score points from me? Zongshen suddenly chuckles when he sees the 0 type serve. Tezuka was shocked when he heard the words, and when he looked up, he saw Zongshen's figure exploded. The racket in his hand was touched to the ground by Zongshen. With the rapid impact, the racket rubbed against the ground at high speed. A harsh friction sounded and a lot of sparks splashed. Hey! In Tezuka's shocking eyes, the racket in Zongshen's hand has touched the tennis ball. The tennis ball, which was originally rolling backwards, was stagnant. Then, fly again. What? Tezuka was shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. He raised his head violently and looked at the flying tennis ball. Zero-style serve. Shattered. Don't forget your kid, I taught you this trick. At this time Zongshen was in front of the net, still maintaining a swinging posture. But there was a warm smile on his face, as if the counterattack just now was just an ordinary counterattack. This is my brother's strength. Seeing Zongshen's smile, Tezuka lost consciousness. Although he has mastered the zero-type serve, if he is asked to fight back, he will definitely not succeed. Come with all your strength, otherwise I will end this match. Zongshen raised racket and pointed directly at his younger brother. His original warm eyes suddenly burst into sharp light, and the invisible breath swept through, making the entire arena become depressing. All strength. Tezuka watched the tennis ball slowly falling from the sky, his eyes condensed, and he clenched racket's arm suddenly to increase his strength. Boom! Bright light erupted from Tezuka, but in an instant, his aura changed drastically. The realm of selflessness. The limit of comprehension through hard work. At only 11 years old, he has already set foot in the field of selflessness. Sure enough, has it reached this level? A strange color flashed in Zongshen's eyes. He remembered that in the comics he had read in his previous life, Sanada had a brief memory during the national competition. Tezuka and Yukimura had a duel when they were in elementary school, and Tezuka seemed to have realized the state of selflessness at that time. Before that, Zongshen had some doubts whether it was true. But after seeing the scene before him, Zongshen fully understood the terrible talent of his younger brother. Brother, I want to go all out. Tezuka whispered, the dazzling light of his body condensed on his arm. Boom! A fierce impact sounded, and the tennis ball burst like a stream of light. This time, the speed and strength of this return are far beyond any previous ball. Then try to get the second point from me. Zongshen also got a little interest, quickly surfed the internet, and jumped up before the tennis ball fell. Racket drags the tennis ball to high altitude. Then, dunks. Boom! The tennis ball screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the light of this arm, Tezuka immediately rushed to his feet. With the blessing of hard work, his speed greatly increased, and he instantly reached the point of tennis. At the moment of swing, the arm guessed the light, and easily returned Zongshen's smash ball. Boom! 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 The confrontation between the two became more intense, and Zongshen, who had a playful mentality, gradually became serious. Woo! Although Tezuka has worked hard, but with Zongshen's seriousness, the pressure is getting more and more serious. The speed and power of the tennis have risen in a straight line, making it difficult for Tezuka to fight. Isn't the distance with my brother narrowed even if the state of selflessness is opened? Tezuka was a little lost and waved his arm vigorously, but when racket caught the let's ball, his arm flicked. The ball seemed to have infinite gravity, making it difficult for him to strike back. What? A loud shout came from Tezuka's mouth, and his other arm was placed on the racket, and he tried his best to hit the ball back. Although he hit back the tennis ball, Tezuka's face was a bit heavy. If this continues, he will undoubtedly lose. Zongshen, Kunamitsu, have dinner. Just as Tezuka was thinking about how to fight back next, Tezuka Seina's call came from inside the house, which alarmed the two match. It seems that today's match ends here. Zongshen took a deep breath, then his eyes sharpened to the extreme. Boom! The dull pedaling sound exploded. Zongshen stomped both feet to the ground, sprinted, fully stretched the arms holding racket, and then swung vigorously. Racket hit the tennis violently, and the eardrum was shaken by the fierce impact. Stabbed. A flash of thunder flashed, and it looked extremely dazzling in the evening. Tezuka was startled, but before he could react, he heard a bounce. He slowly turned his stiff head, and then saw a tennis ball beating continuously outside the bounds. And there was a burnt black mark on his feet, and it was obvious that the tennis ball was ejected from within the bounds. Thunder slam. The speed is as high as 190 km per hour, one of Zongshen's stunts. 1-0. Zongshen wins. P.S. Those who collect this book are all handsome. Asterisk. Chapter 12, The Plot of the Elementary School, new book for collection. Lost. A touch of loss appeared on Tezuka's face, but he quickly cheered up. After all, he has never beaten Zongshen once. For Tezuka, losing to his brother seemed to be about to become a habit. Go to dinner. Zongshen waved his hand, put racket aside, and then walked into the house. Yes. Tezuka responded, but his eyes were on Zongshen's body. Looking at Zongshen's back, Tezuka's eyes flashed with respect. For him, Zongshen has always been so strong, and it is the goal he has always wanted to surpass. Hurry up, or I'll even eat your portion. Zongshen's voice came from the room, and Tezuka came back to his senses, hurriedly set the racket, and walked into the room. At the dinner table, a rich dinner is on the table. I'm gonna start now. Zongshen made a hands-on gift, and then started. He had been exercising for a day, but now he was hungry, and when he encountered delicious food, he immediately gobbled it up. Eat slowly. Seeing this, Tezuka Ayana couldn't help but smile. Zongshen nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Tezuka, who was eating slowly. Tomorrow should be the semi-final of the JR conference, right? In Zongshen's memory, his younger brother met Zinken and the others after the JR meeting. So he gave Tezuka a name. He had been training before, so he forgot about it. Thinking about it now, the conference should be over soon. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock semi-final. Tezuka nodded. He was not interested in this conference, because no one was his opponent, and he couldn't even get a point from him. Who is tomorrow's opponent? Zongshen asked again. Sanada Genichiro from Kanagawa No. 1 Elementary School. Although he is not interested in the conference, he knows his opponent very well. In Tezuka's dictionary, any match deserves to be taken seriously by him, so he has already grasped the information of Genichiro Sanada. Sure enough. Zongshen thought to himself, knowing that the plot in the original book was finally about to happen. Thinking of this, Zongshen's eyes flashed with interest, wanting to witness the upcoming battle. Tomorrow I will go with you. Okay. Tezuka was taken aback, wondering how his brother would be interested in this kind of conference, but he nodded. Zongshen nodded at this, but did not speak. The dinner was still going on. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the backyard. After waiting for the food to digest, Zongshen came to the court to train again. His strength does not come out of thin air. Since learning that he came to the world of Prince of Tennis, he has worked hard. 10 years of training as a day, coupled with excellent tennis talent and gold fingers, has given Zongshen the strength to crush his peers. The regional qualifiers will be reconvened in 1 month. If you want to win the national championship, you must have stronger strength. Zongshen took a deep breath, unconsciously thinking of the ultimate battle with Biedwan in the national competition. Although he won, it was a narrow win. Now that half a year has passed, the proud-tempered Biedwan Temple will surely challenge itself again. This year's Biedwan Temple is definitely stronger. In addition to Makinafuji from Biedwan, Tanegashimashiji from Rikai and Kimijima from Lion Music are also eyeing the national championship. So this year's competition will definitely be more intense. Zongshen condensed his eyes, hit the net racket to the ground and started training. Boom! There was a dull impact, and the tennis ball exploded and hit the wall in front. The tennis rebounded quickly. Zongshen ran on the court, constantly swinging the racket. Although the ball landed in different directions, the point where it hit the wall was consistent. Not enough, whether it's power or speed. Zongshen gritted his teeth, speeding up and swinging power again, trying to squeeze all the potential in his body. Boom! 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 The percussions continued to sound, and a variety of stunts were used from Zongshen's hands. Lightning serve. Thunder slam. Long xiao hit hard. Replay smash. Coming into this world, the skills created by Zongshen exploded with terrible power under Zongshen's full swing. The loud impact sound was as intense as a violent storm, and the entire courtyard was clearly audible. Tezuka Kaina and Tezuka Kunhuru, who were watching TV inside the house, looked at each other, and then shook their heads. Since Zongshen's body can withstand the training, this kind of voice will be reminded every night. The couple have been listening to it for 7 or 8 years, and they have long been surprised. 2 hours later, Zongshen collapsed to the ground tired. His clothes and trousers were completely soaked, and the whole person seemed to be fished out of the water. The muscles of the arms and feet are moving more. Obviously, under high-intensity training, the muscles have produced neurogenic spasms. Hey! Zongshen took a deep breath, got up from the ground, and walked into the house. Tomorrow he will go to the JR conference with his brother, and he needs to nurture his energy. P.S. Ask for a collection, collection *. Chapter 13, Sanada and Yukimura, new book for collection. At 7 o'clock in the morning, at the door of the house. Let's go first. Zongshen and Tezuka yelled, then left with their bags on their backs. Be careful on the road. Tezuka Kaina nodded and watched the two leave. The semi-finals of the JR conference will begin at 8 o'clock, so the two must go early. Take the subway to the Kakinowood net court. At this time, the net court is already crowded with people. There were spectators who came to watch, friends and relatives of players, and some newspaper reporters. The two brothers passed through the crowd and came to the match venue. It's Sanada and the others. As soon as Tezuka stepped into the court, he saw two figures. Zongshen looked up and saw that in a corner of the court, two teenagers were talking quietly. Sanada Genichiro and Seiichi Yukimura. Zongshen chuckled. The two of them are still in the 6th grade of elementary school, and they are not the Emperor of Tennis and the Son of God in the future. Sanada, is that person your opponent to match next? Seiichi Yukimura in the distance seemed to feel the gaze, turned his head to look, and then saw Zongshen and Tezuka. Sanada, who was still immature on the side, was taken aback and looked up. After seeing Tezuka, he nodded. It seems to be Tezuka Kunimitsu of Tokyo Youth TV. Tezuka Kunimitsu. Yukimura thought for a while. He has participated in various competitions with Sanada since he was a child, but he has never heard the name Tezuka Kunimitsu. You will definitely win, Sanada, right? Of course, I will win the final with Yukimura. A hint of pride and desire flashed across Sanada's immature face. Since childhood, except for Yukimura, he has never met an opponent of his age, and only Yukimura can dominate him. So he is eager to make it to the finals and compete with Yukimura. Yukimura nodded. The two are friends and competitors. And he didn't meet an opponent in the JR competition. For his genius, he naturally wanted someone to compete with him. Did he? Just as the two sides were looking at each other, a whistle blew, and there was a voice from the broadcast. JR Conference semi-final will begin soon, please prepare for Tezuka Kunimitsu and Sanada Genichiro. Go ahead. Zongshen heard the sound of the radio, said to his brother, and then walked towards the auditorium. Tezuka nodded, and walked towards the court calmly. Semi-final is divided into first half and second half. Tezuka and Sanada belong to the first half, and Yukimura and another player belong to the second half. When the two matches are over, there will be a competition for third place, and then the championship competition. Zongshen came to the audience, but just after sitting down, a small figure also sat down. "Hello." A slightly childish voice rang in Zongshen's ears. Zongshen turned his head to look, and saw Yukimura approaching him, bowed slightly to himself, and sat down. "Hello." After a slight glance at Yukimura, Zongshen withdrew his gaze. Although the boy in front of him is the son of God in the future, he can't attract Zongshen's attention. The curiosity about him is nothing more than the curiosity of seeing the original characters. "Mr. Zongshen, are you also watching the JR competition?" Just as Zongshen turned his gaze back to watch the match, a voice came from behind him. Zongshen turned his head and looked, only to see a middle-aged man walking towards him with a SLR camera hanging in front of him. "Mr. Inu Mori." Seeing this person, Zongshen showed a smile on his face, raising his hand to say hello. Inu Mamoru, the editor-in-chief of Tokyo Tennis Monthly, interviewed him when he was just promoted to junior high school last year. The two are considered old acquaintances. "Does Mr. Zongshen have any younger generations coming to participate in the match?" Maori Inu nodded, and asked curiously while sitting on Zongshen's left. My brother Tezuka Kunimitsu participated in the JR competition, and he will be his match soon." Zongshen pointed to Tezuka on the field and said. "Zongshen-kun's younger brother." A glimmer of interest flashed in Inu's eyes, and then praised, "That must be as strong as Zongshen-kun. That kid is much better than me." Zongshen chuckled lightly and praised his brother. Mamoru Inu just smiled, he didn't believe Zongshen's words. After all, Zongshen was the Rookie King last year, and even Makino Fuji's overlord Baden H was defeated by him. Tetsuya-kun will foul out this year, presumably Zongshen-kun will become the head of the Seigaku tennis department, right? If Jun Zongshen becomes the minister, then this year's national competition will definitely achieve an excellent result. Inu didn't dwell on Tezuka's problem too much, but inquired about Seigaku Tennis Club. Xin-kun, who was watching the match, was taken aback when he heard the words in his ear. Although he is only in the 6th grade, he still understands the situation in junior high school. "I also know that the overlord of the middle school belongs to Makino Fuji, and even the Rikai High School in their county is not Makino Fuji's opponent. Now that I heard that the person next to me might become the minister of a school, I was suddenly curious, and my ears were slightly pricked up, wanting to hear the situation. P.S. I heard that the collectors of this book are a group of handsome, big people. Asterisk. Chapter 14 about the book setting, must read. Regarding the setting of the school where high school students were in junior high school. Because the original book of Prince of Tennis did not give much introduction to the school where the high school students came from, and the situation of the national competition at that time, many of the settings were original by the author. For example, Tanegashimashi is the minister of Rikai University. This setting belongs to the author himself, because in the original work, there is no mention of which school Tanegashimashi comes from. Even Byadoin Temple is the same. Although his data records Makto High School, he doesn't say that Byadoin Junior High School is Makino Fuji, and that Byadoin Temple is from Makino Fuji. Most of them are based on his own reverie. There are actually only a few people who have a clear record: Tsukimitsu Oka from Hyote, Mrija Zapper from Rikai, Hirazen Aoki and Tetsuya from Shitenhoji, Suzuki and Kazuo Ika from Shitenhoji. As for Omagari, Tanegashimashi, Iri Kanata, Kimijima, etc., there is no mention of which school they foul out in the original work. The reason for saying so much is that I hope that everyone will not say that I am wrong just because the settings of other prints of tennis are different from mine. Because the original book did not propose, the setting of each prince of tennis is set by the author himself, not to mention the setting of other books is right, mine is wrong. There is also no one knows the situation of high school students in junior high. Some people say that Makino Fuji has won 3 consecutive championships, and some people say that Maki Nafuji has only won 2 consecutive championships. I would like to ask, where did this news come from? Where does the original book clearly record how many consecutive championships Maki Nafuji has won? So no matter whether it is 3 consecutive championships or 2 consecutive championships, it is set by the author of Filu. The original Prince of Tennis didn't mention it, so don't say that my setting is wrong, others' setting is correct. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Yokomura's Shock, New Book Seeking Collection. Maybe. Zongshen shook his head. Although Zhe is also very optimistic about him, he still doesn't know who will choose the next minister. Last year Seigaku met Maki Nafuji in the semi-finals, and Mr. Zongshen defeated Makino Fuji's minister Baden H in a match. If Jun Zongshen can become a minister, he may be able to defeat Maki Nafuji this year. Mamoru Inu is very optimistic about Seigaku, or Zongshen. Maki Nafuji is the champion of 2 national competitions, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Its minister Baden H is also known as the first person in the junior high school. But in last year's battle, Maki Nafuji almost lost to the unknown Seigaku. Baden H even lost to Zongshen. Since then he has been paying attention to Zongshen and Seigaku. Seigaku will definitely win the national championship this year. When Zongshen heard this, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Everything requires determination and will. Last year, because of the overall strength of the team, Seigaku stopped in the top 4 in the country. Seigaku is stronger this year, so they won the national championship. I believe that Mr. Zongshen's goal will be achieved. Maori Inu nodded, optimistic about Zongshen and Seigaku. Yukimura, who pricked his ears and overheard, was shocked. He didn't expect the person sitting next to him to be so powerful. Maki Nafuji is the hegemon of the middle school. As the head of Makino Fuji's tennis department, Biadwan is also the strongest person in Maki Nafuji. But I heard from the reporter that Zongshen was the minister who defeated Maki Nafuji. Is this guy really that good? Yukimura glanced at Zongshen secretly, as if to remember Zongshen's appearance and name deeply. Did he? At this moment, a whistle sounded, and the semi-final of the JR conference had begun. Yukimura also retracted his mind and looked at the stadium. On the court, Sanada was playing tennis, and the first round was his serve round. As long as I win this match, I can enter the final and win Yukimura a point. Sanada thought to himself. Although Yukimura's match has not yet started, he believes that Yukimura will definitely win. At this point, he violently raised the tennis ball, and racket pressed it down. Boom! The hitting sound rang and the tennis ball flashed. This speed is already amazing for this age. A trace of pride flashed across Sanada's face after hitting the ball. Since childhood, no one has ever threatened him except Yukimura, so he doesn't think Tezuka can catch him. Boom! The tennis ball landed, Tezuka's face was calm, and he moved 2 steps to the left, racket waved. The tennis ball that had just been bounced drew an arc and landed on the right corner of Sanada, and bounced out quickly at the same time. Tezuka scored 0-15. The referee blew the whistle. Sanada, who was still arrogant, was taken aback for a moment, but he hadn't recovered. He turned his head stiffly and saw the tennis balls outside the bounds. His face was deeply inconceivable. Tezuka actually hit back? And also took the lead in taking a point from him. Don't underestimate any opponent. Tezuka's face was calm, and the goal just now was nothing to him. Compared to Zongshen, Sanada's strength can be said to be weak and pitiful. Hey! Sanada took a deep breath and put away the small look in his heart. Knowing that the person in front of him was different from his previous opponent. Hey! The tennis ball flew from between the fingers, and at the moment it fell, the arm holding the racket swung fiercely. There was a fierce hit, and the tennis ball swept across half-time like a stream of light, and fell heavily to the ground. Tezuka looked unchanged, stepped forward, and racket waved. Boom! The tennis ball that just bounced was intercepted by Tezuka before it rushed half a meter away. The power of this ball is not weak, but it is not enough for Tezuka. Hey! With his arm pressed down, racket cut across, and the power contained in the tennis ball was completely resolved. The tennis ball turns into an arc across the net. But the tennis had just passed the net, and Sonata had already rushed in. Boom! In the jump, Sonata's racket smashed and the tennis shot again. Tezuka's expression remained the same. He stepped back and moved laterally to the left. Racket made a 4 to 5 degree incline and cut across. Chi-chi! The tennis ball appeared on racket before it landed. Under the powerful force, the tennis ball kept hitting and trying to break free from the shackles of racket. But with the crosscut of racket, the tennis ball spins at high speed in an instant, and the power disappears completely. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground lightly across the net. At this time, Sonata had just jumped up, unable to react at all, and could only watch the tennis ball stop in a bounce. Tezuka scored 0-30. So strong! Sonata fell back to the ground, his eyes full of heavy weight. Although only 2 goals, Tezuka's performance made him feel dignified. P.S. I hate the kind of people who are handsome and don't even collect. Asterisk. Chapter 16, End to Abuse Sonata, New Book for Collection. Hey! Sonata took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his hand again, and his eyes became more and more serious and sharp. At the moment the ball fell, racket swung away. The ball was hit hard and rushed out, almost instantly landing on the corner. But at the moment the tennis ball fell, a figure stood there. Tezuka. Sonata's eyes shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He didn't expect Tezuka's speed to be so fast, as if he had already seen through his own counterattack. Tezuka didn't speak, but the arm holding the pad increased a bit of strength. Boom! There was a crisp hit, and the tennis ball that had just been bounced was hit back by Tezuka. The tennis drew a parabola across half-time. Seeing this, Sonata hurriedly went online. But when he rushed to the halfway point, his footsteps stopped, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. How is it possible? Sonata stared blankly at the tennis ball on the ground, with a dull expression on his face. After the tennis ball hit back, it didn't bounce, but it slid against the ground, and then stopped. 0 chop. 0-40. When the match came to the match point, the audience fell into silence, and then was in an uproar. What kind of ball is that? It didn't even bounce. It's incredible. Is this still a primary school student? Who is Tezuka? The surrounding audience looked at Tezuka in disbelief, because Tezuka's strength was not on the same level as Sonata, and even surpassed the limit of elementary school. It's Mr. Zongshan's 0 chop. It turns out that Mr. Zongshan's younger brother also learned this trick. Inu Mamoru saw this scene and quickly pressed the shutter. Before Zongshan said that his brother was very strong, he still didn't believe it, but he finally believed Zongshan's words after seeing Tezuka using the 0 chop. This is his stunt. Seiichi Yukimura on the side was originally surprised, because he was not sure to hit back with that goal. But now I heard Inu Mamoru say that the move just now was Zongshan's stunt. This shocked Xin-kun and at the same time became interested in Zongshan. His ears were raised again, and he wanted to eavesdrop on more conversations between the two. When everyone was shocked, Tezuka scored again and broke serve. The second round, exchange venues, Tezuka serve round. Boom! 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 The bounce of the tennis ball made Sonata secretly vigilant. The game just now really hit him, but he won't fall so easily. Losing will only make him stronger. Next is the ball that cannot be returned. Tezuka, who was slapping the tennis ball, suddenly spoke, and these words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Tennis that can't fight back. The audience was curious, because the 0 chop just now was a ball that couldn't be hit back. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his fingers, and Tezuka jumped on his knees and gently waved the racket. Boom! There was a crisp sound of collision, and the tennis ball was unpredictable and fell quickly after passing the net. Short ball. Sanada's original vigilant gaze was stunned, but he went online quickly, posed for a swing, and prepared to wait for the tennis ball to bounce back and hit back. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground and then rolled back, stopped. 0 type serve. 15 to -0. The posture of Sanada's slap was frozen in place, astonishment flashed in his eyes. He looked at the ground, or at the ball on the ground, the color of astonishment finally became unbelievable. This. The audience around them widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and looked lost. The ball didn't bounce. This is serve, but serve didn't pop up. How can it be? Everyone is extremely shocked. In tennis, the opponent's serve must hit the ground before it can hit back, otherwise it is regarded as flagrant foul. But now serve can't bounce, so how can this ball be hit back? This ball is completely unsolvable tennis. This ball. Yukimura clenched her fists, her eyes flashing solemnly. The shock brought him by this ball was extremely violent, because he knew that even if he tried his best, he would not be able to hit the ball back. This is Mr. Zongshin's 0 serve. When Yukimura was shocked, Mamoru Inu yelled out excitedly again. What? Yukimura couldn't help screaming when she heard this, and looked at Zongshin in surprise. Because Zongshin's strength seemed to exceed his imagination. If the strength is not strong, it is impossible to create terrible skills such as 0 serve and 0 chop. Zongshin only smiled when he heard Yukimura's exclamation and continued to watch the match on the court. On the court, Tezuka continued to beat the tennis ball. On the other hand, Sanada was completely silent, and the racket in his hand was also squeezed by him, showing his uneasy heart. The surrounding audience was also excited at this time, wanting to see if Tezuka can hit the second 0 serve. Call out! The tennis ball was knocked into the air, still so light, and fell quickly after skimming over the net. Boom! There was a crisp crash, and the tennis ball never bounced and rolled forward. 30 to -0. It's that ball again, the ball with absolutely no solution. The audience was in an uproar, and their gazes at Tezuka changed. Awesome is really amazing. A serve that cannot be bounced, how can such a serve be cracked? Is this still a match for the junior group? Everyone was talking and was shocked, and at the same time staring at Tezuka, wanting to see if Tezuka can hit the third goal. P.S. Dioda grows handsome and ordered a collection. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Sanada is desperate, new book for collection. The third ball. Tezuka spoke and spread the audience. No. No way. Although the audience was prepared, they thought that Tezuka might strike a third 0 serve. But after hearing Tezuka say it himself, he still felt extremely shocked. Boom! The tennis ball floated lightly and fell quickly. Sanada looked unwilling to be unable to fight back, and unwilling to become Tezuka's supporting role. He swung racket quickly against the ground, trying to hit the ball back. But before racket touches the tennis ball, the energy generated by his swing has already poured out in advance and pushed the tennis ball to roll. Hey! With a slap, the counterattack failed. 40 to -0. The arena was completely quiet, everyone opened their mouths, and couldn't say a word. Fourth ball. Tezuka whispered, awakening everyone. The people present were shocked and clenched their fists subconsciously. If Tezuka really gets 4 goals in a row, it can really be said that the 0 chop is a ball that cannot be returned. Boom! The tennis ball is exactly the same, falling quickly, never bounced. Sanada's face was lost, sweat kept slipping from his forehead, and the arms holding the pads were trembling. Tezuka's 4 goals have dealt a serious blow to his confidence. Serve. Tezuka's face was calm, without any joy, or that these 4 goals were nothing to him. Sanada woke up in shock and looked at Tezuka. I saw Tezuka standing proudly on the spot, unspeakably powerful, which made him lose consciousness again. Hey! Soon Sanada severely suppressed the shock in his heart. Although Tezuka has shown terrible strength, the match is not over yet, so he doesn't want to give up. Boom! The battle started again, and Sanada swung the pat without any extra moves. A sharp light flashed, and racket slashed precisely on the tennis ball like a long sword. Sanada has practiced kendo since he was a child, so he is good at offensive, more adept at aggressive and overwhelming offense. Call out! The tennis ball passed half-time and quickly rushed to Tezuka's right sideline. Hey! Tezuka glanced, and stepped on the ground with both feet, and a terrifying force burst out instantly, making everyone amazed. That boy named Tezuka is so explosive. In the blink of an eye, people saw that Tezuka had come to where the tennis ball was. Boom! There was a crisp impact, and the tennis shot, like a flash of lightning, quickly rushed towards the Sanada baseline. Fast speed! Can the flat ball reach this level? Yukimura in the stands looked surprised. This is an ordinary return shot, but its speed is beyond imagination. Boom! Sanada's calf muscles were squirming, and then quickly rushed out. At the moment the tennis ball hits the ground, racket swept away like a sword. The tennis ball flashed and rushed to the diagonal position on the other side of Tezuka, at an incredible speed. Impressive! That kid is also very strong. Unfortunately, the boy named Tezuka is even better. The people around saw the ball exclaimed, but quickly shook their heads, feeling that although Sanada's strength is good, there is still some distance from Tezuka. Want to engage in a war of attrition? Tezuka's eyes flashed, but he didn't care. Since he was young, he has played against his brother and trained every night, of which physical training is the top priority. If Sanada wants to win through consumption, it can only be said to be a big mistake. Boom! Racket crossed away, with a hint of spinning power. However, Sanada didn't know it and continued to hit the other corner of Tezuka. Tezuka seemed unaware, running back and forth on both sides of the field. Boom! The fighting between the two sides gradually became fierce. However, people suddenly discovered that the range of Tezuka's running was getting smaller and smaller. From the beginning, I ran back and forth, but later it was only within a certain range. Now, Tezuka is standing still. But the ball that Sanada hits, as if attracted by a whirlpool, gathered towards him. This is Mr. Zongshan's domain! Inu Mamoru exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Yes, that kid seems to have mastered even this trick. A hint of surprise flashed in Zongshan's eyes, and he felt that his brother was already very good at mastering non-self. Unexpectedly, this kid had mastered the domain in silence. Domain? What is that? Zinken on the side was a little confused, and at the same time a bad premonition arose in his heart. On the field, Sanada's face was pale. Because every time he hit back, he seemed to be controlled by someone, and he couldn't help but hit the spin. He wanted to stop himself, but the point and angle of the tennis ball made him have to. Sanada knows. If he doesn't hit the spin, the tennis ball will definitely be unable to pass the net or will go out directly. Now Tezuka stands still, but completely controls his ball path. Boom! Tezuka swings quickly, and the tennis is getting faster and faster. Sanada was able to fight back at first, but then it became more and more difficult. He wanted to consume Tezuka before, so running back and forth was a huge loss of energy. Now Tezuka stands still, but he is still consuming it. If this continues, he will fall first. For a while, Sanada was a little desperate, unable to find a solution at all. P.S. Ask for a collection, collection, collection. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Invincible of the Same Age, New Book Seeking Collection. Boom. 4 to -0. Boom. 5 to -0. Boom. 6 to 0. After Tezuka used the field, it was just a short 10 minutes, and the match ended. He stood calmly on the field, his forehead was not even a trace of sweat. Sanada's strength is good, but he is far from him. That boy is really amazing. Yes, the other person is not an opponent at all, he didn't even get a point. If it's not unexpected, he will be the champion of the JR conference. The surrounding audience was full of amazement, and they were all overwhelmed by Tezuka's strength. I lost. Sanada stood on the court with a dull face, sweat constantly slipping from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He never thought he would lose, nor did he think that Tezuka could be so strong. 24 goals in 6 games, he didn't even get a goal. Completely defeated. Hateful. Unwillingness, anger, frustration, and other emotions flooded my heart, making him growl. Sanada looked up at Tezuka. After seeing his calm face, his heart seemed to be held by a big hand, making him unable to breathe. He is stronger than Yukimura. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind, making him tremble. Before meeting Tezuka, he always thought Yukimura was the strongest elementary school student in Japan. But after the battle with Tezuka, he knew what it means to be someone outside a person, there is a heaven outside the sky. Thinking of this, Sanada's expression kept changing, and finally he felt extremely unwilling. He wants to be stronger and then defeat Tezuka. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Sanada looked at Tezuka sharply and shouted. Tezuka, who had turned and left, stagnated, but his expression remained unchanged. Because his goal is always only one. That is his brother Zongshan. As for Sanada, he is just an opponent in a match, nothing more. Hateful. Seeing Tezuka's attitude, Sanada looked a little ugly, but the fiasco of match made him unable to say a word. Zongshan's younger brother is really amazing. Inu Mamoru kept pressing the shutter, his face full of surprise. Before Zongshan praised Tezuka, Inu Mamoru did not believe it. But now after seeing Tezuka's seal of Sanada, he knew that what Zongshan said was true. This kid's strength is more than that. Zongshan shook his head. He knew that his brother still had a hard time. Once he worked hard and cooperated with the domain, his younger brother's strength would be increased several times, much more than that. Not only that. Before Mamoru Inu spoke, Yukimura's face changed slightly. Tezuka's defeat of Sanada has shocked him, because he was the only one who could defeat Sanada since childhood. But now he heard Zongshan say that Tezuka's strength is not the strongest, which made him a little surprised. Because they will meet in the finals. The two will be opponents. The next match is the second half match of the JR conference. Please Yukimura and Oda to go to the stadium to match. Just when Yukimura was shocked, a voice came from the radio. Yukimura woke up from the shock, took a deep breath and stood up. Regardless of Tezuka's strength, the first thing he needs to do is to defeat his opponent and advance to the final. Only in this way can I compete with Tezuka. This is Seiichi Yukimura. When Inu Mamoru saw Yukimura standing up, he seemed to think about it, and then spoke. He is a reporter for tennis newspapers, so he knows a little bit about players of all grades. Although Yukimura is in elementary school, she has participated in various competitions since she was a child, and won the championship every time she participated, and she has a lot of fame. Kunimitsu may be his opponent in the next match. Zongshan glanced at Yukimura too, and chuckled. Then Zongshan thinks which of the two will win. Mamoru Inu also showed interest at this time. One was Seiichi Yukimura, who won multiple championships, and the other was Zongshan's younger brother. Even he was not sure who would win. People of the same age, my brother is invincible. Zongshan smiled and said this in a very affirmative tone. In the original book, no one taught Tezuka that he had such a terrifying strength with an injured arm. After he came to this world, let Tezuka catch the let's ball earlier, and his strength has already surpassed Tezuka at this age in the original book. So Zongshen is sure that no one of his age can beat his brother. Oh! Mamoru Inu was full of interest when he heard this, and obviously wanted to see if the next match was the same as what Zongshen said. Zongshen saw Mamoru Inu's look and shook his head. He did not tell Mamoru Inu that the peers he was talking about did not refer to peers in Japan, but to peers in the world. In the discussion between the two, the match on the court has already begun. There was no suspense in this match. Yukimura defeated the opponent with absolute strength. This boy named Yukimura is so strong. Unexpectedly, two powerful teenagers appeared in this JR conference. The next match will be Yukimura and Tezuka's match. I don't know which of the two will win. The audience was amazed and looked forward to the next finals. Two powerful people, who wins and who loses? Tezuka vs Yukimura. Fighting. It's on the verge. P.S. The people who want to collect are all handsome. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Tezuka's Yukimura, New Book Seeking Collection. However, the battle between Tezuka and Yukimura did not start so quickly. The next match is the three finals. But this match is nothing to watch. Although Sanada is not the opponent of Tezuka and Yukimura, defeating an ordinary elementary school student is still very simple. 6-0. In just over 10 minutes, Sanada finished the match and won the third place. It's a pity that he didn't care, but instead turned his attention to Tezuka and Yukimura. He knows that the next match is the real peak battle. Kunimitsu, don't lose. Zongshen sat in the seat and looked at his brother with a smile. I will definitely win. Although it was the final, Tezuka's expression was extremely calm. For him, this match was just an ordinary match. Zongshen smiled, knowing that his brother had said this, then the outcome of this match was no surprise. Next, what will be the JR Convention Finals? Tezuka Kunimitsu, Seiichi Yukimura, please go to the stadium. At this time, the sound of the broadcast came, and the match two walked towards the arena after looking at each other. It's about to start. The final battle of the JR Conference. Both of them are extremely powerful. I don't know who wins and who loses in this match. Countless people were talking with excitement, looking at Tezuka and Yukimura. Seiichi Yukimura. This name is familiar to many people, because he won many championships in elementary school. Because of his strong strength, he is faintly called the first person in elementary school. And what about Tezuka? Everyone doesn't know much about Tezuka. But the match people just now already know how powerful this young man is. 0 type serve. 0 chop. Field. 1 by 1, powerful skills beyond the mastery of elementary school were used in the hands of this calm boy. Everyone knows that if you don't have strong strength, you can't use that trick. So this match will be the pinnacle of battle. Under the attention of everyone, Tezuka and Yukimura came to the net, and as the racket turned, Yukimura served the game. Both sides are ready, Yukimura players serve the round, and the match begins. Referee blew the whistle at this time and opened the final horn of the JR competition finals. I will definitely win this match. Seiichi Yukimura's expression was also extremely calm, and then the tennis ball in his hand rose sharply and swung vigorously. Boom! There was a fierce impact, and the tennis ball flashed and hit Tezuka's side. This is just a flat ball, but it shows more speed and power than a power ball. Boom! There was a loud impact, and the tennis ball fell heavily to the ground. However, Tezuka's face did not change in any way, and he moved a step to the left, blocking directly in front of the tennis ball. Hey! Racket waved, the sound of breaking through the air sounded, and he easily took the tennis ball with powerful strength. It deserves to be the final battle of the JR conference. Mamoru Inu was surprised when he saw this scene. Although it was a match under the age of 14, the duel between Tezuka and Yukimura had reached the level of junior high. Even many junior high school students may not be their opponents. Call out. When Inu Mamoru exclaimed, Tezuka's racket was already waving. He was just a casual blow, but the power he released was beyond imagination. The tennis ball was squeezed by a huge force. And the ball became an irregular oval shape, then it was nailed through the air and fell on Seiichi Yokomura's feet. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground, and there was a dull impact on the ground. Seiichi Yokomura's gaze condensed, and just about to lift the racket to swing, but the tennis ball was clinging to the ground, straight to the baseline, and then bounced out. 15-0. Tezuka hit the ball and scored. Seiichi Yukimura frowned, and the ball was still close to the ground under such tremendous force, which was beyond his imagination. But the ending will not change because of this. Soon his expression resumed and he continued to serve, and this ball was still a mid-court ball. However, both speed and strength are a bit stronger than the last goal. It's useless. Watching Yukimura still hit this kind of ball, Tezuka shook his head, because this kind of ball was useless for him. Boom! Racket waved, this time Tezuka used 5 layers of power. The tennis ball rushed to the extreme speed, but in the blink of an eye, it fell in front of Yukimura. Seeing this, Seiichi Yokomura's face finally changed. He ignored the others, and slammed his feet on the ground, and his body had already rushed out. Boom! Seiichi Yukimura swung the racket and stopped in front of the tennis ball at the very moment. Racket waved, the tennis ball returned according to its original trajectory, but just after crossing the net, Tezuka's figure had already intercepted the ball. Boom! Racket waved lightly, and the tennis ball made an arc and fell to the ground. The ball did not bounce, but rolled back against the ground and stopped. 0 chop. 30-0. And Tezuka's expression was so calm from beginning to end, even after he scored 2 goals, he didn't show a slight smile. It seems that these 2 balls are just 2 ordinary counterattacks. P.S. A big collection. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Peak Showdown, new book for collection. It's the ball that can't bounce. Yokomura's gaze narrowed, no longer as confident and calm as before. Because Tezuka is shocked by the strength he shows now. But, I will definitely win. Yukimura whispered, then continued to beat the tennis ball. The knee is bent, the right side of the body. As the tennis ball flew from his fingers to mid-air, Yukimura jumped up and racket slammed down. Boom! With a loud noise, the tennis ball blasted out like a cannonball. So strong serve! The spectators around were startled. Yokomura's posture just now looked very simple, but the ball delivered was amazing. This ball has absolute speed and power. Boom! The tennis ball fell on the edge of the service line, and the ground seemed to tremble. Tezuka, who was originally calm, now has a more serious look on his face, and he clearly feels the power of Yokomura's ball. But he immediately judged where the tennis fell. With both feet on, the body naturally blocks in front of the tennis ball. Racket pulled it, and at the moment the tennis ball bounced, he stopped the ball tightly. Chi. This ball is not only amazing in strength and speed, but also contains a strong spinning force. The tennis ball hits the surface of the racket, like a fish in a fishing net, constantly breaking free. Tezuka's face changed slightly, but he immediately turned to measure his body, racket slanted and cut across, and the racket suddenly rubbed against the tennis ball. Chi. The tennis ball, which was spinning at high speed, became stagnant and slowly stopped. Using chop to dissolve the power ball. Not only that, there is also a strong spin on that ball, but the boy cracked it in an instant. Too great, Tezuka's ball handling ability has exceeded the scope of elementary school. The eyes of some spectators who knew tennis around were surprised. The impact of power ball is terrible, and most players can't accurately return. But now Tezuka completely relies on his own ball control ability to take the ball, which makes the audience look at Tezuka again. That kid's strength is more than that. Zongshen chuckled, knowing his brother's strength very well. Such slices are his best at it. When everyone was talking, the racket in Tezuka's hand was already waving. Stabbed. The cutting of racket caused the tennis ball to draw a weird arc. After skimming the net, it quickly fell to the ground, and then rushed out close to the ground. The tennis ball in the middle seemed to speed up due to the rotation of the ball, which made Yukimura too late to react. 40 to -0. In just a few minutes, Tezuka scored the third point. Come on with your true strength. Tezuka spoke faintly, and he could see that the person in front of him was not using his full strength at all. You are indeed a worthy opponent. Yukimura murmured, although he kept smiling, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. But only he knew that he was eager to win more than anyone else. Although the JR conference was only a small match, he did not allow himself to lose. At this point, Yukimura quickly served, and the tennis ball fell on the service line to the left of Tezuka in a flash. However, the tennis ball just bounced and was hit back by Tezuka. A serious look appeared on Yukimura's face, and naturally there would be no backlash in the face of this ball. Racket waved lightly. And the tennis ball flashed back again by him. Boom. 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 The match between the two seemed to be stagnant. The ball flew horizontally half delay, and no one scored after 4 or 5 minutes. Hey! Yukimura swung his racket backhand and the tennis ball spun quickly and landed directly in front of the net. This ball is very tricky. It can be said that it is close to the corner position. Once it bounces, it is very likely to directly pop out of the sideline. But one figure is faster than tennis. Tezuka seemed to see the future and came to the spot of tennis in advance. As soon as the tennis ball bounced, he was hit back with a backhand. Boom! With the sound, the tennis ball rushed towards Yukimura's reverse corner. So strong reaction ability. Yukimura's eyes narrowed, but the reaction was extremely quick, and the speed of rushing out was even more amazing. After arriving at the tennis spot, Yukimura had 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind, and his racket changed from a single arm to a double arm. Snapped. There was a crisp hit, and the tennis ball rushed diagonally towards the left corner of Tezuka. Because it was a return hit with both arms, the speed of the ball was amazing. Some viewers even saw the after images. Is there such a control ability to use both hands to fight back? Tezuka's expression moved slightly, but his eyes became more calm. Tread. He slammed his feet on the ground, and the muscles of his calves exploded at an astonishing speed after squirming. But in an instant, Tezuka came to the baseline position. The tennis ball also hit the intersection of the baseline and the sideline in a dull crash. Tezuka's body is micro-measured, and racket is directly cut off at an oblique angle. Hey! The originally tricky ball was easily broken by Tezuka before it exerted its original power. Yukimura didn't feel any loss on her face when she saw this scene, as if she knew it would have been this way. He surfed the net quickly, and racket led the tennis ball to high altitude. Then, dunks. Boom. The loud hitting sound agitated, and the tennis smashed down in a straight line. And now Tezuka is still on the baseline. P.S. The handsome and big readers still don't want to collect. Is it a bit unreasonable? Asterisk. Chapter 21, Invincible Tezuka, new book for collection. The tennis ball fell heavily and then bounced violently. It's a smash. Now that Tezuka is at the baseline, how should I fight back? It seems that this ball was won by Yukimura. The surrounding audience shook their heads when they saw this scene. Yukimura's smash was so sudden that many people were a little surprised. But before they finished speaking these words, their necks seemed to be pinched, and there was a look of error and inconceivability on their faces. Because at the moment the tennis landed, Tezuka moved. Hey! He rushed out fiercely like a cheetah. That kind of explosive force was too strong. 1 second before people still saw Tezuka at the baseline position, but the next second has already appeared in front of the net. Okay, so fast! The audience exclaimed, looking at Tezuka with shock. This speed is too fast, like a flash of lightning, people can't react to it. Boom. The dull hit sound spread, and the tennis ball just bounced back accurately by Tezuka. The momentum of the tennis ball didn't weaken at all, and it hit the ground directly behind Yokomura's right. You hit back. Yokomura's gaze narrowed. He didn't expect Tezuka's outburst and reaction to be so powerful that he could react as quickly as possible in the face of unexpected smashes. However, Yukimura quickly recovered, and quickly backed away, racket waved vigorously. Call out. The tennis ball flew back, but Yukimura suddenly realized that the light above her head had dimmed by a few points. He looked up sharply, but saw that Tezuka was already leaping in front of the net. Boom! The tennis ball flew over the net, and Tezuka's racket intercepted the ball and smashed it down. A fierce impact sounded, and the tennis ball exploded in a straight line. Not good. Yukimura was taken aback, not caring about anything, went online quickly, and then slapped again quickly. Boom! The tennis ball flew upside down, but Tezuka was in front of the net. Racket waved, and a half volley intercepted the tennis ball. Following the swing, the tennis ball drew an arc and fell to the ground. As soon as the tennis ball flashed, it popped out of bounds. Yukimura froze in place, with a trace of disbelief still hanging on her face. The ball was so sudden that he couldn't react at all. He even missed another goal. 1-0. In just a few minutes, Tezuka won a round. It's amazing, it's amazing. Isn't even Yukimura Tezuka's opponent? Although Yukimura is very strong, Tezuka is stronger. It seems that there is no surprise in this match. People shook their heads when they saw this scene. Yukimura did show great strength, but Tezuka was stronger. Sure enough, isn't even Yukimura an opponent? Sanada watched it from the side and found that Tezuka had surpassed Yukimura no matter where he made her face. There was a raging fire in his eyes, and his eyes were fixed on Tezuka. Obviously Sanada has taken Tezuka as a new target. Zongshinkun's younger brother will also enter Seigaku, right? Mamoru Inu looked at Tezuka, and then suddenly thought of a question. Zongshin nodded. A strange color flashed in the eyes of Mamoru Inu hearing this, and now Seigaku is extremely powerful with Zongshin. If Tezuka also enters Seigaku next year, which school in the country can stop Seigaku's rise? Zongshin saw that Inu Mamoru looked different and knew what he was thinking. But he ignored him and continued to watch the match. In the arena, the two sides have exchanged venues, and Tezuka served in the second round. Hey! He did not hesitate, the tennis ball in his hand was flying, and accompanied by a hitting sound, the tennis ball flew across the net. Boom! The ball fell to the ground lightly, did not bounce, but rolled backwards. 0 type serve. 15-0. It's the ball that can't be hit back again. Does Tezuka want to use this ball to end the match? It seems that there is no suspense in this match. The people present saw this scene and recalled Sanada's match just now. Sanada was defeated because of this trick. The ball that can't bounce. Yukimura squeezed racket tightly, his brain was spinning fast, thinking about how to fight back. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't figure out how to crack this trick. But soon, Yukimura's eyes flashed because he discovered that the 0 type serve belongs to the serve type chop, which puts a lot of pressure on the arm. He does not believe that Tezuka can always use 0 serve. Boom! As he thought, Tezuka continued to swing. The second ball was the 0 serve. Although Yukimura tried to fight back, it failed. 30-0. Tezuka is going to use serve again to win the next round. When people saw this scene, they sighed, Tezuka with 0 serve, who can overcome it, is simply invincible. Boom! In the discussion, Tezuka has already hit the third goal. The ball is still a 0 serve. Although Yukimura was willing to fight back, he couldn't fight back. 40-0. Match comes to match point. The last ball. Tezuka looked at Yukimura calmly, the tennis ball flew from his fingers, and the racket swung downwards. Call out. The tennis ball rushed out and landed precisely in the same position as the previous 3 balls. The ball did not bounce, but rolled backwards. 2-0. Tezuka easily won 2 games. P.S. Click a collection to give away 6 episodes of Yanmu. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Meefing the 5 Senses, new book for collection. Can't fight back. Yukimura squeezed racket tightly, her eyes flickering. If Tezuka can always guarantee his serve game, then he will undoubtedly lose. Now that he wants to reverse the unfavorable situation, his serve game must not be lost. Hey! At this point, the tennis ball flew from Yukimura's fingers. Bend your knees and keep your body slightly to your side. The textbook-like movements are shown in front of everyone, and then the racket is waved. Tezuka, you are strong. But after all, it won't be my opponent. Boom. A crisp hit sound rang, and the obscure aura oscillated, and then spread. Is Yukimura finally going to use that trick? In the stands, Sanada stood up with a scream, staring at the arena. He has known Yukimura since he was a child, so he knew what Yukimura did the moment Yukimura swung the pat. If he guessed correctly, Yukimura's move is deprivation of 5 senses. The trick that once made him miserably defeated. If you can't crack the 5-sense deprivation, then Tezuka will definitely lose. Sanada knows the terrible deprivation of Yukimura's 5 senses. The mental moves are silent and unable to defend. If you want to crack, you can only rely on your own will. Boom. The tennis continued to fly across the court. The two kept fighting back. Although fierce, they seemed to be stalemate together, and no one could score. Snapped. Yukimura's eyes flashed, and racket chipped away. After the tennis crossed the net, Tezuka subconsciously swung back. But when racket caught the let's ball, Tezuka's face was surprised for the first time. Because he felt a sense of weightlessness when he swung the pat. The movement in his hand was stagnant, racket's swing was not strong enough, and the tennis ball rushed out and hit the net without crossing the net. 15-0. Yukimura scored. The people who were still talking about it were quiet, everyone looked at this scene with weird faces. Tezuka just suppressed Yukimura to death, but Yukimura scored in a blink of an eye. What happened to the ball just now? That ball was just a high-speed one. Tezuka player didn't even hit it back. In the end, what happened? Everyone couldn't believe it, because it was too sudden. The deprivation of the 5 senses is in effect. There was a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of Sanada in the stands. He knew that the real final had just begun. Mr. Zongshen. Inu Mamoru looked wrong, because he didn't understand what was going on either. Deprived of the 5 senses. Zongshen chuckled lightly, vomiting 4 words lightly. He didn't feel any surprise. In the original Sanada's memories, Yukimura was able to fight against Tezuka, who had turned on all his strengths, and he must have mastered the 5-sense deprivation. Although I don't know how to master, but today's Yukimura is also strong enough. But Zongshen was not worried, because he believed his brother would be able to cope. On the field, Tezuka frowned. He squeezed racket, feeling that his touch of racket was slowly diminishing. This makes it difficult for him to control the intensity of his swing. Tactile deprivation. A smile curled up at the corner of Yukimura's mouth, knowing that her stunt had worked. Hey! The tennis ball flew again and was knocked into the air by Yukimura. Tezuka surfed the internet quickly, and hit back after the tennis ball bounced. But when racket touched the tennis ball, the strong sense of weightlessness struck again. The racket in his hand looked like a feather, without any weight at all. Hey! Racket waved, the tennis ball rushed out lightly and hit the net. 30-0. Yukimura scored the second point. Tezuka player actually lost points again. Why? This ball is obviously a flat ball, why can't it cross the net? Could it be that Tezuka player releases the water? The spectators all around were puzzled, and they didn't even know what was happening on the field. Mr. Zongshen, what exactly is the extinction of the five senses? Inu Mamoru finally couldn't help it, because the situation on the court was too weird. Tezuka, who was clearly in the lead, was suddenly suppressed and lost 2 points in a row. The super high ball speed makes the opponent's eyes unable to synchronize, gradually causing visual fatigue, and short-term blindness due to too long time. Superb hitting strength quickly fatigues the opponent's muscles and causes short-term paralysis. After a long time of returning the ball, the five senses of the human body will disappear for a short time, making people feel that the five senses have been lost. This is the elimination of the five senses. Zongshen spoke lightly. Consuming opponents through football skills, and then turning into mental fatigue, and eventually make the opponent lose the five senses, this is the terrible thing about eliminating five senses. Extinct five senses. When Mamoru Inu narrowed his eyes when he heard this, an unbelievable look appeared on his face. He never thought that a primary school student could have such strength. When Inu Mamoru was shocked, the match on the court continued. After Yukimura wiped out Tezuka's sense of touch, he also wiped out his sense of hearing. But unfortunately, it ends here. Because Yukimura's current five senses only master the extinction of touch and hearing, but not vision. But even so, Tezuka lost 2 games in a row, and Yukimura pulled the score back. 2-2. The outcome of the two sides is unknown. P.S. A big collection. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Destroying the Five Senses, new book for collection. My sense of hearing and touch. Tezuka whispered, even though he spoke out, he didn't hear what he said at all. Silence. There is no sound. He turned his head and looked around. The surrounding audience was yelling loudly, but he couldn't hear it at all, as if he was deaf. And he held racket tightly in his arms, but he couldn't feel the weight of racket. The only thing that still exists now is vision. This feeling. Losing sound, losing touch, as if entering a silent zone. Even Tezuka had this feeling, but there was inevitably a trace of fear in his heart, and the arm holding the racket trembled. However, Tezuka's temperament was so firm, and after a brief period of fear, he returned to calm. He was still so calm, the look on his face unchanged. The 5th round, Yukimura serve round. Call out. Yukimura hit the ball in a textbook standard posture. The tennis ball landed on Tezuka's left side, close to the sideline, and quickly rushed towards his baseline. But Tezuka didn't move, standing still. Why doesn't Tezuka move? In the end, what happened? If this continues, Tezuka's score will be surpassed. The surrounding audience was in an uproar, constantly talking about it. Yukimura's five senses have already worked. It seems that there is no accident in this match, and even Tezuka can't be Yukimura's opponent. Sanada sighed. He thought Tezuka would be stronger than Yukimura, but now it seems that he made a mistake. Jun Zongshen. Inu Mamoru also frowned at this time, seemingly puzzled. Don't worry, that kid will never lose. Zongshen chuckled lightly, but didn't care about the scene before him. Because he knew that his brother hadn't tried his best at all. 1 minute later, the 5th round was over. The score is 2-3. Yukimura overtook Tezuka. Tezuka player, it's your turn to serve. On the field, Tezuka stood still, seeming to be thinking, not serving for a long time. Nearly a minute later, referee finally couldn't help but blew a whistle to remind serve. But Tezuka still did not move and did not answer. Tezuka lost. The boy named Yukimura is terrible. Unexpectedly, the final game reversed. People shook their heads when they saw this scene. They thought that Tezuka would win in the end, but they didn't expect Yukimura to explode after losing 2 goals in a row, and eventually the score went back. Yukimura won. Sanada clenched his fists, watching Tezuka's eyes flashed with disappointment. Referee. Tezuka player is no longer able to serve. Let's announce that the match is over. Yukimura chuckled, her eyes flashing with absolute confidence. He felt that the reason why Tezuka would be like this was that Tezuka had fear in his heart and lost the power for the first battle. But he was no stranger to this situation. Because in the opponents he met, the final result was like this. The match is not over yet. As Yukimura's words fell, Tezuka, who was silent, suddenly spoke. His expression is so calm and steady, or that his expression hasn't changed at all from the beginning to the end. Tezuka took a deep look at Yukimura and hit the net racket to the ground. Boom! 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 There was an orderly hit, and Yukimura's eyes flashed with astonishment. He never thought that Tezuka could recover the courage to serve. But your sense of hearing and touch have been eliminated by me. Even if you have the courage to serve. Yukimura took a deep breath, her eyes regaining her previous confidence. Hey! The tennis ball was finally thrown from Tezuka's hands, and with a hitting sound, the ball passed half-time. Yukimura seemed to have anticipated where the tennis ball would fall in advance, and was about to wait for the tennis ball to bounce and hit back. Snapped. The ball fell to the ground and Yukimura's eyes shrank into needles. Because the tennis did not bounce. 0 type serve. 15 to -0. How is it possible? A hint of weirdness appeared on Yukimura's face. He clearly deprived Tezuka of tactile sense, and Tezuka, who lost his sense of tactility, was logically unable to hit the 0 serve. But now Tezuka has done it. You are really amazing. But, not enough. Tezuka looked at Yukimura faintly, her voice extremely flat. Can you hear? Yukimura opened her mouth, a little unbelievable. Depriving the opponent's sense of hearing and touch, this method is indeed terrible. Tezuka didn't answer, but instead said as if to himself. As his words fell, the tennis ball flew up and racket softly pressed it down. 0 type serve. 30 to -0. Tezuka scored again. Extinguish the 5 senses, has failed. Yukimura stared at Tezuka blankly, unable to believe that the 5 senses she was so proud of would be so easily deciphered. P.S. Seeking evaluation votes, seeking collection. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Tezuka's True Strength, Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Exterminate the 5 senses. Yukimura stared at Tezuka blankly, her face covered in disbelief. Among his previous opponents, all the 5 senses were defeated. But now Tezuka has broken free of his 5 senses in just 3 games. Did Tezuka recover? Great, the outcome of the next match is unknown. I don't know how Yukimura should respond. The surrounding audience was whispering, unexpectedly the reverse of match would be so fast. He broke away from Yukimura's 5 senses. The ordinary audience was just surprised, but Sanada was shocked. Because only he knows the horror of Yukimura's elimination of the 5 senses, it was because of this trick that he was defeated to Yukimura. But now Tezuka has only used 3 rounds to get rid of the 5 senses. Kunimitsu is serious. Zongshen chuckled, knowing that there were no surprises in the next match. Even Yukimura's strongest 5 senses have failed. Yukimura's desire to defeat Tezuka is simply dreaming. Get rid of the 5 senses. Inu Mamoru listened to Zongshen's words, and his arm holding the camera trembled. Then he was full of excitement for shooting, wanting to take the next scene completely, and at the same time more curious about what kind of strength Tezuka will show. Hey! The tennis ball flew from his fingers, and at the moment of the fall, racket pressed hard. A yellow arc traverses half-time. This ball is the same as the previous 2 balls. After landing, it did not bounce, but slipped backward. 40 to -0. Match comes to match point. Score again. As long as it is Tezuka player's serve game, then Tezuka can score. The score will be tied again soon. People were amazed. It is extremely rare to encounter such a wonderful match in the elementary school competition. How can the elimination of the 5 senses fail? Yukimura didn't seem to hear the people around him, and was still immersed in Tezuka's problem of solving the 5 senses. Destroying the 5 senses is his strongest skill, and now it has been cracked, making him somewhat unacceptable. Snapped. When he was surprised, Tezuka had already swung again. 0 type serve. 3 to -3. The score that Yukimura just surpassed was immediately equalized by Tezuka. The 7th round, Yukimura serve round. I don't believe you can crack the 5 senses for the second time. Yukimura raised her head fiercely, her eyes sharpened. Racket was held tightly by him, the tennis ball was flying, and racket pressed down. An obscure breath lingered. Yukimura once again activated the 5 senses. It's useless. Tezuka gave Yukimura a faint look, and a strong momentum suddenly rose from him and spread throughout the court. Boom! Bright light burst from Tezuka's body, and finally condensed on his arm. The realm of selflessness. The limit of comprehension through hard work. Turn it on. What is this? Everyone exclaimed when they saw Tezuka's changes, their faces were all incredulous. He didn't use all his strength. Sanada's face was dull, and he thought Tezuka had done his best. But now that he saw the selfless realm, he knew that Tezuka had always been hiding his strength. When he matched with him, he probably didn't even use half of his strength. Hateful. Unwillingness and anger rose from Sanada's heart, causing him to squeeze his fist tightly. The match is over. Zongshen spoke. After Tezuka opened the selfless realm, Yukimura had no chance of winning. Snapped. As Zongshen's words fell, a crisp beating sounded. Seeing the tennis ball just hit the ground and bounced, it was precisely hit back by Tezuka. Still useless. Yukimura's expression became solemn. He wanted to deprive Tezuka of touch with this shot. But now Tezuka easily hit the tennis back, which only shows that his 5 senses have not achieved any effect at all. But Yukimura quickly recovered, and quickly went online to fight back. But he underestimated the power of Tezuka's ball. When racket caught the let's ball, Yukimura's arm trembled and her expression changed slightly. Strength. Infinite power. This seemingly ordinary ball turned out to be twice as powerful as he hits the ball. Is this the strength of the opponent? Yukimura gritted her teeth, put her other hand on the racket, and swung vigorously. Tezuka's expression was calm, and the strength of his temperament continued to gather on his feet and hands, and quickly returned the ball. Originally Yukimura could still parry, but with Tezuka's tempered strength, he gradually became a little harder to parry. Boom. 15 to -0. Boom. 30 to -0. Boom. 40 to -0. In just 5 minutes, Tezuka got the match point for this round. Woo! Yukimura gasped, sweat steadily slipping from the corner of his forehead, and his arm was trembling. Obviously, the force he had just hit the ball made his arm unbearable. P.S. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, and ask for a collection at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Rolling Yukimura, New Book for Collection. Tezuka's power is getting stronger and stronger. Yukimura took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling of her arm, in disbelief. Since Tezuka broke free of his 5 senses, both his strength and speed have increased several times, and now after several confrontations, he is beginning to be unable to withstand that power. But I won't admit defeat. Although Yukimura has a gentle temperament, he is a very proud person by nature. Hey! The tennis ball is flying, racket depresses abruptly, the ball whizzes out and pierces the air. Tezuka didn't know what Yukimura was thinking, his eyes were calm, he took a step forward, and racket waved naturally. As soon as the tennis ball bounced, it was caught by racket and couldn't make it to the baseline. Boom! The tempered light enveloped Tezuka's arm, and the powerful force exploded, slamming the tennis ball out. The ball reached its extreme swiftly, and even pulled out an afterimage exaggeratedly. Before Yukimura could react, the tennis ball rushed past him on his left and bounced out. 4-3. Tezuka won the 7th game and overtook the score. The reversal is too fast. Yes, Yukimura just got the score back, but I didn't expect to be overtaken again in a blink of an eye. I don't know if Yukimura will be able to tie the score next. The audience was whispering, thinking about which Yukimura or Tezuka was better. Yukimura's 5 senses have failed. Sanada was a little lost, because this trick was a trick that made him miserably defeated, but now it was easily cracked by Tezuka. Disappointment surged from his heart, making him unwilling to the extreme. Is this the true strength of Tezuka-kun? Mamoru Inu was full of amazement. As a reporter for a monthly tennis magazine, he could naturally see Tezuka's level. Today, Tezuka's level, not to mention elementary school, even junior high school, may have few opponents. 10 minutes. Zongshen chuckled lightly, confident in his brother. Give Kunimitsu another 10 minutes, and the match will be over. 10 minutes. Inu Mamoru looked at the two people on the field with interest, wondering if the next match was as Zongshen said. The 8th round, Tezuka serve round. Hey! The tennis ball is flying, and with the light hit, the ball draws a beautiful arc. However, this graceful arc contrasts with a fatal threat. The grass-green tennis ball fell to the ground. Although Yukimura fought back desperately, he never swept the tennis ball up. 0 type serve. 15-0. Serve that can't be hit back. The Yukimura player is in danger. If Tezuka wins this round, the next round will be the end of the game. People were full of excitement and felt that the outcome of this match was no surprise. Continue. Yukimura's eyes were heavy, her palms tightly squeezing racket. But his expression was still so calm, even if he was in an absolute disadvantage now. Tezuka did not speak, but continued to serve. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. Boom. 5-3. Love game. After 4 consecutive 0-type serve, Yukimura didn't even touch the ball, and directly played a love game round. Tick. Sweat slipped from Yukimura's forehead, his expression sank, and his breathing became a little short. The 9th round is his serve round, which is also a match point round. If he has not won the match will be over and he will lose miserably. I don't want to lose. Yukimura whispered and knocked the net racket to the ground. He squeezed the racket and creaked. Boom. 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 Looking at the grass-green tennis ball bouncing, Yukimura's eyes grew sharper. In his philosophy, there is no knowing the result until the last moment. Hey! When the thought fell, the tennis ball flew from his fingers, and with the hit of racket, it exploded. However, Yukimura underestimated Tezuka's ability after all. In other words, I underestimated Tezuka's strength after he turned it on. The blessings of hard work, the rotation of the Tezuka realm, and Yukimura's serve cannot be avoided at all. With the rotation of the centripetal force, the tennis ball came to Tezuka. Boom! The tennis whizzed back and scored directly. 15-0. There are only 3 goals left from the match. I do not believe. Yukimura drank low and served again. However, the result remained unchanged. Under the influence of the field, tennis came to Tezuka and was easily hit back by Tezuka. Boom. 30-0. Boom. 40-0. The match comes to the match point at the end of the game. As long as Yukimura loses another ball, the match ends. P.S. New books for collection. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Champion, New Book Seeking Collection. The Last Ball. Yukimura held racket tightly, no matter how calm he was, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. If he loses another goal, the match will be completely over. And his unbeaten record will also be ended. Hey! Yukimura took a deep breath and hit the net racket to the ground, her eyes getting sharper. Hey! With the tennis ball flying in the air, Yukimura leaped on her knees, pressing down with her racket arm. Boom! The dull impact sounded, and the tennis ball was hit by a huge force, and the ball dampened directly into an oval shape. In the face of Tezuka's domain, he could not crack, and now he can only rely on brute force to attack the domain. It is hoped that the centripetal force and rotation force of the ball can be eliminated through the powerful ball. Ended. Tezuka glanced at Yukimura lightly, but still did not move. The tennis ball crossed the net and hit the field. The violent impact stirred the entire field, and the ball was trembling. But Tezuka looked calm and didn't seem to care at all. Chi-chi! The friction sounded, and the vortex of the field was spinning, pulling the tennis ball towards Tezuka. In the end, the power ball hit by Yukimura appeared in front of Tezuka. Boom! There was a crisp hit, and the tennis ball fell across the net. The ball was the same as before. After landing, it did not bounce, but slid back against the ground, and finally hit the net. 0 chop. 6-3. At the end of the match, Tezuka defeated Yukimura and won. The audience was quiet, and everyone seemed to have not recovered, until after a few seconds, people completely woke up. The ball that can't bounce. The match is over, Tezuka has won. It's amazing, it's amazing. Although Yukimura is also very strong, Tezuka is still better. Everyone present was talking excitedly, and at the same time they kept applauding to affirm their wonderful match. Yukimura lost. Sanada stared at the two people in the arena blankly. In the past, Yukimura was the target he was chasing. Yukimura was as high as the air of a god, so he could only look up and chase. But now the son of God in his mind has lost. And it was defeated by a big score of 6-3, not Tezuka's opponent at all. It was like the collapse of faith, making Sanada unbelievable. Tick. On the court, Yukimura looked at the tennis ball on the ground with a bit of confusion, sweat dripping from his forehead and dripping down his face to the ground. He lost. Since he received the let ball, he has always been invincible. Successive victories made him subconsciously think that he is invincible and no longer has an opponent. But just today, he lost. Lost to the calm-looking teenager in front of him. He is so powerful that he can't resist. Lost. Unwillingness, anger, disappointment, and other emotions rushed to my heart, making Yukimura pinch racket tightly, causing racket to make a creaking sound. The name Tezuka Kunimitsu also stayed in his heart. He knew that he was no longer invincible. From then on, he was just a chaser from behind, and he could not stop until he chased Tezuka's figure. Both salute. The voice of referee awakened Yukimura. He looked at Tezuka with a complicated expression, and finally came to the net and stretched out his hand. Tezuka's expression remained unchanged, without any joy of victory on his face. His goal has always been the same, that is, to catch up with his brother. As for Yukimura, although he got 3 points from him, it's just that. Both parties salute and the match ends. Under the cheers, Tezuka held up the championship trophy of the JR contest and became the focus of the entire arena. As for the runner-up Yukimura and the third runner-up Sanada, they looked a little sad. Kunimitsu, congratulations on winning the championship. After the match, Zongshen looked at Tezuka holding the championship trophy in front of him and chuckled. Hearing this, Tezuka's originally calm face also showed a rare slight smile. Although he is not rare for this championship, he can be recognized by his brother, which is enough to make him happy. Tezuka classmate is really amazing. Inu Mamoru looked at Tezuka, who was not happy or sad even after winning the championship, and gave him another point higher. Tezuka shook his head when he heard this, his strength was still quite different from his brother. So he won't be proud of being a JR contest champion. Hello. Just as Inu Mamoru was about to continue speaking, a slightly hesitant word sounded. The three of them turned their heads to look, and saw Yukimura and Sanada walking towards this place. Yukimura walked step by step, her eyes that were still hesitant suddenly became firm. He didn't come here to find Tezuka, but to find Zongshen. When Tezuka and Sanada were in a match just now, he heard that Tezuka's tricks were taught by Zongshen. So he wanted to challenge Zongshen to see if Zongshen was as strong as he said. I also want to know how far he is from the real powerhouse now. P.S. Seek Collection. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Yukimura's Challenge, New Book Seeking Collection. Hello. Yukimura and Sanada came to Zongshen and bowed slightly. After the two said hello, they fell silent. After all, they were not familiar with Zongshen, and they were rivals with Tezuka just now. Is there anything wrong with you? Zongshen looked at the future son of God and the Emperor of Tennis. They are still a little immature now, not as confident and domineering as they will be in the future. Yukimura raised her silent face when she heard the words, her eyes became extremely serious. Compare me, please. The Yukimura at this time is not the Yukimura 3 years later, that kind of absolute self-confidence has not been fully developed, and he is still a little immature in his life. Zongshen was taken aback, but he didn't expect Yukimura to challenge himself. You can't beat your brother. Tezuka couldn't help speaking at this time, even he could hardly score from Zongshen. He didn't think Yukimura could beat his brother. Yukimura didn't speak when he heard the words, and his thoughts did not change. Although he is only in the 6th grade of elementary school now, they will be promoted to middle school next year. So he wanted to see what the gap between him and the middle school was. Good. Zongshen thought for a while and did not refuse, but he did not agree to a 6-round match. The 6-round match is too time-consuming, so we change the match rule. We play a game, as long as you can get a goal from me, then I lose. Words full of absolute confidence sounded in Yukimura's ears. Yukimura was taken aback, but nodded immediately. He didn't believe that he wouldn't even be able to get a goal from Zongshen. The two agreed to walk towards the arena. The spectators who were going to leave saw the two come to the arena, and their footsteps also stopped. It seems someone wants to match. It's Yukimura who won the runner-up of the JR conference, but who is the other one? That person looks like a junior high school student, right? Yukimura is going to challenge junior high school students. I don't know who will win. The audience gathered around again, ready to see the next match. Boom. 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 Zongshen slapped the tennis ball, and the orderly bounce sound caught everyone's attention. His name is Zongshen, and he is also Tezuka Kunimitsu's elder brother, so he must be very strong. Yukimura took a deep breath, holding racket tightly and didn't dare to underestimate it. Hey! The tennis ball was flying in the air. Zongshen raised his head slightly, and the moment the ball fell, the muscles of his arm squirmed and swung vigorously while holding the racket. Boom! The racket surface bombarded the tennis ball, the raging force caused the racket to bend, and the ball exploded fiercely under the huge impact, just like the roar of a cannonball on the barrel. Because it was too fast, the tennis ball made a sound of breaking through the air, causing a wave of air around it. What a terrible ball! The power and speed of this ball is amazing. Everyone around heard the sound of breaking air and sucked in air, and looked at Zongshen in shock. So strong! Yukimura stared at the tennis ball, his heart beating constantly after feeling the strength of the ball. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground, and the air wave swept away the dust all over the floor. Long Xiao pounding serve. One of Zongshen's stunts. Facing Yukimura's challenge, he never thought of any mercy from his subordinates and directly used his strongest serve. Chi-chi. The tennis ball fell to the ground and did not bounce, but kept spinning on the ground. A scorching smell permeated the ball, and with the breeze, it spread throughout the stadium. The rotation of the tennis ball became slower and slower, and eventually stopped completely. The people who were still talking about it were all stunned when they saw this scene, staring blankly at the ball on the ground and opening their mouths, but they couldn't say a word. How is it possible? Even Yokomura's face is full of disbelief at this moment, but such a powerful serve hasn't bounced? Everyone knows that the stronger the impact of a tennis ball, the stronger the jumping ability. But Zongshan's ball was just the opposite. Under the powerful blow, not only did it not bounce, but it was firmly nailed to the ground. He looked at the tennis ball that had never bounced. The surface of the tennis ball had become scorched, apparently caused by intense friction. A ball is shocking. Zongshan proved his strength to everyone with just one goal. Guru. The audience swallowed subconsciously and looked at Zongshan with a hint of fear in addition to shock. P.S. New book, please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Zongshan's Yukimura, New Book Seeking Collection. This is the first goal. Zongshan slowly retracted his swinging posture, and looked at Yukimura, who was unbelievable with a smile on his face, as if he knew that Yukimura would show this expression a long time ago. Very strong. Even if Yukimura didn't believe it, he still had to admit that Zongshan's goal was terrible. The ball was not only amazingly powerful, but more importantly, it violated the laws of physics and failed to bounce under a strong hit. Next is the second ball. Zongshan hit the net racket on the ground and then flew up from his fingertips. At the moment the tennis ball fell, Zongshan leaped and swung racket vigorously, but the racket tilted slightly at the moment of the swing. Boom! The tennis ball broke through, and Yukimura hurriedly surfed the internet. But just when he came to the front court, Yukimura's eyes narrowed. Because he found that the tennis ball did not fall straight down like a smash, but turned into a lob and rushed towards the baseline. Body cheating. Yukimura gritted her teeth, knowing that she had been cheated, so she could only quickly defend herself. Unfortunately, one of his judgment's turnover has caused irreparable losses. Snapped. The tennis ball fell to the ground and then ejected out. 30-0. Zongshan won the second goal. Okay, so awesome. Everyone watched this scene dumbfounded, and never thought that Zongshan would score the second point so quickly. And the second point is still scored with a simple physical movement. Jun Zongshan is still so amazing. Mamoru Inu sighed, as if recalling last year's national competition. Zongshan was also a blockbuster. Brother is impossible to lose. There was a glimmer of yearning in Tezuka's eyes. Zongshan has always been his beacon. Is this the strength of Tezuka Kunimitsu brother? Sanada felt that his soul had been greatly impacted, and Tezuka had already made him feel very powerful. But when Zongshan appeared on the stage, he knew what was really awesome. After 2 consecutive goals, Yukimura didn't even touch the ball. Continue. Yukimura squeezed the racket in her hand, with a solemn expression on her face. With just 2 goals, he realized Zongshan's strength. So he didn't dare to look at him at all. Hey! Zongshan didn't open his mouth, hit the net racket on the ground, then raised his body, jumping high and pressing his arm down. The movements, like moving with clouds and flowing water, are full of appreciation, and the eyes of the surrounding audience are shining. Boom! The moment racket received the lead ball, a dull hit sounded and the ball burst out instantly. What a terrible ball! The audience took a deep breath, and the strength of the ball could be judged from the sound. Call out! The tennis lasing unexpectedly draws an electric light in the delay. It is as terrible as thunder. A trace of shock appeared on Yukimura's face. He just wanted to raise the racket to fight back, but there was a loud beating sound from the ground. Hey! The tennis ball bounced violently, giving him no time to react, and it bounced out of bounds. Lightning serve. The speed is as high as 190 km/h, one of Zongshan's stunts. 40 to -0. There is only one ball left in the previously agreed game. Yokomura's expression was dull, he turned his head stiffly, and after seeing the tennis ball bouncing outside the bounds, he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. So fast. Only this idea is left in the minds of the surrounding audience. The speed of this ball is too fast, like a bolt of lightning. Even Yukimura, who won the runner-up of the JR conference, couldn't react. This is the gap between junior high school and elementary school. Even Yukimura can't cross this threshold. That junior high school boy must be very strong, otherwise it would be impossible to crush Yukimura. There was a lot of discussion in the surrounding audience, but as the bounce of the tennis ball rang, the original noisy sound instantly quieted down. I saw Zongshan slapping the tennis ball on the court, preparing for the final blow. The last ball. Yukimura took a deep breath and pinched racket tightly, her eyes fixed on Zongshan. P.S. Is there a big collection? Asterisk. Chapter 29, Abduction of Yukimura, new book for collection. Boom. 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 The orderly bounce sounded, affecting everyone's heart. The audience in the audience subconsciously held their breath, staring at Zongshan and Yukimura. The last ball. Yukimura squeezed the racket tightly, her eyes filled with solemn color. If he can't fight back with this ball, then he will be defeated. Attention! Yukimura kid. Zongshan couldn't help but smile when he saw Yukimura's solemn gaze, as if to remind him kindly. Hey! The moment the voice fell, the tennis ball flew in the air, Zongshan's eyes condensed, and the strength of the racket in his hand increased by a few points in vain. Boom! The moment the ball fell, Zongshan's arm seemed to turn into an afterimage. Racket, carrying a huge force, hit the ball hard. Call out! The racket surface of racket sinks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the tennis ball becomes elliptical under the pressure of huge force. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the tennis shot exploded, instantly engulfing the surrounding airflow. Wow! The tennis ball hadn't arrived, but there was an invisible aura that hit Yukimura, causing his hair to fly, and the corners of his clothes made a rustling sound. Yukimura's breathing was stagnant, and she looked at the roaring tennis ball, and she couldn't hide a touch of horror in her eyes. The piercing sound made him shrink back. For a while, Yukimura froze in place, unable to move at all. Boom! He didn't wake up until the tennis ball fell to the ground and the whole ground trembled. Not good. Yukimura reacted and racket swept towards the bounced tennis ball without even thinking about it. Boom! There was a dull impact, and the tennis ball had hit the racket. Yukimura just wanted to fight back, but her eyes shrank into needles. Strength. Infinite power. This seemingly ordinary tennis actually contains irresistible power. Drink. Yukimura gritted her teeth, put her other hand on the racket, and stepped back with her right foot in a low drink, exhausting her whole body to try to fight back. Chi-chi. The harsh friction sounded, and the tennis ball kept spinning on the racket surface. Yukimura looked at the ball, her pupils slowly expanding, because the ball directly distorted racket's face, trying to break free from the restraint of the face. Call out! In the end, Yukimura's arm trembled, and the tennis ball directly penetrated the racket like a bullet. A big hole appeared in the racket, and the strings had been broken. Boom! The tennis ball smashed through the racket and fell out of bounds, and even if Yukimura was far apart, the vibration of the ground could be sensed. Racket turned out to be. Yukimura looked at the racket with a big hole in her hand and opened her mouth, unable to say a word. He finally knew that Zongshan not only blasted him in technique, but also in speed and strength. Okay, so awesome. One ball penetrated all racket. Who is that boy? Are junior high school students so good? This is true for Yukimura, not to mention other ordinary viewers. Everyone's gaze at Zongshan has changed, full of shock and incredible. Youth, You lose. Zongshen chuckled lightly, retracted his swinging posture, and looked at Yukimura as if looking down. Yukimura raised her head to look at Zongshen, her breath stopped after feeling the momentum. His face flushed suddenly, as if he was caught in his neck. He didn't react until a while later, his face changed for a while, and finally a look of loss appeared. He lost. He has experienced 2 defeats today, who has never lost since childhood. Lost to Zongshen and Tezuka respectively. Thanks for your advice. Yukimura suppressed the unwillingness in her heart and came to the net and bowed slightly to Zongshen. Are you going to school in Kanagawa now? Zongshen looked at Yukimura, suddenly thought of something, and asked. Yes. Yukimura was taken aback. Zongshen didn't expect Zongshen to ask this question, but he responded immediately and nodded. After elementary school foul out, you can come to Seigaku. Zongshen smiled, then turned and left. Seigaku. Yukimura murmured, these words took root in his heart like a seed. P.S. I have been looking for a house in the last few days, so I changed it every day. Things are about to be handled, and the update will resume slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Tokugawa Kazuya's Determination, New Book Seeking Collection. Drink. Tokugawa Kazuya yelled, waved the racket swiftly, and slammed the tennis ball sent by the serve machine into the air. Speed up another 5 km per hour. Clear. The serve machine handles tennis faster, and Tokugawa Kazuya hits back faster. Speed up. Clear. Boom. Speed up. Clear. Boom. Speeding up again and again made the serve speed of the serve machine reach its extreme. At first, Tokugawa Kazuya was able to cope with it easily, but later, even he became confused. Not enough. Not enough. Tokugawa Kazuya growled, gritted his teeth and his face was full of anger. He seems to be a little angry at his weakness, feeling that he can't easily return a shot of this level. Speed up. Tokugawa Kazuya yelled, racket creaked by him. Tokugawa, this is already your limit. The man controlling the serve machine frowned. This time he did not follow Tokugawa Kazuya's request. Since Tokugawa Kazuya returned from the club yesterday afternoon, he has discovered that Tokugawa seems to have something on his mind. Today it was 4 o'clock in the morning to practice, and it hasn't stopped until now. Accelerate. Tokugawa Kazuya shook his head vigorously and let out a low growl in his throat, staring at the man sharply as he suddenly raised his head. The man can even see a little tyranny in Tokugawa Kazuya's eyes. In the end, what happened? The man was slightly surprised. Although Tokugawa was arrogant in the past, he never showed such a look. In the end, the man could only shake his head, once again speeding up the serve speed of the serve machine. The speed of the ball increased again, bursting out like bullets, one after the other. Originally, Tokugawa Kazuya could barely resist, but as the tennis speed increased, he could no longer fight back every time. Boom! 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 Tennis balls roared on the ground, making Tokugawa run desperately to fight back. Hey! Racket waved, but passed the edge of the tennis ball without catching it. Hateful! Tokugawa Kazuya growled low and ran desperately on the court. Under the violent running, his physical strength reached its limit. Snapped! With a staggering step, Tokugawa Kazuya's body fell to the ground. And a tennis ball came straight at this moment and hit his head hard. The violent impact caused Tokugawa Kazuya's eyes to shrink, and a faint from his head, and the whole person suddenly collapsed to the ground. Tokugawa! Tokugawa, are you okay? The man was shocked. He didn't expect such an accident to happen, so he turned off the serve machine and ran towards Tokugawa. Am I the only thing I have? Tokugawa Kazuya collapsed to the ground, but he did not lose consciousness, instead he was more awake than ever. He is an elite, he thinks so from childhood to adulthood. From the age of 5, he continued to work hard with overseas clubs as a base. He firmly believes that he is the strongest, and he also believes that one day he will become the best in the world. It was this belief that made him invincible. But just yesterday, he lost. And it was a terrible loss, not even a goal. His dignity, his pride, everything about him was shattered at that moment. Tezuka Zongshen. The look of Zongshen appeared in Tokugawa Kazuya's mind. He vaguely remembered Zongshen's looking down look and his invincible aura. That kind of gaze and aura has been entwining him like a nightmare. The more he wants to forget, the harder it is to forget. Hateful. Tokugawa Kazuya snarled and supported his body, but before he knew it, his eyes were already wet and tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Tokugawa. The man who hurriedly saw Tokugawa was in tears for a moment. This was the first time he saw this proud young man cry. Brooke helped me refund my ticket to Country Day. Tokugawa Kazuya didn't wipe away the tears, but struggled to stand up. When he said this, the struggle on his face seemed to disappear. What? Tokugawa, do you know what you're talking about? The chance to go to the country club is something you have finally won. Brooke looked anxious. He knew how hard Tokugawa had worked for this place. But now Tokugawa is going to give up? I know. Tokugawa Kazuya whispered, the tears in the corners of his eyes had dried up, and his eyes showed unprecedented firmness. I want to stay in Japan. Because there are people here who I will defeat even if I give my life. So I will never escape. P.S. Please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The Giki Zongshen, New Book for Collection. Seigaku, Seigaku Tokyo Private School. Founded in 1925, the total number of students is 1,442, including 731 boys and 711 girls. For a school that has been established for nearly 100 years, Seigaku is undoubtedly a school with strong teachers, and various clubs have consistently achieved relatively good results across the country. Among them, the tennis club squeezed into the national competition in the middle of last year. A group of second grade in Building D. Dingling. The class bells circulated throughout the campus, and the students who had been frolicking and chatting in the corridors also returned to their places one after another. The noisy campus gradually quieted down. This class seems to be a math class, right? Zongshen thought for a while, turned around and walked towards the classroom. He is a second-year student of Seigaku. Now that there is no time for club activities, he naturally has to attend class. But the moment Zongshen walked into the classroom, there was a cry of exclamation from the entire classroom. Classmate Zongshen is so handsome, no matter how you look at it, it's perfect. A delicate girl sitting at the door of the classroom looked at Zongshen with blurred eyes. Her delicate and white face was full of ruddy. Yes, every time I see classmate Zongshen, I can't breathe. Another beautiful girl covered her face when she heard it, her eyes shy when she looked at Zongshen. Zongshen only smiled, knowing how he looked. The Zongshen in this life is indeed worthy of people. He has a beautiful face with distinct features. A pair of dark and lush hair, under a pair of sword eyebrows are a pair of long peach tree eyes, full of passion. Anyone who saw her would accidentally fall into it. A tall nose and moderately thick red lips follow the outline of the corner of the mouth, creating a dazzling smile. Although the prince of tennis in this world is handsome, compared with Zongshen, it becomes like a firefly in a bright moon. In Zongshen's memory, he was surrounded by a group of girls since he was a child. So handsome, Zongshen is so handsome. I can't do it anymore. Every time I see classmate Zongshen, I feel excited and fainted. Zongshen walked through the aisle of the desk, and the girls on both sides covered their faces one by one, screaming in their mouths. The originally quiet classroom became noisy again. Doesn't this guy Zongshen look good? What's so great? The male classmates in the same class looked at Zongshen with envy and hatred. wishing that he had such a handsome face, so that he would be loved by the girls. Zongshen ignored these whispers and sat down in his seat. Sitting next to Zongshen is a young girl with soft blonde hair. Her face is exquisite and fair. Her upper body is wearing a white t-shirt, and her lower body is wearing a knee-length skirt. The nails are smeared with nail polish. More charm. Good morning, classmate Kyunjia. Zongshen turned his head and said hello to his table mate. Good morning. Yuan Mu Kyunjia heard Zongshen's voice and her heart beat unconvincingly, and her white slender jade hands subconsciously clenched the corners of her skirt, and a shyness flashed in her eyes. She seemed to feel Zongshen's gaze, and the delicate face slowly climbed into a blush. Zongshen smiled at this and withdrew his gaze. Yuan Mu Kyunjia is still struggling. Do you want to say hello to Zongshen? But after feeling Zongshen retracted her gaze, a touch of loss appeared on her face, and she also blamed herself a little. Every time she faced Zongshen, she couldn't muster the courage to look at Zongshen. Zongshen didn't know what Yuan Mu Kyunjia was thinking, so he flipped through the math book in his hand. Because of the memory of previous lives, some knowledge in the country is nothing to Zongshen. Even if Zongshen seldom listens to the lectures, every time he scores first in the whole year. In the first grade, he represented the school in the National Knowledge Contest and won the first place in the country. When Zongshen flipped through the book, the log Kyunjia on the side secretly seemed to have a glimmer of obsession in his eyes. His temperament is not like this. As the sole heir of the log group, she is even more top-notch, and she can be said to be the proud girl of heaven. She is usually sought after by a large number of boys, like a proud peacock, dismissive of others. But only when facing Zongshen, she was nervous, and she couldn't even mention the courage to look at each other. Zongshen reading a book is also so handsome. If I can be with Zongshen classmate. Yuan Mu Kyunjia completely abandoned the arrogance of the young lady at this time, and looked at Zongshen's eyes with a trace of obsession. Zongshen knew that Yuan Mu Kyunjia was peeking at herself, but he was already used to it. Until the teacher arrived and the morning class passed, the bell finally rang. Ding-ling. The bell rang, all the students stood up amidst cheers, and Zongshen also got up to go to the Seigaku Tennis Club. P.S. New book, please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Seigaku Tennis Club, New Book Seeking Collection. Good morning Zongshen. Morning, Fujino. On the way to the tennis club, Zongshen kept encountering acquaintances. These people were either members of the tennis club or Zongshen's classmates. After 5 minutes, Zongshen came to the locker room, changed his clothes and walked towards the court. Zongshen, you are here. Matsuyama happened to be practicing in the court at the door, and smiled and said hello after seeing Zongshen. It looks like everyone is here. Zongshen nodded and looked at the entire arena, and found that the third-grade students and the previous students who had already fouled out were all gathered on the court at this moment. Zongshen, it seems that Minister Tetsuya and other seniors are leaving the ministry. Matsuyama walked over and whispered. A few days ago, Seigaku held a foul-out ceremony, the original third-grade students officially foul out, and Matsuyama also promoted from the second grade to the third grade. Now that the former 3-year seniors have come here, there is only one possibility, and that is to go through the formalities for withdrawing from the department. Minister Tetsuya retired from the tennis club, then the next minister is likely to be Yu Zongshen. Matsuyaho also walked over at this time and whispered in Zongshen's ear. Maybe. Zongshen shook his head. It is indeed him who is the most suitable minister of the entire tennis club. The third-year students such as Matsuyama, who have just entered school, are either unsuitable to be ministers like the Matsu brothers, or they are not strong enough. Therefore, the minister can only be selected from the second grade. There are only 2 candidates in the second grade, one is Zongshen and the other is Yamato Yuta. However, although Yamato has a mild temperament, its strength is not as good as that of Zongshen. Good morning, Zongshen. As the three of them were discussing, a teenager with black hair and round sunglasses came over. Yamato Yude, a second-year student of Seigaku, the original director of Seigaku Tennis Department. "Morning, Yamato." Zongshen also smiled and greeted him, but he was a little spit when he saw Yamato's dress up. Now Yamato's dress and the original U-17 dress are completely two styles. Gather. When the two were about to talk for a while, Kurosawa Tetsu also looked at all the players and shouted. The players who were still chatting immediately walked towards the center of the field. In the first, second, and third grades, plus the original third-grade students who have been fouled out, there are nearly 100 people in the entire tennis club. Kurosawa Tetsu also looked at the players, with a trace of emotion in his eyes. He has been in the tennis club since the first grade, the second grade became the official election, and the third grade became the minister. In this process, he kept working hard with the goal of winning the national competition. It's a pity that Seigaku's overall level is not strong, and his best result was to enter the national competition last year. He was a bit regretful for failing to lead Seigaku to the top in 3 years in middle school. It's a pleasure to spend 3 years with everyone. Tetsu Kurosawa also put away the sigh in his heart. Looking at all the players, some are familiar, and some are unfamiliar after joining the tennis club. Now we are going to quit the tennis club, so from now on Seigaku Tennis Club will ask you. Minister. All the players were a little emotional when they heard Kurosawa Tetsu's words. Kurosawa Tetsu is not very powerful, but he loves his staff very much, and each of them has been guided by him. I believe this year's Seigaku will be stronger, so I entrust you with the goal of dominating the country. Looking at each of the players, Kurosawa Tetsuya finally focused on Zongshen. Zongshen is a young man he paid attention to from the beginning. He is strong and has a gentle personality, and he is regarded as Seigaku's hope. The players were a little sad when they heard Kurosawa Tetsuya's words. Everyone knows that starting from today, it may be difficult to meet these foul-out seniors. After all, not everyone will continue to play tennis after entering school. Among them, Kurosawa Tetsu is also preparing to give up tennis after entering high school and work hard to enter university. Zongshen, come with me. Kurosawa Tetsu also looked at Zongshen, the emotion on his face disappeared and he became extremely serious. After this sentence was said, there was a commotion around him. Everyone knows what Kurosawa Tetsuya means. If it is Zongshen, I will definitely support it. The third grader Fujiwara also said seriously. They all knew exactly how Zongshen's temperament had been together after a year. In addition, he defeated Makino Fuji's overlord Baden H in the first grade. This strength has surpassed anyone in the team. If Zongshen is a minister, even a third-year senior would not have much opinion. After all, although seniority is important, strength is more important. P.S. Please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Minister Seigaku, New Book for Collection. During the discussion, the players dispersed, leaving the field to Zongshen and Kurosawa Tetsuya. Hey! Racket turned quickly, and finally fell in front of Zongshen. Tezuka Zongshen played against Tetsuya Kurosawa, one game decided the winner, Zongshen served the game. At this time Matsuyoho stood up and acted as a referee. Minister, I'm going to start. Zongshen knew that Tetsuya Kurosawa was also testing his own strength, and also wanted to see if he was capable of leading Seigaku further. So Zongshen is not prepared to have any reservations, letting Kurosawa Tetsu out of the tennis club with peace of mind. At this moment of thought, Zongshen's eyes became sharp, and his body was even more depressing. The tennis ball was thrown from his hands, jumped up and dunked. Smash serve. Boom. Under Zongshen's vigorous slap, the tennis ball exploded, because the ball body rubbed against the air, resulting in a violent breaking sound. Zongshen, don't show mercy to any subordinates. Kurosawa Tetsu also flashed his body, accurately predicting where the tennis ball would fall. At the moment the tennis ball bounces, he brazenly waved the racket. Boom! The tennis ball flew back, pointing straight to the corner, as fast as lightning. Tetsu Kurosawa is not very strong either, but don't forget that he is the head of Seigaku Tennis Department after all. If he joins U17, he can at least enter the number 3 or even number 2 court. So although he is not very strong, he is not tied to the weak. Yes. Zongshen looked serious, his figure flashed to the left, 1.5 volley knocked the tennis back. Seeing this, Kurosawa Tetsu finally appeared with a smile on his face, but without any retreat he could leap in a big step and hit the ball back accurately. Boom! 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 There was a fierce hit, and the two figures ran on the court like lightning. Every time the tennis ball crossed the net, it would be knocked back before it hit the ground. Okay, so awesome! Is this the strength of Zongshen and Minister? Zongshen has just entered the 2nd grade and has such strength, it's amazing. The first-year students who have just joined the tennis club just feel stunned, because they have never seen such a fierce match. Zongshen, speed it up! Kurosawa Tetsu also yelled, with joy in his eyes. The stronger Zongshen is, the more at ease he will be, because only in this way can he lead Seigaku further. Boom! The racket swings fast, the tennis screams, and the speed reaches the extreme. Zongshen looked at the howling tennis ball, although his expression was serious, but his eyes were extremely calm. At the moment when the tennis ball hasn't landed, a jump, racket drags the tennis ball to high altitude, and then dunks. Boom! The powerful smash brought a whirlwind, and then rushed. Pretty. Tetsu Kurosawa was also awe-inspiring. Facing this powerful smash, he did not evade, but assumed a strange posture. He patted with both hands and put his hands on his shoulders, while racket was hidden behind him. At the moment the tennis ball hits the ground, Tetsu Kurosawa also swings his racket vigorously. Hey! There was a violent break through the air, and racket hit the tennis hard. The tennis ball that had been hitting quickly stagnated and flew back in an instant. Then, disappear. Appeared, Minister Tetsuya's insensible ball. When people saw the disappearing tennis ball, their eyes lit up. Minister, the insensible ball is useless to me. Zongshen didn't look much at all, and swung quickly, and the insensible ball that had disappeared appeared again. There is a heavenly eye in his mind, and all the stunts will be analyzed and copied, so any visual deception type ball is invalid for him. Boom! Zongshen swung the racket, his arm was surging, the tennis ball rushed across the net, and the piercing sound rang, causing the eardrum to vibrate. Long Xiao hit hard. Super power shot, one of Zongshen's stunts. Boom! The tennis ball fell to the ground, and the ground shuddered and lifted up dust all over the floor. But the ball did not bounce as expected, but slid close to the ground. Long Xiao crit and Long Xiao crit serve are the same, it is a powerful ball that cannot be bounced. It's Zongshen's Dragon Howl ball. It seems that Zongshen is going to be serious. If I know this trick, I am afraid that Meikono Fuji's Byadoin Temple will feel a headache. I don't know if the minister can take it. The eyes of the players in the 2nd and 3rd grades brightened, and they clearly knew the power of Zongshen's ball. Unbounceable heavy shot. Tetsu Kurosawa also had his dignified eyes, he pushed the racket to the ground, and then swept the tennis ball rushing to the ground with all his strength. Boom! The dull impact sounded, Kurosawa Tetsuya's arm trembled, and he felt the ultimate strength from the ball. Slowly the racket was knocked away, and the tennis ball rushed out against the ground. 15-0. Zongshen took the lead in scoring. Minister, come with all your strength. Zongshen raised his chin slightly, his eyes were fierce, and the invisible aura swarmed around, making people feel suffocated. Asterisk. Chapter 34, Wyugan Ball, New Book for Collection. Full Force. Kurosawa Tetsu also held racket tightly, and saw Zongshan's serious gaze when he looked up. Feeling the meaning of the gaze, Kurosawa Tetsu also suddenly realized that this match was not only for Zongshan, but also for Zongshan to prove his strength to all the members. Zongshan wants to let everyone know he eligible to serve as the head of Seigaku Tennis Department. Good boy. There was a flash of joy in Kurosawa Tetsu's eyes. The more Zongshan was like this, the happier he was, because the person with the heart of the strong and the heart of contention can lead Seigaku further. Zongshan's performance undoubtedly touched him. In that case, then, as you wish. Kurosawa Tetsu also yelled, squatting forward, his aura completely changed. If Kurosawa Tetsuya was gentle before, now he is full of fierceness. Come on, Minister. Zongshan drank low, and the tennis ball was thrown from his hands. At the moment of the fall, racket slammed down. Boom. The dull hit sound rang out, and the tennis ball whizzed out. This ball surpassed any previous ball in terms of speed and strength. Too slow. Kurosawa Tetsu has also been serious, the speed has reached the extreme, and the counterattack has also reached the extreme. The tennis ball had just landed and was knocked back by him. Then hurry up. Zongshan yelled and swung his arms fiercely. A fierce momentum burst from Zongshan, like a swordsman brandishing a long sword, trying to smash through all the cages. Hey! The tennis ball flashed like a thunderbolt, and crashed behind Kurosawa Tetsuya. The earth trembled and the dust rose. Thunder slam. 30 to -0. So strong. It's like a black hole to swallow the opponent. Zongshan is really not merciful at all. I don't know how Minister Tetsuya will respond. The other members of Seigaku talked a lot, and their eyes on Zongshan were full of different colors. Zongshan usually has a gentle appearance, and he doesn't show his true strength in the match. Like Zongshan now, they have only seen it once in the past. That was the time for the confrontation with Minister Makinafuji Baden H. Going all out is the best respect for Minister Tetsuya. Yamato Yuta sighed, but also a little envious. He and Zongshan are both second-year students, but the strengths between the two are vastly different. Zongshan's all-out effort is what Minister Tetsuya hopes to see. Matsuyaho spoke, not feeling anything strange. When everyone was discussing, the match on the court continued, and as Zongshan showed terrible strength, the score continued to increase. Boom. 1 to -0. Boom. 2 to -0. Minister, if you only have this strength, then I will completely defeat you. Boom. Zongshan yelled, and his arm slammed down, and the tennis ball pierced the air and fell with a roar. The invisible air wave rolled up and the momentum was astonishing, and the tennis ball fell to Kurosawa Tetsu, who only felt a puff of air rushing toward his face, blowing his long hair. Boom. The tennis rushed out of the sideline and Zongshan scored again. 3 to -0. Zongshan won 3 rounds of streak in one go. Minister, don't hide it anymore. Zongshan's aura was like a rainbow, his eyes were burning with raging fire, and his aura became more terrifying. You kid really doesn't show mercy at all. Tetsu Kurosawa also took a deep breath, then his eyes condensed. And the tennis ball in his hand was instantly thrown up. The tennis ball fell. Before others could see the trajectory of the fall, Kurosawa Tetsu also pressed racket down. Boom. The fierce hit sound rang, and the tennis ball rushed out in a flash. Zongshan's gaze condensed, he felt the speed of the ball, and just wanted to hit back, but the tennis ball disappeared. Boom. The next second, there was a sound of landing, and Zongshan turned his head to look, only to find that the tennis ball had already crossed the baseline. No feeling ball. A tennis ball where all vibrations, sounds, and images have disappeared. However, this ball is fundamentally different from the last insensible ball, and the speed is at least several times that of the previous ball. So that Zongshan failed to react immediately. 15 to -0. It's really fast. Zongshan's eyes flashed, and the speed of that ball reached at least 190 km per hour, which was similar to his thunder strike. Zongshan, I haven't made any progress in the past 6 months. A smile appeared on Kurosawa Tetsu's face, and he was pressed and beaten by the team members, leaving him as minister with no light on his face. Minister, this trick has no effect on me. Zongshan chuckled. It has been nearly half a year from last year's national competition to today. He knows his progress during these 6 months, so he never thinks he will lose. Yes. Then. Show me, let me see. Tetsu Kurosawa smiled, and the tennis ball was raised again, disappearing the moment it swept across the net. I said, this ball has no effect on me. Zongshan laughed long, his feet slammed on the ground, his body burst back, and he quickly came to the baseline position. The racket waved, and the missing tennis ball instantly bounced off the ground, and then hit Zongshan's racket, just like a tennis ball had come by actively. Insensitivity ball, destroyed. How can it be? Tetsu Kurosawa's eyes shrank, and some couldn't believe that the insensible ball he hit with all his strength was actually cracked by Zongshan in the second ball. Drink! Zongshan yelled, his arm slammed down. Boom! Long Xiao hit hard. The tennis ball flashed and it was ferocious to the extreme. During the impact, a wave of air was stirred up, and then it hit Kurosawa Tetsuya half-time fiercely. The speed is so fast that Tetsu Kurosawa has no chance to react. 15 to -15. Zongshan scored. How? Minister. Zongshan slowly retracted his swinging posture, his eyes were sharp and unparalleled, which put great pressure on Kurosawa Tetsu. P.S. A big collection. Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Limit of Talent, new book for collection. Is this Zongshan's current strength? He also remembered that Zongshan didn't have this kind of strength last year. He didn't expect to reach such a level after only half a year. Is it a coincidence? Tetsu Kurosawa's mood also changed slightly, and the tennis rose again, wanting to verify it. It was another insensible ball with full force, and the tennis ball disappeared after skimming over the net. Zongshan's expression remained unchanged, his body flashed to the right, and racket waved towards the empty place. Boom! There was a crashing sound from the ground, and the missing tennis ball appeared at Zongshan's feet and hit Zongshan's racket after it bounced. Insensitive ball. Cracked again. Zongshan, this kid really cracked my insensible ball. Tetsu Kurosawa also took a deep breath, his face full of surprise, but he didn't have too much time to think, because Zongshan had already hit the tennis back. Drink! With a loud shout, Kurosawa Tetsu hurried the ball back. But soon, Kurosawa Tetsu saw that the delay sun suddenly dimmed. As soon as he looked up, he saw that Zongshan had leapt up and racket dunked. Boom! Replay smash! One of Zongshan's stunts. 15 to 30. Zongshan, this kid. Tetsu Kurosawa also slipped cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect that in only half a year, Zongshan's strength had already reached the level of crushing him. Several times stronger than last year. The match continued, but under Zongshan's strong attack, the score gradually opened up. Boom! 4 to -0. Zongshan won the fourth game, only 2 games left from the match. It's completely crushed. Has Zongshan's strength reached such a level? But the minister's strength is more than that. The real match hasn't started yet. There was a lot of discussion among the members around. The second and third grade players knew that Zongshan was better than Kurosawa Tetsuya, but they didn't expect that there would be a crushing side. So even if they were Zongshan's teammates, they couldn't help being surprised. Zongshan, you have made great progress in the past 6 months. Tetsu Kurosawa also took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and his eyes revealed a sharp color. The moment these words fell, Kurosawa Tetsuya suddenly appeared a little bit of light, and finally shining throughout the arena. The state of no self. Turn it on. This is the state of no self. The players on the scene showed a hint of excitement in their eyes. Because they knew that Tetsuya Kurosawa had taken it all seriously, and Tetsuya Kurosawa who opened the realm of selflessness was also the strongest Tetsuya Kurosawa. It seems that the outcome is not yet reached. That's not necessarily true, that Kid Zongshen is a monster. Yes, although the minister has mastered the state of no self, don't forget that Zongshen will do this too. Seigaku's group talked a lot. On the arena, bright light spilled from Kurosawa Tetsuya, who stood on the court and attracted all eyes. The third ball. Kurosawa Tetsu also spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Is the limit of brilliance. Zongshen is no stranger to Kurosawa Tetsuya's state, because he has long been able to open the state of selflessness. More importantly, he knows how to crack and is full of brilliance. The fifth round, Zongshen serve round. Brightness is one of the three gates of the selfless realm. When you open this gate, you can see the progress of the match. Using the brain power to rotate rapidly, activate the operation of the mind, simulate the content of the match in an instant, and accurately predict the number of balls needed for the round. Zongshen slapped the tennis ball while explaining what it means to be refreshed. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as well. He didn't know what Zongshen wanted to do, because most of the people except the first-year staff knew the concept of being talented. Although talented and powerful, it is not without a crack. Zongshen chuckled, and violently lifted the tennis ball. The way to crack the talent is hit the ball that can't be returned. Boom! The moment the tennis ball fell, Zongshen's arm holding the racket slammed down. The ball was hit by gravity, burst out in an instant, and fell to the ground in a dull collision. The tennis ball did not bounce, but rolled against the ground. Long Xiao pounding serve. The powerful force crushed and deformed the tennis ball. Tetsu Kurosawa's eyes narrowed. He finally knew what Zongshen said just now. Although talented and powerful, it is also based on the ability to fight back. If the tennis can't fight back, then the talented predictions and judgments become useless. And Zongshen grasped this, and wanted to crack it forcibly. Boom! The tennis ball rushed out against the ground. Kurosawa Tetsu turned his head stiffly, and saw the tennis ball lying motionless outside the bounds. 15 to -0. Facing Zongshen's Dragon Scream serve. Rejuvenated. Has expired. P.S. Thank you for the 1,000 rewards in your memory, thank you for your rewards, thank you brothers for your flowers, comments, and monthly tickets, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Minister Zongshen, New Book Seeking Collection. Boom! With a deafening roar, the tennis ball rolled to the ground and the match ended. Kurosawa Tetsu also slipped cold sweat from his forehead, a little lost. The final score is fixed at 6-0. Since Zongshen used the Dragon Roar ball, his brilliance has completely failed. But Kurosawa Tetsu also knew that it was not that he was too weak, but that Zongshen was too strong, several times stronger than he did not know when he was in the first grade. Is this your progress? Zongshen. Tetsu Kurosawa also took a deep breath, looking at Zongshen with hope, hoping that Zongshen can rely on this strength to lead Seigaku further. Minister, you lose. Zongshen came to the net and grinned. You kid. Kurosawa Tetsu gave Zongshen an angry look, but quickly reached out his hand proactively. The two shook hands, ending the match. Sure enough, Zongshen won. I didn't expect this kid to reach this level in only half a year, it's really amazing. You can't call Zongshen a kid anymore, he will be Seigaku's minister. Minister Zongshen. The surrounding team members talked a lot, and they looked at Zongshen with shock and surprise. Gather. Kurosawa Tetsu also walked off the field, glanced at everyone, and then shouted. The players who were still talking immediately came to Kurosawa Tetsuya and lined up neatly. It's a pleasure to spend 3 years with everyone, but from today we are going to quit the tennis club. But I believe that the Seigaku Tennis Club will achieve even more brilliant results in the days to come. Kurosawa Tetsu also looked at all the players and knew that he was going to bid farewell to his own players. Minister. All the players were a little silent, with 1,000 words in their hearts. Zongshen. Kurosawa Tetsu also set his eyes on Zongshen, and then yelled. Minister. Zongshen walked out of the team with a serious look. From now on, Seigaku will please you. Words containing hope rang in Zongshen's ears, making Zongshen feel a pressure. He knows that from today he will not be alone, but with the entire team on his back, and must lead Seigaku to a higher mountain. I will definitely lead Seigaku to the national championship. Zongshen nodded heavily and assured Kurosawa Tetsuya to all the players. Good. Then you will be Seigaku's new minister from now on. When Kurosawa Tetsu also said this, he seemed to let go of a heavy burden, and the whole person was relieved. Yes. Zongshen nodded, and then stood beside Kurosawa Tetsuya. Kurosawa Tetsuya also walked aside, leaving the place to Zongshen. From now on, I will be the Seigaku Tennis Department minister. Zongshen glanced over everyone, and all the team members heard a trace of approval. Zongshen, who is strong and has a gentle personality, has long been recognized by all the players. Minister Zongshen. All the members of Seigaku yelled in unison, and then collectively bowed to Zongshen. Zongshen saw a smile at the corner of his mouth. Because he knows that from now on, he will be the new head of the Seigaku Tennis Department. Since I have become a minister, let's talk about our future goals. Zongshen said, his eyes suddenly become serious. From now on, our goal is the national championship. National champion. All the team members were taken aback, because when Kurosawa Tetsu was also the minister, the most talked word was leading to the national competition. But things like winning the championship have never been said. Now Zongshen's goal after becoming a minister is not to go to the whole country at all, but to go straight to the championship. Suddenly, a war spirit surged in the hearts of all the team members. Yes. They are Seigaku, and the goal should be the national champion. Tell me, our goal is... Zongshen looked at all the players. What he wants to do now is to strengthen the goals of all the players. Because only in this way, the players can explode with 120 points of enthusiasm, and the belief can be more firm. Instead of focusing on entering the national competition. Now that he has become the head of the tennis department, he has only one goal. That is, the national champion. Champion. Our goal is to be champions. All the team members used all their strength to shout this sentence. The words of a burning war spread across the arena and rushed straight into the sky, as if swearing the beginning of the Seigaku King's Road. Zongshen saw this with a smile on his face. This year's national championship, he is about to make it. P.S. Please collect. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Target Oni Jujuro, New Book Seeking Collection. Zongshen, the tennis club is pleased to you. Kurosawa Tetsu also patted Zongshen on the shoulder, and after a glance at all the players, he turned and left. The tennis club has been handed over to Zongshen, and he has no regrets anymore, so he should leave unhurriedly. Zongshen, I hope you can lead Seigaku to the national championship. Other third-year seniors who had already fouled out also spoke, and then left the tennis club. Today there are only more than 60 members of the entire tennis club still in the team. Everyone looked at Zongshen and wanted to know Zongshen's first instruction. Continue training in the same way as before. Zongshen did not announce the Shia training program. Because he wants to get the specific information of the players from Coach Ryuzaki, and then develop a corresponding training plan for each person. Yes. All the players dispersed, and Zongshen also walked towards the coach's office. Boom. Come in. Zongshen opened the door and saw Coach Ryuzaki sitting there, while he was finishing the application for Tetsuya Kurosawa and the others to retire. "Congratulations, Zongshen." Coach Ryzaki saw Zongshen, and a smile appeared on his slightly old face. "Coach, I want the information of each member." "Oh." Coach Ryzaki was taken aback, then nodded. Because Zongshen used to assist her in training, now Zongshen asks for the information of the players, and she immediately knows what Zongshen wants to do. But this is also good. If the team members can be trained by Zongshen, then she will also be at ease. "These are the information for the candidates. Take out the information in the cabinet and pass it to Zongshen." Zongshen naturally does not need the materials for the first grade, because the main training program for the first grade is still based on basic training. What Zongshen wants now is the information Seigaku is selecting. Zongshen nodded, then stepped aside and sat down. There were a total of 7 people in Seigaku's regular election, but with Kurosawa Tetsuya and the others withdrawing from the tennis club, Seigaku's regular election was vacant. Currently, only 4 of them are Zongshen, Matsu brothers, and Yamato Yuta. So Zongshen not only has to work out a training plan for the players, but also has to reselect 7 candidates. This year's Seigaku is a little bit blue and yellow. Zongshen frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. The real rise of Seigaku is next year, when Tezuka and the others join. As for the previous Seigaku couldn't even enter the national competition, if it weren't for the arrival of the Zongshen and Matsu brothers. Last year Seigaku would have only stopped the Kanto competition, or even the Tokyo Metropolitan competition. This also proves Seigaku's awkward situation. As Kurosawa Tetsu also waited for the foul out of the 3rd graders, Seigaku lost a few more generals. Now the entire tennis club is really reliable, that is, Zongshen, Matsu brothers and Yamato Yuta, 4 of them. As for the other 2nd and 3rd year players, they are all inferior. This is especially true for the 1st year players, who have no genius at the level of Tezuka Yukimura. Some trouble. Zongshen shook his head. He was very confident in his own strength and thought he could defeat any opponent. But tennis match is a team match. Zongshen alone cannot completely change the situation of the match. If Seigaku wants to win the national championship, he must win 3 matches in order to win the team competition. He and the Matsu brothers can guarantee the victory of 2 matches. But Yamato Yuta cannot guarantee it. After all, those high school students from the original U17 are all participating in the national competition. Baden H, Tanegashimashiji, Iri Kanata, Omagari, etc. Although Yamato Yuta is good at strength, he can only be crushed when encountering these people. Zongshen recalled the masters in the original book, and wanted to draw these people to Seigaku to supplement Seigaku's strength. But after thinking about it for a long time, I found that the geniuses with names and surnames in the original work have their own teams. But there is one other person who might be able to let him join Seigaku. A smile was drawn at the corner of Zongshen's mouth. The high school students in the original U17 are all enrolled in some prestigious or strong schools, but one of them is accidental. Oni Jujiro. A junior high school student stronger than Biadwan. Yes, the current Oni Jujiro is more powerful than Biadoin Temple. Apart from Zongshen, it is not an exaggeration to call it a middle school student in the first country. And the school he attended was Okayama Oko Junior High School, a school that couldn't even break through the competition. Although Oni Jujiro is strong, Okayama Oko is not strong. Zongshen remembers clearly that Okayama Oko stopped at the Okayama Metropolitan Tournament last year and failed to enter the Kansai tournament. So Zongshen is entirely possible to let Oni Jujiro join Seigaku. Because Oni Jujiro's goal is to become the best tennis player in Japan, Zongshen can start in this area and let him join Seigaku. P.S. Seeking Flowers, Evaluation, Collection. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Team Shuffle, New Book for Collection. It looks like I'm going to Okayama Prefecture. Zongshen whispered, now there are nearly 20 days before the qualifiers, so he must maximize the strength of the team in these 20 days. Otherwise, the qualifiers will start and Seigaku will collide with various strong teams. If there is no strong strength, it will be easy to suffer. Of course, the most important thing now is to develop training programs for the players. Withdrawing his mind, Zongshen continued to look at the information in his hand. The doubles of Mutsuyoho and Mutsuyuma are extremely strong, and they have already started coordinating. Now they want to become stronger. The only way is to improve their single-player strength. Zongshen looked at the information of the Mutsu brothers. The two are twins. I am afraid that no one in the entire middle school can match them in terms of cooperation. Not to mention if homology is turned on. So the two of them don't need to train at all in terms of cooperation. The only thing to do now is to improve the individual's strength, so that the two of them can become stronger. Thinking of this, Zongshen put the information of the Mutsu brothers aside and watched the information of the other players. However, the abilities of the other players are relatively mediocre. This mediocrity is not only the mediocrity of strength, but also the mediocrity of qualifications. Although these players can improve their strength through hard training, this improvement is too slow compared to those geniuses. So Zongshen just took a look and knew how these players should train. Their training can only be training for basic improvement. Continuously improve the foundation and carry out increased training to complete the breakthrough. Yamato. Finally Zongshen picked up Yamato Yuda's materials, and looking at Yamato's materials, Zongshen fell into deep thought. Daiwa Yuda's overall data is not strong. It can be said that no matter in terms of speed, strength, physical strength, technology, etc., it is extremely mediocre, and even some ordinary members can't match it. But he has very strong insight. Zongshen's eyes flashed. This insight is not in his eyes, but he can easily see through other people's ideas, and even quickly analyze the opponent's tactics. It is also for this reason that Yamato still has such strength even with mediocre data. If Yamato's overall data can be improved, then Yamato's strength. A hint of hope suddenly appeared in Zongshen's heart, wanting to see where the various data can be improved. Soon, Zongshen read all the staff's information. Zongshen also had a general understanding of the situation of each member. Coach. Zongshen put away the information and returned it to Coach Raizaki, then turned and walked towards the training ground. Gather. Zongshen came to the training ground and watched all the players shout. The players who were still training immediately stopped what they were doing and quickly lined up in front of Zongshen. I have read your information, and I will help you develop a new training plan in a while. Zongshen spoke and continued after a pause, but before that, the team has to reshuffle the cards. Reshuffle. The hearts of all the players were stunned, and they probably knew what Zongshen meant. Minister Tetsuya and they withdrew from the tennis club. So they are currently selected for vacancies. 10 days later, the tennis club will reorganize the preliminary trials. I hope you can be prepared. Zongshen's words caused an uproar among the players. Especially some students in the second and third grades. Because Japanese organizations generally hold senior positions. As the name implies, the greater the seniority, the more likely it is to be the official election position of the club. Some first-year students cannot become the official election even if they have the strength. Now we are choosing a vacancy, so these second and third grade students have a good chance to replace this vacancy. By the way, I forgot to announce one thing to everyone. Zongshen looked at the excited second and third graders, and said lightly, the scope of the selection this time is, all members. Not only this time, all future selections will be based on all members. Any member with strength becomes the official candidate, and the member with insufficient strength becomes a member. The words came into the ears of every member, and the second and third graders who were secretly happy were stunned. According to Zongshen's words, doesn't it mean that first-year students are also eligible to compete for the right place? In this way, wouldn't their senior students stand on the same line as the first-year students? The original advantages of the predecessors disappeared cleanly. P.S. Long Shui doesn't order a collection. Asterisk. Chapter 39, I Am the Minister and I Am the Master. New Book Seeking Collection. Minister, will this? A third-year student stood up hesitantly, wanting to refute. Anyone who is able to choose a position will get it. Zongshen glanced at each other faintly, and did not give him a chance to speak. Seigaku can't go the old way if he wants to become stronger. He can remember that in the original work, Tezuka and the others joined Seigaku for a whole year and they did not become the main candidates. In contrast, Yukimura and others joined Rikai University but immediately became Rikai Teisho election. In the end, it happened that Tezuka was bullied by senior students, and his arm was injured by senior students. So Zongshen hates this predecessor system. If Seigaku wants to become stronger, he must cultivate wolf-like thinking and allow the entire team to compete, instead of relying on the senior system to get the right position. Now he will be selected for the entire team. Those strong first-year and second-year students can become positive candidates by virtue of their own strength. Of course, in order to ensure the fairness and justice of the entire tennis club, the ordinary members will have a chance to challenge the players who are currently selected once a month. Once they win, they will directly take the place of the opponent and become the candidate. Zongshen did not sever all hope of senior year. After all, the elections may also be slack, so he formulated a challenge system to make the elections face the threat of replacement at all times, so that they can continue to move forward. Only in this way can the entire tennis club be full of competition. There is competition to become stronger, and Seigaku can also be stronger. Challenge. Everyone looked nervous or excited. Yamato and they naturally feel nervous. Because of this, they will be challenged by other members every month, and if they lose, they will be replaced directly. The ordinary members are excited. Because in this way, they still have the hope of becoming a positive candidate. As long as they defeat one of them, they can take his place. If you don't agree with this system, you can immediately withdraw from the tennis club. Zongshen's eyes suddenly became sharp. In the original work, Seigaku's incident of Tezuka being bullied has a lot to do with Minister Seigaku. Whether it was Tetsuya Kurosawa or Yude Yamato, the two of them had extremely gentle personalities. Although this kind of gentleness is loved by the team members, it also contributes to the arrogance of some people. And this kind of thing is absolutely forbidden to Zongshen. What he needs is a united team that obeys his command, rather than a team that bullies the lower grades. If someone bullies the lower grades by the upper grades, Zongshen will ruthlessly remove them from the tennis club. Minister Zongshen. Seeing Zongshen's fierce gaze, all the players throbbed in their hearts. Knowing that this Minister Zongshen is also different from Kurosawa Tetsu, Zongshen is more courageous and more decisive in doing things. Once something is decided, it is difficult for players to defy. If students in the second and third grades still want to stay in the tennis club, the only option is to be obedient. Zongshen is really suitable for the post of minister. Matsuyama sighed. He always thought that Yamato Yude and even Kurosawa Tetsu were not suitable for ministering. Although their strength is good, their personality is too gentle, and their gentle personality is destined to prevent them from being able to completely dominate the tennis club. Yes. Yamato Yuda on the side was full of envy. If he were allowed to come, he would certainly not be able to make such a decision. Well, since everyone has no opinion, disband the training. Zongshen looked at the silent players and disbanded the team with a wave of his hand. The players returned to the arena to train in different manners, but quiet discussions were inevitable. The students in the first and second grades are happy, but the students in the third grade are helpless. Obviously there are different opinions on Zongshen's decision just now. Yamato. Zongshen ignored the comments of the members, but beckoned to Yamato. Yamato was a little confused, but he walked quickly towards Zongshen. I'm going out these few days, so the tennis department is temporarily handed over to you. Go out. Yamato was taken aback, not knowing where Zongshen wanted to go. Zongshen smiled without explaining too much. The qualifiers will be held soon, and he must improve Seigaku's strength during this time. So this time he is going to Okayama Oko Junior High School to bring back Oni Jujuro. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Where is Oni Jujuro? New Book Seeking Collection. Dear passengers, the destination of this station is the terminal station of this train Okayama Prefecture. Okayama County has beautiful natural scenery, warm climate, long sunshine hours, and has the reputation of the kingdom of sunny days. On the high-speed rail train, the sound of the broadcast sounded, and passengers began to pack their luggage. Is it finally here? Zongshen opened his eyes and looked at the scenery outside. Early this morning, he took a direct high-speed train from Tokyo to Okayama Prefecture. After 2.5 hours, he finally arrived at his destination. Oni Jujuro. A smile was drawn at the corner of Zongshen's mouth, and as the train stopped, followed by the flow of people off the train. Out of the station, Zongshen took a taxi and went straight to Okayama Junior High. Okayama Oko Junior High School, a famous school in Okayama Prefecture. Among them, the judo and kendo clubs have been squeezed into the national competition all the year round, and they are well-known strong schools in the country. But other departments are not so lucky. Among them, the tennis club is quite different from kendo and judo, and even the Kansai tournament cannot be entered. Even if the tennis club has Oni Jujuro. Is this Okayama Oko Junior High? Zongshen came to the school gate, looked at the 3 characters Okayama, and strode inside. It is club time, and Okayama Oko students rushed to the club activity center. Hello. Zongshen stopped a young girl with a gentle smile on her face. Do you know how to get to the tennis club? What? The girl who was stopped was taken aback, and she saw Zongshen when she looked up. Hey! After seeing Zongshen's first glance, the girl's white face instantly turned red, and her small hands were even more nervously clutching the corners of the skirt. He? Who is he? You're so handsome. Are you here specifically for me? The girl skipped Zongshen's words just now, thinking of her own brain. At the same time, he looked at Zongshen cautiously. After seeing Zongshen's handsome face, the rosiness of his cheeks increased by 1 more point. Students, may I tell you the direction of the tennis club? Zongshen asked again with a gentle smile on his face. Hey? Tennis club? The girl finally woke up when she heard this. Her cheeks instantly flushed, knowing that Zongshen didn't come to her at all, but just came to ask for directions. The tennis club is in the northwest corner. The girl pointed to a location, and then rushed away with a flushed face. Zongshen shook his head when he saw this, and then walked in the direction the girl pointed. Okayama Olympic Tennis Club. At the moment the players are all gathered together, but they are not training, but are talking and laughing loudly. The county and district competition is about to be held, and we must achieve a good result in this year's district competition. Amoto is right, our goal this year is to enter the country. Haha, I am afraid that Okayama Okoyuki is not afraid to meet Makinafuji now, right? Of course, if you meet Makinafuji at the Kansai Grand Tournament, let me teach them a lesson and let them know how good Okayama Oko is. A group of players on the training ground laughed arrogantly. The words are full of self-confidence and contempt for other teams. Is this Okayama Oko? Zongshen just came outside the court and heard the Okayama players talking. A team that stopped at the Tokyo Grand Tournament didn't know how to train hard to enhance its own strength. Instead, it said that it defeated the champion Makinafuji. Hey, who are you, kid? Zongshen's words alarmed the players on the court. They turned their heads and looked, only to find a strange boy walking towards the court. There seemed to be disapproval in his eyes, as if it was aimed at what they had just said. Okayama-oku's team members were furious when they saw this, and one of the team members with dyed green hair walked toward Zongshen with an unkind expression. "I'm here to find Oni Jujiro." Zongshen glanced at each other casually and replied faintly. "Looking for the boss." "Boy, this is Okayama-oku, do you think it is yours?" Liu Mao came with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, came to Zongshen in a few steps, and looked at Zongshen as if looking down. "Boy, I don't care who you are, but this is the Okayama Olympic Tennis Club. Outsiders can't enter. Now you break into the tennis club, and as a punishment, you can use 10,000 yuan to honor us." Liu Mao seemed to have eaten Zongshen, his face was full of abuse. "Where is Oni Jujiro?" Zongshen didn't look at this green fur at all. He glanced around the court, but he didn't see the figure of Oni Jujiro. "Haha, others in Kyanda simply ignore you. The Chitakana, known as Super Tennis, has also been ignored. This is a shame." Okayama-oku's team burst into laughter at this. "You kid, you are so presumptuous." Qian was ridiculed by his teammates, and suddenly felt uneasy on his face. He grabbed Zongshen with a loud roar, and wanted to teach Zongshen a lesson. P.S. New books for collection. ***. Chapter 41, Let's Go Together. New book seeking collection. Hey! Looking at Kyanda who had taken the shot, Zongshen's expression remained unchanged. He turned around and grabbed his hand, and the net racket swept towards Kyanda. Zongshen came to Okayama-oku to find Oni Jujiro, but he wasn't in the mood to mess around with these miscellaneous fish. Boom! Chita was shocked when he saw racket sweeping towards him, and quickly retracted his hand, and at the same time took a step back. However, because of his rush, his left foot tripped on his right foot, and his body staggered and fell to the ground. At this level, I still dare to learn from extortion. Go back and practice for a few years. Zongshen sneered, and racket patted Kyanda's face lightly as he looked up, his eyes full of disdain. A hole. Chita felt annoyed by Zongshen's insulting actions. He is the official candidate of the Okayama Olympic Tennis Club. He usually looks down on others, and when has he been treated like this? Now hearing Zongshen's taunting words, Chita was so angry that he exploded. Kyanda just wanted to get up and do something to Zongshen, but saw Zongshen's sharp gaze, as terrifying as a blade. There was a tremor all over, with a trace of panic in his eyes. "Okay, get out of my way and don't block my way." Zongshen smiled and pushed Kyanda away and walked inside. The conflict between Zongshen and Chita was seen by Okayama's other members, and every team member had an incredible look. They didn't expect Zongshen to be so arrogant. An outsider came to the tennis club and was so unscrupulous that even the players of the tennis club dared to provoke. Chita seemed to perceive the gazes of the surrounding members, and his face showed shame. But thinking of Zongshen's fierce gaze, he was a little scared, so he didn't dare to do it. But soon he saw the net racket in Zongshen's hand, and a grinning smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "That kid! Didn't you come to find the boss? If you want to know where the boss is, then compete with me." Chita looked at Zongshen provocatively. He couldn't fight a fight, but he was extremely confident about a tennis match. And under the gaze of so many people, he was really not afraid that Zongshen would refuse to agree. "Oh!" Zongshen stopped and looked at Chita and all the Okayama players. After a while of thought, a smile appeared on his face. "I can match, but not with you." Kyanda was taken aback for a moment, and then angrily appeared on his face, thinking that Zongshen was disdainful to match himself. "Since it's better than that, I can't make a fuss. So, you guys come together." Zongshen glanced over all the Okayama Olympians, and when he said this, he looked relaxed. What? Okayama-oku's team was taken aback, and then immediately understood what Zongshen meant. Zongshen wants to challenge all the members of Okayama-oku alone? A hole. You kid is so arrogant. Do you know where this is? This is Okayama Oko Junior High. I don't know the heights of the devil, I will make you walk out of the tennis club in tears. All the members of Okayama Oko were very angry, and a kid who didn't know where he came from actually dared to challenge them with words. And still challenging them all, it is really tolerable or unbearable. Boy, since you are so confident, come on. Chita couldn't help it anymore and walked towards the stadium with a low growl. He made up his mind that he must use his super tennis to give Zongshen a severe lesson and let him walk out of the tennis club crying. Ah! Zongshen laughed, but it just so happened that when I saw Oni Jujiro and the two might have a battle, the current match is just as a warm-up exercise. The two walked towards the court, and the surrounding Okayama Oko players also yelled loudly. Chita, don't let that kid go. Teach him a lesson and let him know the strength of Okayama. Boy, don't cry and call mother when you lose. Mom, ha 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 ha. Before the match started, Okayama's players seemed to have won, and they laughed constantly there. Sure enough, the weak can only fight for the strong in words. Zongshen chuckled lightly. Those trash talk had no effect on him. He sees too many teams that can only speak out and don't have much strength. A hole. Hearing Zongshen's words, Chita was furious, but when he thought that the match was about to begin, he forced his anger down and prepared to teach Zongshen a severe lesson in the match. Hey, what do you think that guy or Chita-senpai will win? The first-year member of Okayama Okura whispered. Then need to say, of course it is Chita-senpai. That arrogant guy will definitely be given a severe lesson. Yes, our Okayama Oko is a strong school in Okayama Prefecture. Come on, Chita-senpai, defeat your opponent. The first-year players, like Okayama Okusho, are full of enigmatic self-confidence and don't think Zongshen will win at all. Yes, but... One of the first-year students looked at Zongshen with a puzzled look. Because he felt that Zongshen was so familiar, as if he had seen it in a certain competition. In the discussion, the racket on the field turned quickly, and as it fell to the ground, the racket pointed to Chita. Match in the first game, Chita served the game. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Use Violence to Control Violence, New Book for Collection. Hey, kid, it's my serve bureau. Chita sneered and shook the racket in his hand. He had decided that he would not let Zongshen get a point and completely blow Zongshen. Kid, stare at me with wide eyes. I'm going to wave racket soon, but don't be scared to pee on my pants. Chita looked at Zongshen playfully while talking rubbish. However, Zongshen is completely immune to these trash talks. Seeing that Zongshen didn't pay attention to him at all, Kyanda's anger was even worse, and a trace of hideousness appeared in the corner of his eyes. You asked for this. Chita roared, the tennis ball was thrown, and the racket waved at the moment of the fall, and huge power surged and the ball was blown away fiercely. It's Chita's super tennis, that kid is going to be in trouble. The Okayama team members who watched from the side exclaimed, and then their faces were full of excitement. The real name of the so-called super tennis is violent tennis. As the name implies, the tennis ball will eventually hit the opponent and attack the opponent personally. Zongshen heard the murmurs from the sidelines, his expression remained unchanged. He has seen violent tennis. Tono Itsukyo of Makinafuji is an out-and-out violent tennis user. The comparison between Chita and Tono Itsukyo in front of them is nothing short of a horror. Zongshen moved a step to the left and waved the racket fiercely. The tennis ball that originally rushed towards Zongshen's left foot was hit back by Zongshen just as it bounced. Boom! The seemingly ordinary swing, but contains the ultimate power. There was a violent break through the air, Chita's eyes shrank, and before he could even react, the ball hit the ground fiercely, and then bounced out quickly. 0-15. Zongshen scored easily. All the members of Okayama Oko widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They thought that Zongshen would be taught by Kyanda, but they didn't expect Zongshen to score first. Do you only have this strength? Zongshen looked at Qianda with a light smile. A hole. Chita was trembling with anger. He looked at Zongshen with a gloomy face, and said viciously, I was just careless just now. Don't think that you can beat me by winning a goal. After speaking, Chita hit the net racket on the ground again, pinching racket's arm to increase his strength. Boom! With a violent swing of the racket, the tennis ball hits with a violent break through the air, and this time the ball hits not on the ground, but on Zongshen's head. Zongshen looked at the tennis ball rushing towards him, with a cold flash in his eyes. He is not a person who likes to swallow his breath. In the face of other people's provocations, what he likes most is to double back until the other party succumbs. Haha, look at that kid, isn't it scared to be stupid? If Chita hits that kid with this ball, he will definitely be able to knock that kid out. Humph, how dare you come to Okayama to challenge, deserve it. All of Okayama's team members gloated with misfortune and seemed to be waiting for the scene where Zongshen was knocked into the air. It's really a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. Zongshen couldn't help feeling a little funny when he heard the words of Okayama Okuaka. At the same time, I also know why Okayama Oko has Oni Jujiro who still cannot enter the Kansai competition. All the team members are arrogant. How could this kind of team go further? Thinking of this, Zongshen took a step back and instantly avoided the attack of the ball. Long xiao, heavy blow. At the moment the tennis ball bounced, Zongshen tried his best to swing the racket. Boom! There was a sonic boom of tearing air, and then I saw the tennis ball turned into a red light and faced Qianda. Since the other party dared to attack him, Zongshen would naturally not be merciful. Report grievances directly and control violence with violence. The terrible sonic boom exploded, causing Qianda's eyes to shrink into needles. Before his body and thoughts even reacted, the tennis ball was already fiercely hit in his face. Boom! The crash sounded and blood splashed. I saw that Zongshen's shot directly caused Qianda's nosebleeds, and his whole body was hit by a huge force and flew out, hitting the ground hard. Ah! A bitter scream came from Chita's mouth, and the whole person was lying on the ground and trembling constantly. Feeling the fiery pain coming from his face, the tears in Chita's eyes flowed down completely uncontrollably. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Everyone in the court was silent, looking at Zongshen and Chita dumbfounded. Okayama Oko's people originally thought that Zongshen would be injured, but they never expected Zongshen to be safe. Instead, Chita was blown away by a ball. After 5 or 6 seconds, Okayama's talent came back to his senses, with shocked expressions on his face. How can it be? Who is that guy? Why can I crush Chita? Chita, what the hell are you guys doing? Don't hurry up and beat him. All the members of Okayama Oko feel extremely embarrassed. After all, this is Okayama Oko Tennis Club. When others hit the door, they were blown up, and it was a shame to say it. How? Can't bear even a ball, so crying. Zongshen chuckled lightly, an indescribable mockery. Qian, who was still wailing, trembled at this. The wailing in his mouth stopped and got up from the ground, looking at Zongshen with a sullen face. Boy, I will never let you go. Zongshen's words deeply pierced Qianda's heart, and he wiped the blood from his nose with his hand. His eyes were ferocious. He decided. In the next battle, no matter what method is used, Zongshen must be completely defeated, a shame. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Boring Match, New Book for Collection. Hey! The tennis ball flew again, and at the moment of the fall, Chita strenuously waved the racket. The ball shot out, the target still pointed directly at Zongshen's body. However, the speed of the ball is of no use to Zongshen, and a dislocation of the foot avoids the opponent's attack. Boom! Racket waved and the tennis ball fell to the ground like lightning. Chita just wanted to swing the racket back, but the speed of the ball was beyond his imagination and he couldn't receive it at all. 0 to -40. Hey, if you don't use your super tennis, you will lose. Zongshen looked at Qian with a smile, sarcasm that could not be expressed. Hateful. Chita was full of anger, almost shivering with anger. Where does he have any super tennis? What he calls super tennis is violent tennis, and he has been using it since the match. And the result is also seen, it is of no use to Zongshen. Zongshen talked about super tennis, just laughing at him. I must make you look good. Chita roared, his body jumped up, racket hit the tennis fiercely, a burst of sound came out, and the ball hit the ground fiercely. You don't want to catch this ball. A grinning smile appeared on Chita's face. This shot was a shot to the best of his strength. He thought that Zongshen would never be able to fight back. But before his words fell, a figure came to the spot, as if he had predicted the ball's movement in advance. This ball, is it the one you are proud of? Zongshen waved the racket lightly, the tennis ball rushed out like a streamer, and slammed into the left corner of Qianda. Chita was still immersed in the dream of getting the ball, and did not react at all. He didn't wake up until the tennis ball rushed out. 0 to -1. Zongshen won the game and the two sides exchanged venues and serve rights. How is it possible? Chita looked at the tennis ball outside the bounds dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. It was a ball under his full strength, but now it was easily hit back by Zongshen. Chita, what are you doing? Hit back. You guy can't even beat a kid, can you? Okayama Oku's regular election saw that Chita had lost a round, and he suddenly cried out with some dissatisfaction. Ahole, how could you know the horror of this kid? Chita was upset. If he could fight back, he would have hit back instead of asking them to remind him. However, he couldn't say these words, but replied impatiently, I was just not careful just now, I will definitely blow this kid up next. The two sides exchange venues, Zongshen serve bureau. On the court, Zongshen slapped the tennis ball from the side, and an orderly sound came into everyone's ears. In the end, the tennis ball flew in the sun, Zongshen waved the net racket, a violent breaking sound came out, and the tennis ball burst out. Left. Chita narrowed his eyes and ran to the predicted position quickly. But when he ran halfway, Qian seemed to see a thunder, and before he could react, the impact of the landing sounded. Lightning serve. One of Zongshen's stunts. 15 to -0. How can it be? How can this kid serve so fast? Chita froze in place, looking at the tennis ball bouncing outside the bounds, feeling unbelievable. Be careful. This ball is as fast as the last one. Zongshen chuckled lightly, as if to remind Chita on purpose. Sure enough, after hearing Zongshen's words, Qianatian's face was nervous. And his eyes were staring at the tennis ball tightly, and he did not dare to relax. Seeing Qian fall into his trap, Zongshen smiled. This is the so-called mental pressure, through the combination of tennis and speech, make the opponent nervous and even play abnormally. If Chita can't adjust his mentality, he will only collapse in the end. Boom! Zongshen served again, and Chita rushed out to fight back like last time. But before he came to the place where the tennis ball was dropped, the tennis ball had already landed out. 30 to -0. Guru! Chita swallowed, and sweat kept slipping from the corner of his forehead and dripping onto the ground. Unable to react. Chita found himself unable to respond to Zongshen's serve at all. Uninteresting match. Zongshen shook his head when he saw this. Boom! 0 to -2. Boom! 0 to -5. Boom! 0 to -6. In just 10 minutes, Zongshen completely killed match. Chita collapsed to the ground, looking at Zongshen with a face of disbelief. He still doesn't believe that he will be sealed. Chita, lost. Okayama's Zhang Xian widened his eyes and remained silent. I actually lost. Chita raised his hands, shaking all over. He is the official member of Okayama Oku, and he is the super tennis player Chita. But now he was defeated by a kid. And it was a fiasco with a shaved head. Obviously used all his strength, but still couldn't receive any ball from Zongshen. Thinking back to Zongshen's strength, Qiantian felt weak, and he didn't even have the courage to look up at Zongshen. Chita of Super Tennis. Completely defeated. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Warm Wrong Wrong Alley, new book for collection. Next. Zongshen didn't even look at Qiantian, and turned to look at the other players on the sidelines. Okayama Oku's team members were still in shock. Hearing Zongshen's words, they finally came back to their senses. They looked at Zongshen, showing anger one by one. Ahole! You kid are too arrogant. Do you really think you will be invincible if you win the Chita waste? Everyone, don't fight with me, let me teach this kid a lesson, let him know that Okayama is great. Okayama Oku's team members are still extremely arrogant, clamoring one by one. Hurry up! Zongshen directly ignored the opponent's trash and stood on the court as if anyone could come. Okayama Oku's people felt annoyed when they saw this. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Even after defeating Chita, they wanted to challenge their entire tennis club. Let me do it. In the end, one of Okayama's Okayama was elected. His face was full of confidence, as if he didn't see Zongshen in his eyes at all, as if he could easily defeat Zongshen. Yet, give this kid a lesson. Yes, let him know how good we are. Boy, get ready to climb out of Okayama Oku in tears. Okayama Oku's team members clamored again, and didn't think this person named Oya would lose. However, in only 10 minutes, Okayama's people could no longer clamor. Ye collapsed to the ground, looking at Zongshen in horror, shaking all over. Next. Zongshen turned his head again to look at Okayama Oku's players, without a trace of sweat on his forehead, and his face was calm and calm. Guru. Okayama Oku's players felt Zongshen's gaze, no longer the arrogance before. After hearing Zongshen's words, everyone looked at each other, and no one came out. Both Chita and Day are not weak, but Zongshen has both beaten them. If they still don't know Zongshen's strength, it would really be more than 10 years in vain. What? Didn't you guys be very arrogant just now? Are you scared now? Zongshen looked at everyone in Okayama with a smile, and kept stimulating them with words. Sure enough, these words directly stimulated Okayama's people. Another team member came out and wanted to match Zongshen. But in another 10 minutes, the Okayama Olympian collapsed to the ground and was blown by Zongshen abruptly. Next. Boom. Next. Boom. Next. Boom. Okayama players played one after another, but one after another was blown by Zongshen. In the end, all of Okayama's prime candidates collapsed to the ground, looking at Zongshen with panic. Zongshen really did it. One person defeated everyone in Okayama Oku. Are you coming too? Zongshen opened his mouth and looked at Okayama's non-nominal players. Guru. Okayama's non-regular election shuddered when he heard this, and the positive selection players were blown up. Where do they have the guts to match Zongshen with these non-regular selections? The non-selected players lowered their heads one by one, and did not dare to look at Zongshen at all. Who is this guy? How could he be so powerful? The seniors have been defeated. A person of this kind of strength is definitely not an unknown person, right? Okayama's first-year student lowered his head and talked in a low voice. The first-year player, who was a little confused at first, raised his head and glanced at Zongshen again. After seeing Zongshen's face, I felt more and more familiar. It wasn't until he heard the words of a companion that his head flashed, and he finally remembered who Zongshen was. It's you. Tezuka Zongshen. The first-year player screamed, apparently recognizing Zongshen. The other players heard this one by one looking at the player, and their eyes seemed to question who Zongshen was. Tokyo Youth Gakuen Tennis Club is selected. Tezuka Zongshen, who defeated Makinafuji Minister Baden H in the national competition last year. The first-year student told what he knew in one go. What? He is the Tezuka Zongshen. Okayama Oku's team members were stunned when they heard this. Although they were clamoring to defeat Makinafuji just now, everyone knew the terrible thing about Makinafuji. 2 consecutive national champions, this year is even more of a 3-game winning streak. And their minister, Baden H, is known as the #1 overlord in the country, and his strength is terrifying. Now I heard that Zongshen was the Tezuka Zongshen who defeated Biadwan last year, and all of Okayama Oku's players suddenly had their heads crashed. He is Tezuka Zongshen. That talented player who is known as a super freshman. How could he come to Okayama Oku? Okayama Oku's team members quickly woke up and looked at Zongshen tremblingly. They never dreamed that the man who defeated them was so powerful that even Minister Makinafuji could defeat him. Okay, can you tell me where Oni Jujiro is now, right? Zongshen smiled, ignoring the shock of these people. Are you here to find the ghost boss? Just now, Chita spoke a little tremblingly. Yes. Zongshen nodded. He is not interested in the other Okayama Oku players. His purpose here is to take away Oni Jujiro. This. Qian hesitated, but when he saw Zongshen's gaze, his whole body trembled and he didn't dare to hide. Now the ghost boss should be in the warm alley. Warm alley. Zongshen was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly remembered something. He remembered that when Oni Jujiro was in middle school, he would often go to a welfare institution called Nuanrongrong Alley. The reason why I went to U17 is also because the children in the orphanage wanted him to become Japan's #1 tennis player. Is it an orphanage? Zongshen's eyes flashed, then racket put away and turned away. He is going to the Nuanrongrong Alley to see Jujiro. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Oni Jujiro, New Book Seeking Collection. Mori Association of Social Welfare Corporation. Warm and Melted Alleys. This is a children's orphanage in Okayama Prefecture, where some abandoned orphans live. Few people would come here, but today there is a handsome boy. Excuse me. Zongshen bowed slightly to the old woman in front of him, knowing that this person was the dean of the orphanage. An old man who has dedicated his life to the welfare home is worthy of Zongshen's respect. Come in. The dean smiled kindly. Although she didn't know the purpose of Zongshen's coming here, she believed that Zongshen was not a bad person. Zongshen was invited in, with already brewed tea in front of him. President, my purpose of coming here is to find Oni Jujiro. Zongshen spoke directly without hiding. Looking for Jujiro. The old dean was stunned. He didn't have any surprises. I think you have a tennis bag on your body, so you also play tennis, right? Yes, I am the head of Tokyo Youth Gakuen Tennis Club. I came to Okayama this time to invite Oni Jujiro to join the tennis club and win the national championship with me. Zongshen nodded and stated his purpose. The kid Jujiro is very talented in tennis. The old dean smiled kindly, and when he mentioned Oni Jujiro, his eyes were full of admiration. He really should leave here, and the warm alleys shouldn't keep him here. Speaking of this, a trace of sentiment appeared on the old dean's face. She had never seen anyone like Jujiro Oni, who came to the orphanage every day to take care of the children, and treated the children as her own younger siblings. But she knew that Oni Jujiro did not belong to the warm alley. He loves tennis and is extremely talented. Staying in the warm alleys in Okayama Olympic High School will only delay him. So after hearing Zongshen's intention, the old dean did not refuse. Instead, I hope Zongshen can take Oni Jujiro away. Although this will make the children of the orphanage sad, the old dean does not want to stop Oni Jujiro from this small place for this reason. Oni Jujiro is a dragon and should not stay in the shallows. Jujiro is now taking the children to the beach. You can go there to find him. I see. The seaside outside the prefecture of Okayama Prefecture. Okay, come on, kids. An extremely mature man stood by the river, holding a racket in his hand. And right in front of him is a jungle. In the jungle, there are a series of small figures pulling the rubber band tied between the trees. And there are grass-green tennis balls on the rubber band. Brother Ghost, you have to be careful. A little girl shouted Jiao Sheng, and then let go of the arm that was pulling the rubber band. Seeing this, other children hurriedly loosened the rubber band, and under the strong rebound force of the rubber band, the tennis ball burst out. Drink! Oni Jujiro looked sharply at the 6 or 7 tennis balls that rushed forward, and when he was about to hit him, he swung the racket vigorously. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and 6 or 7 tennis balls swept along with Oni Jujiro racket, and they caught them one by one, and blasted the tennis balls accurately towards the river. Boom! The roar blew, the water splashed, and then one after another fish was seen floating on the surface of the water with their belly turned up. Wow! Brother Ghost caught 6 fish. Brother Ghost is amazing. The children rushed out of the woods, clapping their little hands excitedly. Humph! Small! Oni Jujiro snorted, but when he heard the cheers of the children, the smile in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Brother Ghost, let's go to the beach to grill fish. I want to eat watermelon. I want it too, I want it too. The children gathered around and held on to the corner of Oni Jujiro's clothes tightly. Go! Oni Jujiro directly carried a little girl on his back and walked along the river towards the beach with the fish. A group of people came to the beach and found a watermelon that had already been prepared. Brother Ghost, you have to tie your eyes. The little girl covered her mouth and smiled, and the other children immediately found a piece of cloth and blindfolded Oni Jujiro's eyes. The children also hid the watermelon and kept clapping their hands. Brother, come in the direction of our clapping hands. Brother, come in the direction of our clapping hands. Joyous singing came from the children. Oni Jujiro seemed to be infected, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he moved forward with the racket. It's here. After walking a few steps, Oni Jujiro stopped suddenly and chopped racket down in a loud shout. Hey! Like a blade, racket cuts the watermelon on the beach directly and neatly. Eat! The strip of cloth loosened, revealing Oni Jujiro's sharp gaze. Great! The children cheered and rushed to the cut watermelon. Seeing this, Oni Jujiro's sharp eyes disappeared and became extremely soft, and then turned around, made a fire, and put the caught fish on the fire. After a while, a scent of grilled fish filled the surroundings. The children also laughed and cheered. It looks so beautiful in the bright sunshine. Shasha! At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded, alarming Oni Jujiro. Before he looked up, he heard a hearty laugh. Oni Jujiro, finally found you. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Follow Me to Seigaku, New Book for Collection. Oni Jujiro, finally found you. A hearty laugh came from a distance, and Oni Jujiro raised his head fiercely and looked in the direction of the sound. Under the sunlight, a figure approached from far away, and finally appeared in front of him. Who are you? Oni Jujiro stood up, guarded the children behind him, and looked at the handsome boy in front of him. Tezuka Zongshen, Tokyo Youth Gakuen Tennis Department Director. Zongshen looked at Oni Jujiro with a smile, and after searching for a long time, he finally found the righteous master. Tezuka Zongshen? Seigaku. Oni Jujiro frowned, and then quickly remembered who Zongshen was. The super freshman who defeated Minister Makinafuji in the national competition last year was considered by the media as a genius once seen in a century. But to the surprise of Oni Jujiro, Zongshen has become a minister. I don't know what's the matter with you. Oni Jujiro put down his vigilance a little, and looked at Zongshen with some confusion. He didn't believe that Zongshen would come to him for no reason. Don't you ask me to sit down? Zongshen chuckled softly. The other party nodded after hearing it, and invited Zongshen to come to the grilled fish and gave Zongshen a grilled fish. Is Big Brother the head of the tennis department? That must be great, right? But compared to Brother Gui must be more powerful, right? Of course. As soon as Zongshen sat down, the children next to him looked at Zongshen curiously, their eyes gleaming. Now you can explain your intentions, right? Oni Jujiro spoke again, focusing on Zongshen. I'm looking for your excellency this time. I just want to invite your excellency to Seigaku and win this national championship with me. Zongshen did not conceal anything, and directly stated his purpose. Oni Jujiro was stunned. He didn't expect Zongshen to come to invite himself, but he shook his head quickly and refused directly. I won't leave Okayama Prefecture, so let your excellency go for nothing. Isn't your dream to become Japan's #1 tennis player? Zongshen didn't have any surprises. He knew that the other party would refuse. Before I came to you, I had already gone to Okayama Oko Junior High School and defeated all Okayama Oko's regular elections. With all due respect, Okayama Oko has no hope of entering the national competition. Even the hope of entering the Kansai competition is slim. In such a team, do you think you can achieve your goal of being #1 in Japan? A word came to everyone's ears, and Oni Jujiro fell silent after hearing it. His goal is indeed to become Japan's #1 tennis player, but the children in the warm alleys are the existence he can't let go of. Because of this, he joined the nearest Okayama Oko Junior High School just to be with the children. Brother Ghost is leaving us. When the little girl on the side heard Zongshen's words, her happy smile was instantly filled with sadness, and there were teardrops in her eyes. The other children became agitated when they heard this, and looked at Oni Jujiro one by one. Don't worry, I won't leave. Oni Jujiro comforted the children and shook his head decisively. These children are the reason you stayed in Okayama Oko, right? Seeing this, Zongshen turned his head to look at the children in front of him. He seemed to be talking to Oni Jujiro. And he seemed to be saying to these children, Oni Jujiro is a dragon, Okayama Oko is talking about it, and staying talking about the dragon. It will never be able to soar into the sky. Ghost, if you continue to stay in Okayama, you will only waste your talent. You are indeed very strong now, but if you still stay in Okayama, then the gap between others and you will only get shorter and shorter. The national competition is your stage. There are masters such as Baden H and Tanegashimashiji, and they are worthy of being your opponents. After speaking, Zongshen stopped speaking, but looked at Oni Jujiro, waiting for the other party's response. Oni Jujiro fell silent, and it was indeed what he longed for, to fight the strong. But whenever he thinks of the children's laughter, this desire will be suppressed in his heart and he dare not express it. Brother Ghost. After hearing Zongshen's words, the surrounding children looked at Oni Jujiro one by one. When they were young, they had never thought about such a problem, and never thought that they would delay Oni Jujiro because of themselves. Don't worry, I won't leave. Oni Jujiro felt the children's eyes and said quickly. Zongshen didn't feel any disappointment, but walked towards the beach with the racket. Coming to the beach, Zongshen squeezed the racket and turned his head slightly. At this moment, Zongshen's eyes became extremely sharp. Ghost, you who are stuck here have no idea how wonderful the outside world is. Now I will let you meet the strong of the outside world. Asterisk. Chapter 47, The Ball Shines. New Book Seeking Collection. Zongshen's words made Oni Jujiro and the children stunned, and then they turned their eyes on Zongshen. I don't know what Zongshen wants to do. This move is Long Xiao's heavy blow. Zongshen spoke lightly, picked up a tennis ball from the beach, and then violently tossed it. Hey! The moment the tennis ball was thrown, the muscles of Zongshen's racket arm were squirming, and the racket was squeezed and creaked, and then it swung to the extreme. Boom! There was a terrible roar, and racket hit the tennis fiercely. Julie rushed towards the tennis ball like a tidal wave. The ball was hit hard, the ball body instantly dried up, and then howled. Hey! A fierce ball clung to the sea surface, splitting the sea surface instantly, forming a vacuum zone. Oni Jujiro narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He had indeed heard of Zongshen's name, but he didn't know how strong Zongshen was. Now that he sees this ball, even he feels shocked. Boom! When Oni Jujiro was shocked, the tennis ball had already crashed into the ocean. When the powerful force rolls up, it is like dropping a bomb, and the splash bursts instantly, stunned several meters high. Okay, so awesome! Is this big brother as good as Brother Gui? The children covered their little mouths one by one, looking at Zongshen's eyes full of admiration. How? Zongshen turned to look at Oni Jujiro, with a smile on his face. Very strong. Oni Jujiro nodded, then shook his head again. This ball is indeed strong, but it is nothing to him, because he can also hit a ball of this intensity. With that, Oni Jujiro stood up and took the racket to the beach. Hey! After the tennis ball was thrown, Oni Jujiro's eyes became sharp and unparalleled. The moment the ball fell, racket hit the tennis ball hard. Boom! The tennis ball burst out, splitting the sea instantly, and finally roared in the sea, splashing water several meters high. This ball, how's it? Oni Jujiro seemed to be aroused to win, and turned to look at Zongshen. Zongshen did not speak, but continued to swing the ball. Boom! The water splashed, as if answering Oni Jujiro's words. Humph! Oni Jujiro snorted, and there was a hint of war intent in his eyes. He is too strong and hasn't met an opponent for too long. Now that Zongshen appeared, his long-suppressed desire to fight broke out in an instant. Facing Zongshen's provocation, Oni Jujiro was not to be outdone, and picked up the tennis ball and waved racket. The two seemed to be struggling, and they kept swinging. Boom! 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 The sea was bombarded by tennis balls, and there was a roaring sound, and the water splashed even more, as if it was raining. If you only have this strength, then go back. Oni Jujiro had a fierce face, and just a few shots let him know Zongshen's strength. But for him, Zongshen's strength is not enough to make him go to Seigaku. In other words, he is not convinced by Zongshen. As a strong man, Oni Jujiro has his own dignity. If Zongshen did not show the strength to make him surrender, it would be impossible for him to go to Tokyo with Zongshen. Yes. Zongshen chuckled lightly, without any anger. If Oni Jujiro gave in so simply, it would not be the Oni Jujiro in his memory. Ghost, the outside world is wonderful. You are very strong, one of the best in Japan. But, you are not invincible. Zongshen paused when he said this. And then looked serious. Baden H from Makinafuji, Poke from D, Medno from Spain, Camus from France, Ralph from America, and Amadeus from Switzerland. Become a prominence and continue to strengthen yourself. You stay here, and the distance from them will only get bigger and bigger. When talking about these strong men, even Zongshen showed a touch of fighting spirit. Coming into this world, if you don't confront these geniuses, how can you be worthy of this new life? And from the original work, you can know the talent of Oni Jujiro, and understand the different dimensions before Biedwan. But he wasted his talent time and time again. I stayed at Okayama Oku when I was in middle school, and I stayed at U17 when I was U17. In the end, he was completely surpassed by Biedwan, and even Tanegashimashiji could not be defeated. As for the masters in the world, let alone Oni Jujiro, who was originally at the top of the world, was completely reduced to a second-tier player. And all of this was caused by him. After hearing Zongshan's words, Oni Jujiro was taken aback, because he hadn't heard any players from other countries except Biadwan. Ghost, be optimistic, this world is wonderful. What is world class? Zongshan spoke slowly, bent down, and picked up the tennis ball on the beach, holding the ball tightly in his hand. At this moment, Oni Jujiro's eyes shrank into needles. Because the tennis ball in Zongshan's hands actually exudes a bright light. The ball shines. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Light Batting, new book for collection. The ball shines. The tennis ball held tightly in Zongshan's hands exudes a bright light, like a round of scorching sun. Just hit the ball. World-class stunts. This trick is Zongshan prepared to deal with Baden H through hard training. However, in order to let Oni Jujiro go to Seigaku, he revealed his whole card in advance. Ghost, this is world-class. Hey! The radiant tennis ball flew from Zongshan's hands, and at the moment of the fall, Zongshan waved the racket fiercely. Boom! With a deafening roar, the tennis ball burst into light, splitting the waves instantly, and roaring in the ocean of Wangyang. The entire sea exploded fiercely, spinning like a whirlpool storm, forming a huge waterspout. Oni Jujiro looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashed with deep shock. He is very strong and thinks that no one can match him. But after seeing Zongshan hit the ball, he fully felt how wonderful the outside world is. He couldn't catch this terrible ball. More. Can't hit it. The outside world is wonderful. Ghost. That's where you should go to fight against the whole country and the whole world. Make a bloodshed, and then stand on top of the world. Zongshan put away the racket, then turned around in the silence of Oni Jujiro. The sunlight spread on Zongshan, slowly disappearing from near to far, leaving only a whisper echoing on the shore. I will come to you in 3 days, I hope you can make a decision. Oni Jujiro listened to the reverberating words, his expression was extremely silent, his arm holding racket suddenly pressed hard, and the pinched racket creaked. What Zongshan did made him feel too much, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Brother Ghost. The children looked at Oni Jujiro, their original smiling faces slowly disappeared and became silent. Oni Jujiro woke up in shock, saw the children's silent expressions, quickly comforted, and at the same time suppressed the inexplicable taste in his heart. Soon, under the lead of Oni Jujiro, there was a burst of laughter from the coast. In the evening, Oni Jujiro took the children back to the warm alley. Teacher Principal, we are back. Today is a bumper harvest and got a lot of fish. Back at the orphanage, the children threw on the old dean. Jujiro, it's really hard for you. The old dean showed a kind smile on his face, looking at Oni Jujiro with a sigh. It's a trivial matter, Dean. Oni Jujiro nodded, then turned and left. We had a great time, Brother Gui, goodbye. Brother Ghost, come play again next time. The children kept waving their hands with joy. Upon hearing this, Oni Jujiro showed a heartfelt smile, waved his back to the children, and then slowly disappeared into the sunset. At night, inside the orphanage, the children who should have fallen asleep did not feel any sleep at this time. Xiao Ai, did you say Brother Gui is leaving us? A little boy couldn't help it anymore, and said in a low tone. The little girl named Xiaoi held onto the quilt tightly, her jewel-like eyes were already full of tears. I hope Brother Gui can become the #1 tennis player in Japan. Another boy spoke suddenly. Japan's #1 tennis player. Yes, this is Brother Gui's dream all the time. Yes, Brother Gui is so powerful, he can definitely succeed. Full of blessings came from the children. They did not want Oni Jujiro to leave, but even less hoped that Oni Jujiro, who had always cared for them, stayed here for this reason. In their hearts, Oni Jujiro is a hero, and one day he will become Japan's #1 tennis player. At night, Oni Jujiro lay on the bed. He carried his head with his hands on his back and looked at the ceiling, with what Zongshen said in the morning echoed in his mind. Ghost, you are a dragon, Okayama Oku is a shoal, you will never be able to fly for 9 days if you stay here. The outside world is wonderful, and those strong are your opponents. I'm optimistic, this world is wonderful, this is world class. One sentence reverberated in Oni Jujiro's mind, and Zongshen's last ball appeared in his eyes. The ball was so powerful that it shocked him. Outside world. Oni Jujiro whispered, his heart beating faster inexplicably, and the color of desire appeared in his eyes. This is the first time in his life that he is eager to go out, eager to see the excitement of the outside world. Okayama Oku, it seems really too small. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Hope that Brother Gui will be the #1, new book for collection. The next day, Oni Jujiro came to the warm alley. Today is Kap Shui Festival, our task today is to go to markets and temples to purchase festival supplies. Oni Jujiro looked at the children and shouted. Clear. The children raised their hands and cheered, and then ran out of the orphanage. Oni Jujiro, I'm asking you for the purchase. The old dean looked at Oni Jujiro kindly, and a trace of apology flashed in his eyes, because he would trouble Oni Jujiro every time at this time. Give it to me. Oni Jujiro nodded, then turned and chased the children. A group of people came to the market, and in the laughter, Oni Jujiro's hands were already piled up with things. These things are all used to pray for tonight. The Kapsu festival is a festival that has been passed down for thousands of years in Japan. The monks of the temple pray to the Lord Buddha. There must be many people in the temples in Okayama Prefecture tonight, so most Japanese people will choose to pray at home. Brother Ghost, you must come tonight. I want to pray to the Lord Buddha tonight, hoping that Brother Gui will become the #1 in Japan. Woo! Before this was finished, the little boy was covered by other children. A trace of doubt flashed in Oni Jujiro's eyes, but the children disappeared, so he could only shake his head and continue shopping. It took several hours to finally purchase the necessary items for the festival. A group of people returned to Nuanrongrong Alley and put their things away. See you that night, Brother Gui. Oni Jujiro nodded and disappeared at the end of the alley. After leaving the warm alley, Oni Jujiro did not go to Okayama Oku Junior High School, but came to the public network court alone. He held a racket in his hand and hit the tennis ball continuously. The tennis ball ejected at an extreme speed, and even pulled out an afterimage exaggeratedly. Ghost, the outside world is wonderful, that's where you should go. While racket waved, Oni Jujiro's mind resurfaced what Zongshen said. He shook his head quickly, trying to throw this out of his mind. However, these words continued to surround him like a magic sound, and they could not be stopped no matter what. Hateful! Oni Jujiro roared, his swinging power increased in vain, and he hit the tennis hard. Boom! The tennis ball exploded and roared on the wall, and a dull hit sound sounded, and the wall seemed to tremble. Woo! Oni Jujiro panted, sweat dripping from his forehead. It took a full 10 minutes before he calmed down and continued to practice tennis. As night fell, the entire Okayama prefecture was brightly lit. All households lit their lanterns and gathered together to pray. Oni Jujiro came to the orphanage early, and surrounded the beacon with the children, lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. As the old dean lit the incense, meow-meow's smoke filled. After praying for half an hour, people opened their eyes and smiled on their faces. Well, everyone give me the prayer letter. Oni Jujiro stood up and looked at the children. The children immediately took out the prayer letters. These letters will be lit on the lantern at 12 o'clock in the evening, meaning that the letter will be sent to the Lord Buddha through the lantern so that the Lord Buddha will realize his wishes. Oni Jujiro collected the letters, and the children returned to the room to prepare for sleep. In the small courtyard, Oni Jujiro and the old principal waited by the light. With the sound of 12 o'clock, Oni Jujiro took out the children's letters and prepared to light the letters. Oni Jujiro, aren't you going to see the children's wishes? The old dean spoke and looked at Oni Jujiro kindly. Oni Jujiro was taken aback, looked at the letter in his hand, nodded after hesitating for a while, and opened the letter. But when Oni Jujiro saw the content of the letter, his whole body froze in place. I hope Brother Gui can become the #1 tennis player. To the Lord Buddha, I hope Brother Gui can win the championship. Please let Brother Gui win the championship in the national competition. A line of sincere words jumped on the paper. Oni Jujiro fell silent, and at the same time a warm feeling emerged in his heart. Are these kids deliberately trying to make me cry? The old dean seemed to have known about this for a long time. She looked at Oni Jujiro kindly. Go, Jujiro, the outside world belongs to you. I believe this is your wish as well as the children's wish. Hearing this, Oni Jujiro looked down at the letter in his hand, and finally clenched his fist. The struggle and confusion in his eyes completely dissipated at this moment. I see. Tell the kids, I will definitely become Japan's #1 tennis player. He is no longer confused, and wants to go out of Okayama Prefecture to see the wider sky. But before that, he has to verify one thing. That is whether Zongshen is qualified to let him follow, whether Seigaku is qualified to win the national championship. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Zongshen's Oni Jujiro, New Book Seeking Collection. Okayama Prefecture Hotel Public Network Court. It seems you have decided. At one end of the court, Zongshen had a smile on his face, as if he had known that Oni Jujiro would come to him for a long time. Then see if your excellency has this strength. After Oni Jujiro learned of Zongshen's location from the old dean, he arrived early in the morning. He came here only to fight Zongshen, and he wanted to know if Zongshen was qualified to follow. Yes. Zongshen chuckled and pressed racket to the ground. With his 5 fingers, racket quickly rotated, and finally, under the eyes of the two of them, the racket fell in front of Zongshen. Seeing this, the two turned around without saying a word. Boom! 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 Zongshen slung sideways and patted the tennis ball, his mild eyes gradually becoming sharp. Oni Jujiro. Number 5 of the original U17 is the first person among all high school students to understand the different dimensions, and has defeated Baden H. Now Oni Jujiro is still in middle school, and his strength is undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of his age in this world. Hey! With a flick of his wrist, the tennis ball flew from his fingers. At the moment of the fall, Zongshen's ankle exerted force, the whole person leaned forward, and racket pressed down quickly. Boom! With a dull hit, the tennis ball turned into an electric light and disappeared instantly. Oni Jujiro was still squatting on the spot, seeing Zongshen shrinking his eyes after hitting the ball. Before he could react, there was a crashing sound around him. He looked down and saw an afterimage of the tennis ball passing in front of him and then bounced out. Lightning serve. Ace. 15 to -0. Oni Jujiro turned his head slightly and looked at the tennis ball outside the field, his expression slowly becoming solemn. One goal is enough to see how strong the opponent is. Zongshen, who can hit such a high-speed ball, is undoubtedly strong. Someone over there to match. It's Oni Jujiro, Okayama Oku's Oni Jujiro. Why is he here? Who is the match with him? You actually got a point from Oni Jujiro. This is a public network court, so Zongshen is not the only one. The match between the two immediately caught the attention of others, and some people immediately recognized Oni Jujiro. After all, Onijujiro is quite famous throughout Okayama Prefecture. But no one recognized Zongshen. This is Kansai, where Zongshen is located is Kanto, and the two areas are tens of thousands of miles apart. Although Zongshen is well known, his real appearance in the country was just a few matches in the national competition last year. None of the schools in Okayama Prefecture entered the national competition. Maybe they have heard of Zongshen's name, but it is obviously impossible to recognize who Zongshen is at a glance. Boom! When the people around were watching, Zongshen had already swung the pad again. With the dull hitting sound, the tennis ball fell to the ground and then ejected out quickly. Lightning serve. Ace. 30-0. In just a few seconds, Zongshen has already scored 2 points. Come on with your true strength, Ghost. Zongshen spoke, and then he continued to throw the ball and swing his racket without any mercy. Boom! The tennis ball flashed, and once again pulled out an exaggerated afterimage, crashing down in front of Onijujiro. Onijujiro's gaze narrowed. And the trajectory of a tennis ball was simulated in his mind. He slammed his feet on the ground, and his body moved horizontally to his left at the extreme speed. Boom! As soon as the fast ball bounced, it was hit hard by Onijujiro. Time seemed to stagnate, the tennis ball was hit by a huge force, the ball turned into an oval, and then burst out. Good job! Zongshen's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect Onijujiro to crack his lightning serve in the third ball. You know, the speed of this ball is as high as 190 km per hour, and even Biadwan has to deal with it carefully. Hey! The words fell, Zongshen's figure flashed, intercepting before the tennis ball. 1.5 volley, knocking back the untouched tennis ball. The two rushed on the court. Except for the serve time, the tennis never landed at all. Boom! 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 The dull hit sound spread throughout the court, and more people heard the movement and surrounded it. Seeing the fierce confrontation between the two, one by one was stunned. Okay, so awesome! Who is that person? Why did you fight like this with Onijujiro from Okayama Okyakuni? I don't know, but it looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. There was a lot of discussion among the surrounding people. Drink! Zongshen's body jumped up, and racket dragged the tennis ball to high altitude, and then violently pressed it down with the strength of the fall and the strength of his arm. Boom! The fierce hits resounded throughout the court, and the tennis roared down. Replay smash! One of Zongshen's smash stunts. Onijujiro narrowed his eyes and stepped forward subconsciously. But before he rushed to the net, he heard a violent breaking through the air, and when he looked up he saw the tennis ball whizzing down, surrounded by a mighty air wave. The air wave rushed towards him, making him stagnate, his clothes and long hair constantly dancing. Boom! The roar sounded, and the whole ground trembled. 40-0. Match comes to match point. Asterisk.